Senator Marcos and two other senators that are pending consideration by the committee. In fact, the chairman, the deliberation now is very much timely, considering that in your counterpart, the House of Representatives, your counterpart committee had also endorsed a revised Consumer Act of the Philippines, while here in the Senate you call it enhanced. So that's one area for BICAM to resolve whether use enhanced or revised. In any event, I went over the enhanced Consumer Act, the increase in the penalties proposed, and what also we were able to craft in the House of Representatives. Mr. Chairman, I think we should give priority to this particular bill, and if we could schedule a technical working group as soon as possible, better, so we can really marry and merge the two versions, the House of Representatives and the Senate Committee on Trade and Industry. It's about time that we revisit the Consumer Act of the Philippines, having been enacted more than 20 years ago, and to cope with changes in behavioral behavioral activities of traders and businessmen, as well as also this suddenly a very improved electronic or online commerce in the retail industry. So we appreciate your committee putting this into a hearing today. So at least at some point the two versions would be synchronized, all for the benefit of the consumers. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Attorney Reyes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Just a brief observation with respect to the bill of Senator Recto, particularly the revision of the definition of mass media to include the internet, mobile phones, and similar electronic devices. And while we understand the purpose for expanding this definition of mass media to bring it up to the times, we just also like to or I'd just like to mention that because this may have constitutional implications, because there are constitutional restrictions with respect to mass media and its ownership, any subsequent legislative definition of mass media could potentially impact any future interpretation or application of those constitutional provisions with respect to mass media. So while what I would just suggest is that perhaps that there be a sense of the Congress first as to how to precisely define mass media in light of the constitutional applications before enacting any legislation that would statutorily redefine mass media. And if perhaps a across-the-board definition, if the Congress deems that warranted. But I just like to point out there would be constitutional implications in any statutory definition of mass media. Thank you.
Hasn't the Supreme Court defined the term?
Not yet, Mr. Senator, Mr. Chair. There's been no definitive conclusion on the part of the Supreme Court, much less one which takes into account the existence of the internet. So it may be a potentially controversial issue, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. So in the technical working group before the actual TWG, so my staff must be armed with some working definition based on the history of the term siguro. Tingnan mass media. What mass media? It is a medium which reaches many people and not targeted, no? I think that's the concept. It's not targeted to certain people, but to all, as many as possible. Okay, so any other comments on the two bills? Attorney Ralph Kalinisan, yes sir.
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chair. Attorney Ralph Kalinisan po from the Ad Standards Council. We just received notice of this hearing fairly recently. Since the Ad Standards Council has a partnership with the DTI and other regulatory bodies, since the advertising industry is a self-regulatory industry, these bills have a direct impact on the way we do work. We will be submitting, Mr. Chair, our comments and our position paper on this matter. Rest assured, though, that we support the intent of the bill, and per cursory reading of these bills, it is very laudable, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The authors will be happy to hear your comment, your feedback. Sige, so okay na. If there are no other comments here, we will schedule.
Mr. Chair,
Sino to? Can you identify?
from DepEd, this is Alma Torio from DepEd po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, DepEd.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We are ready to submit our position paper after this meeting. And in our position paper, we manifest our support. And we will also include the existing programs and issuances that DepEd had undertaken in support to the proposed bill. We will also include the existing education competencies in our basic curriculum that tackles the concept of the market and consumers. And for your consideration, Mr. Chair, we are ready to submit some suggestions on the various provisions of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Of course, that would be very welcome. Sige. So we will, Jay, we will conduct a TWG. We join the two bills na, diba?
Yes, sir.
Because they concern the two bills, although amending different sections of the same law, diba?
Yes.
Okay. So we will organize one technical working group for the two bills. Senate Bill number 756 and Senate Bill number 1293. Okay, so
Yes.
and the committee will notify those who we will invite to the TWG. Okay, and also those, they just make the schedule also known so that those who want to be active in the TWG can volunteer to be active. Okay, okay, so ayan, okay, that's what we do. Okay, we can now move on to the next bill, Senate Bill number 1758. Attorney Kerubin will give us the gist of the bill.
Senate Bill 758, or the amendments to the Electronic Commerce Act by Senator Marcos. This bill
Is it 758? 1758?
1758.
1758. Okay.
This bill aims to recognize the validity of electronic notarization in accordance with the rules and regulations as may be determined by the Supreme Court. So, yun po. Very short bill lang.
Yes. Any comments on the bill? Before we proceed, Senator Lapid is also with us. So the chair welcomes Senator Lapid. We will hear his bill next. Any comment on the
Mr.
bill,
Chair?
Marcos, on ano ba to? This is the online notarization? No?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Sec Pacheco, yes.
Sir, magandang, Mr. Chair, good morning po to the committee, sir. Sir, we'd like to express the support of the Department of Trade on the bill filed by Senator Amy Marcos. Sir, we recognize that there is a need to update the E-Commerce Act of 2000, which has been in existence for 20 years. Sir, the bill is also something that will align, we need to align our domestic law with the UN ECC, or the Electronic Communications Convention, sir. And we welcome this particular legislation to help strengthen and boost the growing digital economy of the Philippines. Sir, we are prepared to work with the committee, sir, as we are working with the UP Law Center on the proposed amendments to the E-commerce Act, sir, and we'd like, sir, that we be given the opportunity to submit our further amendments to this bill, sir. Basically, Mr. Chair, there are variances between the rules of recognition of electronic communications in the Electronic Commerce Act as well as the Electronic Commerce Convention. And we'd like to point out that these inconsistencies will be taken pursued with the legislation, sir. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. We support the bill amending the E-Commerce Act and would like to request the Chair's consideration for additional amendments that we will recommend as we are working with the UP Law Center on this matter, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. That would be most welcome. So your ideas go beyond Section 8 pala of Section 8 of the E-Commerce Act of 2000. Okay, so it goes beyond that.
Yeah.
Kasi
Sir-
this bill is about that and then introduction of a new Section 9 and 10.
Yes.
Good,
Sir, I
good.
see. Maraming salamat po, sir. I see that Attorney Oliver is also here.
Yes.
They've been also working. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Sige, Attorney Reyes, please, Oliver.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just like to echo what ASIC Dean said about the necessity for the amendments to the E-Commerce Act in order to align with the UN Convention on Electronic Contracts. We are actually prepared to submit by today the list of proposed amendments. And I've already reached out preliminarily to the ComSec about this. So we do hope that these amendments would be formally considered. We are also prepared to work with Senator Marcos if that would be if that would also be the preferred route. But I think that we're more or less aligned in the intention to update the E-Commerce Act to keep up with current practices, and the enhancement of electronic notarization is something, of course, that would tremendously benefit electronic commerce in general, and especially during this time of the pandemic. So we just again echo what ASIC Jean said, that we do submit that there is a strong need to update the Electronic Commerce Act in order to align with the UN Convention, so that there would be no deviation between cross-border transactions and domestic transactions. And we're prepared to submit a proposed list of amendments to that effect.
Panyero, does your comprehensive draft on the E-Commerce Act also touch on Section 8? Did you also amend Section 8?
Not particularly, Your Honors, but we have no objections to Section 8, to the proposed amendments to Section 8 as well, because our proposed amendments are mostly sorry, sir.
From JJ.
Yeah.
It's a comment from Attorney Dizini. Is he online, JJ? Hindi.
Morning po. Yung ano po,
JJ, sige. Go ahead.
I'm sorry po. Yung Section 8 po will be touched because we're proposing an amendment on the electronic signature legislation po to have a broader recognition of electronic signature. So it's right right in touch po doon. And then of course, we can also consider yung electronic notarization po. Thank you.
Yes, kasi yun yung purpose the Marcos bill is all about that, yung online or electronic notarization. So please accommodate the concept, and then the committee shall await the submission by the UP Law Center and the DTI of the proposed comprehensive amendments to the E-Commerce Act, and then we will have to go through this process again. Okay, so we will file it, and then it will most likely be referred to this committee, and then let's hold the hearing now on the specific proposed amendments to the E-Commerce Act. Okay, so
Chairman.
sino po?
Yes.
Attorney Vic.
Yes, Attorney Pagdimagiba, yes sir.
Alright, Mr. Chairman, pag naging batas yan, siguro I will go back to being a notary public, no? Anyway, kaya lang, Mr. Chairman, what I know, maybe Attorney Reyes of UP Law Center can also comment. The rules on the licensing of notary public is with the Supreme Court under our rules of court. So maybe we should also involve the judiciary in the crafting of an amendment of the E-Commerce Act, particularly allowing electronic notarization. I guess maybe the law should make a general reference that it shall amend. I don't know whether only the Supreme Court can amend the rules of court. So maybe Attorney Reyes, Attorney Gigi of UP Lizonte can address this particular legal point. But we support the initiative of Senator Marcos on digital notary public, especially during this time of the pandemic, where you don't really have to go to your notary public, which I do now through my paralegal voluntary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the present bill, the Marcos bill, refers to the rules of the Supreme Court. So, pero anyway, this will be incorporated in the comprehensive amendments to be proposed by the UP Law Center and the DTI. Okay, so hintayin po namin yun kasi this Senate Bill 1758 will in effect be stalled. No? We will not act on this because we would rather act on the comprehensive amendments to the E-Commerce Act. Ganun po ang mangyari. Okay, so thank you.
Chairman.
Yes.
Chairman.
Sino po to?
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Dimagi Bagan.
Yes, sir. Attorney Dimagi.
Reaction lang doon sa why should we quote the notification aspect when it can be done, it can proceed standalone. I mean, in any event, I think whether you will like it or not, it will be the rules of court who will promulgate an amendment on the licensing of notary public. Maybe, Mr. Chairman, you can consider your idea of stalling this Senator Marcos bill and let it proceed. I think the notary public people who are listening in the hearing would welcome very much the Senator Marcos bill. Thank you. Thank you.
Sige, thank you. But anyway, according to Attorney Oliver Reyes, they will be submitting it tomorrow. So, tingnan. Tama ba yun? Did I hear you correctly, Attorney Reyes? By tomorrow?
We would be ready to submit very promptly.
Okay. So tignan natin how comprehensive the proposals are. Okay, so we can marry the two para one plenary discussion na lang on the E-Commerce Act. Okay, so we will move on. So the action here is to await the submission to the committee of the comprehensive amendments to the E-Commerce Act by the UP Law Center and the DTI.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lapid is here, so let's take up his bill. Kasi this bill is also very timely. It's also about what is happening ngayon with the delivery, the food service delivery riders, okay, who are being subjected to fraud ba, matatago ba tong fraud or sometimes hoax, no? Hoax or mga tricks, mga ganon. Okay, so let's hear from the author if Senator Lapid has an opening statement. We are referring to Senate Bill number 1677.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Chairman Coco Pimentel, Senador, at sa mga kapwa ko Senador, at yung mga resource person. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Meron din po akong opening statement ay sasubmit ko at i-insert ko na lang sa record. Yung nga po, ito pong maraming salamat at natakil itong Senate Bill number 1677. Ito po ay napaka-importante nito. At alam natin, kamukha nabanggit nyo, Mr. Chair, napapanahon at yun nga, kami ng law sa ating mga consumer at saka lalong-lalo na po itong mga driver ng mga crowd order, hindi naman pala totoo mo order, kawawa naman. At yung nga, halos ikinuha yung na peki sila, ititinda na lang ako sa mga kanto-kanto para mabili. Kamukha kung umorder ng milk tea, kung hamburger man yan, kung ano man pagkain yan, siyempre napapanis po at nasisira. Hindi po kamukha ng mga electronics na kung o-order, pwedeng isole at hindi nasisira yon. Kaya para kay Asek Ruth Castello, siguro po mabigyan ng pansin to mga grab driver natin, kawawang-kawawa naman sila. Naghahanap buhay ako, konti lang kinikita. Alam ko naman po, may minimum charge na alam ko, 69 pesos yata at up at i-charge nila. Yun po, yun lang at maraming salamat. Mabigyan ng pansin itong mga natin, grab driver natin na nagdi-deliver. Maraming salamat po. Mr. Chair, salamat.
Salamat po, Senator Lapid. Nakita ko nga ang petsa na pag-file nito, July 2020. So talagang ito po ay parang sagot o reaction natin sa nakita natin mga problema na linoloko yung mga food service delivery drivers. So
Salamat po.
ang akala ko dati kasi akala ko yung nag-order advance payment, yung pala ina-advance pala ng some delivery service providers require the riders to advance, no?
Sana dapat ang managot diyan yung mga may-ari ng Grab at saka yung Panda. Kasi kawawa naman sila yun nga, para i-complain natin sa DTI.
Can we get the reaction of the DTI? Sabi ni Senator Lapid, Yusek Ruth, alam niyo ba itong problemang ito? Aware po kayo sa mga nangyaring ganito?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I am also in the fireworks Senate hearing. May I hear it again, please, Mr. Chair?
Itong panukalang batas ni Senator Lapid, an act providing measures to protect individuals engaged in food and grocery delivery services. Kasi may mga riders pala na linoloko o dahil may nag-order and then sila ang magdi-deliver. Sila palang nag-advance pala yung mga yan. Ang ibang-iba dyan ang nag-advance. So, familiar po kayo sa pangyayaring ito at ano po ang ginawa na ng DTI in the absence of this law?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there have been some complaints involving these schemes, yung DVU schemes na ginagawa ng ibang sellers. Kaya we issued advisories, Mr. Chair, to the public na kung pwede, pagka yung seller naman kasi, in this case, sir, yung seller naman ang nadi-deceive. So we made advisories to make sure to take screenshots of the calls that were made or the text messages that were sent to them by the purported buyer. Tapos, if they are willing and ready to execute a sworn affidavit, Mr. Chair, a sworn statement to this effect, they can bring it to the DTI. Meron po talagang mga ganyang complaints, Mr. Chair. It's happening. So,
anong law ang gamit nyo to resolve it? Anong law ginagamit nyo to resolve?
Actually, civil code na lang, Mr. Chair. Fairness. Fairness and equity provisions of the civil code right now. So, if there is going to be a bill that will be submitted or proposed for this one to cover such activities, Mr. Chair, we will fully support it. And we're willing to submit also our inputs, Mr. Chair, so that we can somehow perfect the bill to make it apply fully to these actions or activities, Mr. Chair.
Ito kasi, Senator Lapid, meron kayo sasabihin, sir? Nakamute ka, sir. Senator Lapid, nakamute ka. Please unmute. Okay.
Nagpapasalamat lang ako kay Sec Ruth Castelo na mabigyan ng pansin. Maraming salamat.
Pero,
Mr. Chair.
Yusek, iba itong at itong panukalang batas ni Senator Lapid, iba ito. Protection talaga ito sa rider. Kasi yung kung meron kang, kung magnenegosyo ka ng food or grocery delivery service, ito sabi ng panukalang batas na to, siguraduhin mo may sistema ka to reimburse immediately yung rider mo kung maloko man ng ganito. So napakahalaga po nito. Yusek Ruth, ang nagrereklamo ba sa inyo tungkol sa ganitong kaso, mga rider? So rider o yung may-ari ng delivery service?
Chair, I'm so sorry. Sir?
Resource person ka ba sa kabila?
Yes, sir. I'm going to make the presentation now, sir. I'm so sorry.
Sige, okay na. Basta at least importante itong bill na to kasi it addresses the riders' concern. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We wish you all the best of fireworks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies, sir. I'm so sorry.
Andito ba
Mr. Chair?
Food delivery? Yes. Sino to?
Sir, this is Asek Jean,
Mr.
sir.
Chair? Mr. Chair?
Sir, siguro pwede ko lang susugan yung kay Yusek Ruth. Sir, kasi po, I would maybe make a recommendation since the committee also po, sir, is also pursuing the Internet Transactions Act. Baka po pwedeng maisama na rin po yung bill ni Senator Lapid regarding po sa ride hailing. I wish to report, sir, that the issue of ride hailing, ito pong mga complaints na parang abuses naman ho ng consumer side. This was reflected, sir, in the House version, sir. So meron din pong provision dun sa House version na nagbibigay po ng mga obligations of ride-hailing providers at saka nagsasabi po sa mga consumers na it will be unlawful for consumers of ride-hailing services to, ito po yung mga sinabi po kanina, yung nagka-cancel ng confirmed orders and all that. So my suggestion, Mr. Chair, is perhaps if the committee can maybe incorporate some of the provisions in the proposed bill, sir, of Senator Lapid, sir, in the Internet Transactions Act, Mr. Chair.
Okay yung idea doon, yung related sa directly related sa use of the internet. But
yes, sir.
The other concept sa bill na ito nga sa tingin ko ito yung pinakamahalaga that the food and grocery delivery service business must establish an automatic reimbursement system which is not related.
Yes, sir. Copy that. Yes, sir.
Yun, pwede na natin kaagad di yun kasi it answers a recent phenomenon that we have seen unfair and hurtful to these riders who are only making a living. Magkano ba kinikita nito mga to? Yung mga riders natin every day, mga minimum wage din, ganon?
Sir, nandito po yata si GrabFood. Nakita ko rin sila.
Nandito ba sila?
Chairman po.
Sige, Food Panda wants to add Grab. Do you have any, who are here, who are present, please give us your name.
Chair, Attorney Nika Hosaka po from Grab.
Yes, Attorney Nika.
Yes po, thank you, Chair. Thank you so much po for the chance for us to comment on this bill. Actually, Chair, as you have noted, this bill po, we saw that this was passed in July 2020. And since then, there have been several similar versions din po in the House. and we have manifested that Grab has actually changed its policy. Ang Grab po, as of August 2020, there is no longer an advance that is done by the riders. In fact, we slowly rolled it out po. Nag-start po kami, no, gradual po yan, na wherein our merchant partners o yung pong mga restaurants, for example, diretso na po ang payment sa kanila ng mga nag-o-order. Wala na pong nilalabas na pera or wala na pong ina-advance ang ating mga riders. And in fact, in the event po na merong, for example, na hindi po nag-claim ng kanilang order or yung tinatawag po nating no-show, ito pong mga consumer na ito or mga user na to ay nagkakaroon po sila ng penalty because we acknowledge po iba po talaga yung service na ginagawa ng ating mga rider partners. And kung sila man po ay yung effort and time nga po, no, na kanilang na binubuhos, and then there are certain what I mentioned, fully compensated po ang ating mga riders. Wala po silang nilalabas, and ang ating pong mga consumers naman ay nagkakaroon ng corresponding penalty.
So, Attorney Nika, kailan nagbago yung policy? When did it start na hindi na nag-a-advance ang rider? When?
It started po, we started our first rollout in August 2020. And then dahan-dahan po yan, no, nag-start po kami for a small percentage of merchant partners, and then dahan-dahan po hanggang umabot po tayo sa 100%. Ngayon po, no, meron na po tayo na ang ating mga merchant partners, diretso na po ang payment sa kanila. Wala na po yung inaabono ng mga rider.
Okay, paano naman yung mga nabiktima noon? Did you make sure naman na hindi nila sa bulsa nila na hindi yung bulsa nila yung nasaktan?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Actually, ang ating pong policy, no, part po ito ng onboarding training ng ating mga riders. Every time meron po silang na-encounter na no-show na tinatawag nga po natin, meron po silang reimbursement process. Mabilis lang po yun, within hours, they are fully reimbursed. As long as meron po silang na-file na report, wala naman po kasi tayong tinatawag na cancellation sa app natin. Pag nabigay na po ang order, bawal na pong ma-cancel. Nakita po natin dati, ang nangyayari lamang, hindi po kiniklaim. Hindi nga na-cancel, pero hindi nakiklaim, ibang bahay yung napupuntahan.
Okay. So, hindi ba damage, Attorney Nika, hindi ba damage na ng buyer yon? Kasi di ba bayad na siya sa credit card supposedly?
Opo. So may yung pong dating process na opo, the old process na hindi pa po automatic na debited ang consumer, and yun po yung nag-a-advance pa po ang rider, no, back in last year po, na early last year. Ang Grab po ang nag-reimburse 100% doon sa rider. But since then nga po, napalitan na ang ating proseso, diretso na po ang payment sa merchant. Wala na pong inaabono ang ating rider.
At wala namang nalimutan o nakaligtaan na rider na lahat na reimburse
Opo, lahat po, as long as na-file po nila itong report na ito, lahat po sila ay 100% reimbursed within a matter of hours po from the filing of the reimbursement.
Paano sinisweldohan ba ito mga riders? Are they employees of Grab?
No sir, they're actually independent contractors. Most of them po talaga ay part-timers. Yung pong minsan may iba po silang job, tapos pangdagdag lang po itong sa Grab, or sometimes I see that Food Panda is here. Sila po ay nag-multi-app. Nagde-deliver po para sa Grab, nagde-deliver din po for Food Panda. So there's no exclusivity po, Mr. Chair, and the way that they earn depends po on their number of completed deliveries on top of incentives that are given to them by the company. So nagkakaroon din po yung monetary incentives sa kanila on top of whatever they earn during the delivery period. And we've seen po some data, no, na nakakatuwa nga po na itong mga delivery partners na to, sometimes take home po sila ng above the minimum wage. So, yun po yung nakikita natin na advantage din sa kanila, and they're able to earn that livelihood.
So thank you to Grab. How about Food Panda? I think Miss Rose Romero was raising her hand earlier.
Yes
Yeah,
po, Mr. Chair.
yes.
Apo, Rose Romero po from Food Panda Philippines. First of all, thank you po for inviting us to this public hearing. With regard po sa Food Panda, we just want to mention po that actually Food Panda, ever since po when Food Panda operated, the riders never advanced the cash ever since po. So sa Food Panda po, the system is we have a tablet device that is provided to our partner establishments, and then yun po yung kumukuha ng orders na binibigay or binabato ng app na orders ng customers, and from there diretso pong ni-prepare, so hindi na kailangan pumunta ng rider doon para mag-order or even magbayad. Yun po. So in our case, the cash advance of riders is really not applicable. And in addition lang, sir, we just also want to manifest na with the current e-commerce setup now, or with the new e-commerce platforms, meron din pong ibang mga sources of fraud orders na nangyayari, fraudulent transactions. And some are from the customers, but also we also take note that from our experience, meron din pong nanggagaling din sa mga riders din. And also siguro members of some of the establishments. So with regard to this bill, we hope that the bill will have provisions that will provide protection to all players in the industry or in the community of users, such as the platform providers, the merchants, the riders, and the consumers. Ayan po.
Ms. Romero, I'm sure pagka may nag-order sa Food Panda and then hindi umabot because of the fault or anong tawag mo doon, misbehavior of your driver, I'm sure na meron na kayong sistema to satisfy the customer, hindi ba?
Yes po. Yes, sir.
Kasi otherwise masisira kayo eh. So
Yes,
it's either you make sure na a substitute delivery will be made or the amount the paid is returned, di ba? So
Yes, sir. Opo.
kahit walang batas, gagawin ninyo yun eh.
Opo, yun na po yung setup ngayon. And also, sir, we just want to take note then na pagdating po sa mga fraud orders, whether committed by the consumer or the rider, it's actually the company who bears the cost of that order. So, kami na po yung nagbabayad ay sa merchant kahit hindi na deliver yung order.
Basta ang statement mo is from the very start, sa Food Panda, hindi na victimize ang mga drivers ninyo because you never required them from the very start to advance.
Yes, sir.
So okay yun, kasi kahit na no show or ano, the driver gets his, ano ba tawag mo doon, commission on the sale?
Opo.
Their fee, kahit na they will get their fee and then no damage to their pockets kasi wala naman silang money out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so ang tanong ngayon, ilan ba ang food delivery services ang meron dito sa bansa? Sino ba makasagot doon? And then are they all like Food Panda or are they all like Grab, which already improved on its system? So can any of our resource persons answer me? Siguro DTI, ano ba records natin? How many, ano bang technical name nitong negosyong ito? Food and grocery delivery service. Companies or establishments do we have? Sige, Asek Pacheco?
Yeah, sir, I believe we will have to get back, sir, to the committee for the exact number of the last minute delivery services, and as well as most specifically, sir, dito po sa food. Sir, may we request a little bit more time lang? We'll revert to the committee, Mr. Chair.
Kasi if there are two manifestations here, pero malay mo, sige pa rin eh. So, we still have to do this. We still have to enact a law. Tapos, it will no longer affect yung mga advanced, like, kunyari, Food Panda never does it. So, even though there is a law, Ms. Romero, na kayo? Compliant na kayo, hindi ba? Pero we're doing this to the non-compliant kasi baka may mga nabibictimize pa na riders dyan eh. So, any other comment? Senator Lapid, okay ba yung mga narinig mo sa Food Panda at saka sa Grab?
Okay na yan. Maraming salamat. Chair, yun lang. Salamat.
So,
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Laban Consumer, yes, Attorney Diba-Giba.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, may double check lang ako kay Miss Osaka ba? Of Grab? Osaka. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yung information mo that as early as August, wala na yung the rider advancing payment. Are you referring to the pabili feature of Grab?
No, sir. The pabili feature po is different. We are only referring po dun sa ating Grab food delivery service. Yung pong pabili is actually a concierge service whereby the user po, kung meron po silang gustong any item na ipabili, kung kunwari po it's not available on the app, hindi po nila nakikita yung pagkain, let's say on the app, gusto po nila itong magpabili, yun po, ang feature po na yan, dahil depende po yung amount or presyo ng bagay na ipapabili nila, iba po siya. Iba po yung system niya.
Yeah, but in the sense that the rider advances the money, pareho lang sa pabili, hindi ba?
That's the feature po of pabili. Para pong
Yeah,
you
that's
are
the feature
authorizing.
pabili.
Yes, opo. Parang you are
Kasi ako,
authorizing.
suki ako ng pabili eh. 3 centos yesterday. Magpapabili ako, no? Kasi
Yes po.
some merchant you have difficulty directly buying from the merchant, and then i-delivery mo na lang sa Grab, Lalamove, or Speedy, no, on Food Panda. So, I think you have to explain that to the chairman that
Teka. So, well, I understand that, Panyero. So Grab has another business na you have also a rider or driver where the rider or driver advances the money.
Opo, but this is po, like what I mentioned earlier, sir, Mr. Chair, ito po ay yung tinatawag nating pabili feature or concierge na feature po natin.
Concierge nga.
Yes
Non-food,
po.
non-food. Non-food or food, halo? Non-food.
Po. Non-food.
Okay.
I disagree, Mr. Chairman. I buy food through pabili.
Food daw.
Okay.
Pwede pala food. Paano nga, ma'am, yung fraudulent practices nga which are made questionable sa food delivery, gawin sa non-food. Kawawa din yung driver.
Correct.
Okay, ano ko po yung process po nung sa pabili? Yung sa food po kasi, because we are already able to identify magkano po yung pagkain or yung pong order, alam na po natin yung yung value that will now go straight to the merchant. Dito po sa pabili service, for example, kung yung pong sa example po ni Attorney Vic Dimagiba, na meron po siyang pinapabiling pagkain, and let's say wala po yun sa ating Grab Food app, yung pong presyo ng pagkain ay madedetermine po after pa. Hindi po siya nakalagay na po dun sa menu sa Grab Food. So yun po, sa pabili service po natin, napansin po namin actually, sir, especially nung lockdown, it was very crucial ito pong pabili service kasi may mga nagpapabili po sa Mercury Drugstore, for example, yung pong hindi na po mga lumalabas ng bahay, they avail of the pabili service to get their essentials. Tapos dun lang po, pagdating nila sa drugstore, minsan po ite-text na nila yung nagpapabili, ma'am, ito po yung total, ito po yung picture ng inyong resibo. So yun po ngayon ang ina-advance ng ating mga rider. Yun po yung kanilang inaabono kasi nga po hindi pa po fix ang presyo. So far po, no, sa atin namang pag-check ng paggamit nitong pabili service na ito, because it is like what I earlier mentioned, there is no fixed nga po na amount that's earlier determined once the service is booked. The advancing of the rider po ay fully nababayaran naman po ng ating mga consumers. Wala pa naman po kaming incidents na no-show or naka-cancel. But again, because this is a concierge service nga po, para tayong nag-utos, no, para bumili on your behalf, in any untoward incident po, Grab again is able to fully reimburse riders kung meron po sa kanila na mga hindi po fully nababayaran. Pero based nga po sa aming experience dito sa ating pabili service, hindi po kami nakaka-encounter pa ng mga ganong reports po.
Okay, but you have that policy in place. Ang gusto mong sabihin?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano instruction nyo sa rider nyo? May cap? May cap ang halagang i-advance niya? What is the cap?
Opo. Tama po yan. Meron pong cap na, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair, it's around 1,000. Meron po tayong binibigay na message din po sa ating mga users. Kung ano po yung kanilang ipapabili, dapat po hindi lalampas dun sa amount na allowed i-advance ng rider natin.
Okay, pero yung idea, yung rationale behind the lapid bill, applicable din sa sistema ng na kahit na non-food. So, I will ask the permission of the author, Senator Lapid, if we can expand the coverage of his bill kasi food and grocery delivery ito. So, yung pabili is even non-grocery, ma'am, no? Attorney Nika, non-grocery.
Yes po, pwede rin po non-grocery.
So, Senator Lapid, ano natin kasi parang meron kang na pinpoint na na problem na hindi lang pala sa food eh.
Sana all.
So sa lahat ng applicable, gawin na lang natin. At any rate,
tama.
At any rate, si Grab naman, if you have the correct policies, the law is, you should not fear the law kasi the policy is there eh. Meron na kayong system eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The system is in place po, and actually, yes, we're already implementing po the system to protect both parties po.
Correct.
Consumer rider.
So we are really after the non-compliant, those who where there are victims na riders who feel that they are victims. Doon tayo. And then, sige, so we'll make it by law. So we have the National Privacy Commission who will comment.
Sir Attorney Erlene Lumanog po.
Yes, Attorney Lumanog, yes.
Yes, good morning po, Mr. Chair. So, the National Privacy Commission manifests our support and acknowledge the importance of this bill penned by Senator Lapid, especially in the lives of our riders and specifically in this time of pandemic. So, we are prepared po, Mr. Chair, to submit our position paper after this hearing, but please just allow me to manifest some of our comments for the benefit of the body. So number one, Mr. Chair, we would like to recommend that for the Know Your Customer rules, service providers should use an appropriate and secure verification system. This will protect the customers and make sure that the personal information that is being provided is only limited to the KYC as well as fraud prevention. And we would also like to emphasize that the service providers need to comply with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act and as well set a period for retention of the personal information that is being collected for the use of this KYC. And yes, that is all, Mr. Chair. Please just allow us to provide for our position paper after this meeting. Thank you po.
Thank you, Panyera. I suggest meron tayong message kasi sa chat na directly to me. You just about Food Panda. Can you just deliver? Can you send that? Can you send that message for Food Panda to Miss Romero? Okay, so that she will be aware of the complaint. Hindi ko na babasahin. Okay, so we will. Any other comments pala? Any other comments on 1677, the bill of Senator Lapid? Why, our PNP, ano bang COMSEC? Why did we invite the PNP for what bill?
Sir, sa bill po ni Senator Binay.
Sa susunod, sa senior citizens. Yeah. Okay, so let's fast track this kasi very timely, very relevant. Even after the pandemic, may relevant to kasi nasanay na tayo sa online online services. And then with the permission of the author, we will go beyond food and grocery delivery. Lahat ng delivery services na applicable ito na nabibictimize yung mga riders, ano na natin. In the we will schedule immediately a TWG, Attorney J, Technical Working Group, Jingle.
Yes, po.
Okay, so thank you very much for your participation in 1677. Sige, let's go to the topic where the PNP has been invited para ano sila. They might have something to do. Okay, so Senate Bill 1376, the bill of Senator Binay, Senior Citizens Fraud Education Act. So any comments? So let me give the floor to the PNP. We have here Police Colonel Abrenica. Yes, sir. Nakamute ka, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. With me right now is a representative from Anti-Cybercrime Group, Police Colonel Gangona, and Attorney Gerald Prieto of the PNP Legal Service. For your information, Mr. Chair, the Philippine National Police supports the Senate Bill number 1376, otherwise known as the Senior Citizens Fraud Education Act, which seeks to protect and promote the welfare of senior citizens by educating them, their families, their caregivers, and the public on how to identify and combat fraudulent activities. Although advanced technology helps development in the economy, but when used to bad elements of society, it may lead to the misfortune of senior citizens who may be easy target and victims due to their difficulty to adapt to it. With a proactive measure that may be provided by the proposed bill, such as the periodical dissemination of information to the senior citizens, including the establishment of websites to serve as a source of information for senior citizens, their families and caregivers, on the method of fraudulent activities, and, upon inquiry, provide them with a history of fraud committed by a particular entity or individual based on law enforcement records. The objective to eradicate the senior citizens to secure them from fraudulent transaction would be ensured. Mr. Chair, the Philippine National Police over the years has been intensifying its proactive instance in line with the PNP Patrol Plan 2030 roadmap to have a highly capable, effective, and credible police service working in partnership with the responsive community towards the attainment of a safer place to live, work, and do business. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Colonel. Any other comments? DOJ? Is the DOJ here? Department of Justice?
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Sino po ito?
State Counsel Robles po, sir, from DOJ.
State Counsel Robles. You also wanted to comment on the Lapid bill ba? Hindi.
Sir, another state counsel is assigned for that particular
okay. So,
bill.
ipahabol na lang natin yung the other state counsel. Pero mauna ka na, ma'am, on the Binay bill on senior citizens fraud. Yes?
Yeah.
Attorney
Okay.
Robles.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sir, the department has yet to submit its official position paper. Once available, we will forward it to the committee for its consideration. However, as an initial comment, sir, excuse me, we interpose no objection to the passage of the subject bill, which appears to be in complete agreement with Section 4, Article 15 of the Constitution. However, sir, we just would like to suggest for the inclusion of the PNP and the National Commission of Senior Citizens to be included as one of the agencies to be consulted by the DTI. That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, so in the two additional agencies in the consultation. So thank you, Panyera. Oh, how about the State Council who came here for the Lapid bill? We can still listen to him or her.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, nalimutan kita. On 1677, yes?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I'm experiencing bad internet connection. If the committee would allow, we will just send our position paper.
Yes, sir. Sige, sir. Anytime.
I apologize, sir.
Thank you. How about the NBI? NBI will comment on what bill, Secretary?
Sir, the Binay bill po.
Okay. So, Senior Agent Alonso is here. NBI?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Agent Baden Francis Alonso. Agent, Mr. Chair, good morning. Agent Baden Francis Alonso for the National Bureau of Investigation, currently assigned in the Cybercrime Division. So we have received the invitation yesterday, Mr. Chair, and upon reading of the proposed bill, we do agree. We will support for the implementation and into the technical working group, sir, of the said bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Question to general question to our law enforcement agencies, PNP and NBI. Compared to the rest of the population, do senior citizens really experience more crimes or fraudulent acts perpetrated against them? Or in other words, are the senior citizens really the target of fraudsters and swindlers compared to the rest of the population? So any comment out of parang out of curiosity? Colonel? Yes, Colonel Abrenica.
National Police. Yes, sir, from the Philippine National Police, sir, we are two units here. First is the CIDG. So for the CIDG, sir, from 2012 to 2019, sir, nag-record po kami ng victim based sa aming anti-fraud na 15 lang po senior citizens na nabiktima ng ganitong scheme. But then na-create po, meron pong na-create na anti-cybercrime sa Philippine National Police and more those cases na refer na sa kanila. But then from 2017 to 2020, noong 2017 po may data po sila na 14 incidents. And then 2018 po meron po silang 37. 2019 meron po silang 14. Noong 2020 meron po silang 47. A total of 112 incidents po victimizing those senior citizens.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I am from the Department of Health. Dr.
Yes,
yes, I am responsible for the healthy and productive aging of the Department of Health. And we have noted there are, because yes, we really support for the bill, Mr.
Is it Ma'am Binluano?
There are a lot of information that we got from the families. Yes. Okay. Department of Health po, sir.
Yes, ulitin mo ma'am kasi
Hello, sir. Oo.
your signal is choppy. Sige, can you repeat? Sige, from the top. What did you say, ma'am, from the
Sorry.
beginning?
Oo, yes.
Hindi
The
maganda
Department of Health, Mr. Chair, am I clear
Yes,
now?
now you're clear. Okay.
Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, we really support for this bill. Being a program manager of this senior citizen, the healthy and productive aging program of the Department of Health, we have noted that some of our patients or our elderly, especially who are dementia, the patients who have dementia are affected to this kind of youth. In fact, they are abused. They are abused by other people, like for example, some carers that they are paying more or double because these people or these patients or this elderly forgot that they have paid more or they already paid. So not only for carers or not only for the problems with regards to food, but also I think abuse of our older person regarding doon sa mga ano yon yung mga pinabibili nila po. Thank you po.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that, Ma'am Binluan. Philpost is here. Attorney Gonzales.
Yeah, magandang
Nakamute ka, sir. Okay. Teka. Who is going to react from Philpost? Attorney Gonzales ba? Panyero, if it's Attorney Gonzales, nakamute ka, sir. Yan, okay.
At ang nais ko lang po kayo paalam sa committee na ito na ang PhilPos po ay nakahandang makipag-tulungan. We fully support the approval of this bill at handa kaming makipagtulungan sa mga opisina na para makagawa ng panamang mga implementing rules and regulations tungkol dito. At kung maaari, bigyan kami ng pagkakataon makapagsabit ang aming position paper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You will always have that opportunity. Please submit at the soonest possible time. Oh, DTI, you will be the DTI. Any comment, Yusek Ruth or any of the DTI representatives, because you will be the ones to implement this law. You'll have a hotline, DTI, you need to put up a hotline, a website, etc.
Currently po yata nasa kabila si Yusek.
Yeah, nasa fireworks si Yusek. Anyway, DTI will have to implement this bill if it becomes law. So we have Attorney Santos of the PRA. Yes, Attorney Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I suggest that this kind of amendment should be incorporated into the other amendments to the Consumer Act, because I think this is a proper fit for the law to improve the consumer rights of senior citizens. So I think rather than a standalone piece of legislation, it's enacted into law. Perhaps it would be better if this bill were to be incorporated into the amendment to the Consumer Act. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So thank you, Attorney Santos. I think I agree with you. So in the TWG, we called for earlier for Senate Bills 756 and 1293. We can join this one, Senate Bill 1376. Okay, and maybe a new chapter.
I think so. Yes, Sean.
Yeah, a new chapter. Yeah, a new chapter in the Consumer Act on senior citizens protection. Diba? Parang special protection for senior citizens. Pwede siguro. So we can do this. We will just ask the permission of Senator Binay to do this. Then if she's okay with this arrangement, we will do it. Technical working group na kaagad tayo. 3 bills. 3 bills. Okay. So thank you for that suggestion, Attorney Santos. Okay, and any other comment? So wala na. So okay, so we can yes, Yusek? Yusek
Mr. Chair, just one comment, Mr. Chair, on the Senior Citizens Act. Maybe, Mr. Chair, we can how do we call this, Mr. Chair? Make stricter regulations on the issuances made by senior citizens offices. Kasi a lot of, yes, Mr. Chair, a lot of people who are not senior have the cards, and you will see them in restaurants or in grocery stores using. Mr. Chair, I personally know of people who have senior citizens cards who are not seniors. So maybe we can impose stricter regulations on this, because we understand that it is not fair to the business establishments, Mr. Chair. And of course, it is to begin with a fraudulent act, Mr. Chair.
Can during the technical working group, can we look at this angle, please? Committee secretary and the staff, tignan natin. Tama yun. Pero ito na lang masasabi ko, Yusek Ruth, sa mga may senior citizens who are not yet seniors, ibig sabihin nun, their looks justify the card. Hindi, ininsulto nila sarili nila, hindi ba?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Yusek? Okay na. Okay, so that's another that's another angle. Take a look if it properly belongs to our committee or to the bill under consideration. Okay? And if not, then we have to our office na lang will take up the issue, Yusek Ruth, and file the proper bill. If not, Okay, so we now proceed.
Isa lang yung kinukuha. Isa lang ba? Alam ko dalawa. Diba dalawa? So akin ang copy ko na lahat po.
Pamsec, ano mo na lang. Okay, so we now go to let's go to Senate Bill number 520. The Anti-Pyramiding Act, filed by Majority Leader Subiri.
Binabala recommendation.
Any comments? Any comments? Take. So, who did we invite, Comsec, for 520?
Invite for the GC.
Visa po is here.
Direct selling. We have Mr. Sarmiento of the Direct Selling Association of the Philippines. Yes, sir. So if you have comments, sir, if you have comments.
Last time, sabi ni Ella, kailangan daw dumaan.
Thank you. Wait.
Si Mamela na po yung nakapag-ready.
May makikimute po ng
Can we look for the the source of the sound. Sam, okay na? Okay na? Okay na? Okay,
Okay na po, sir. Okay na po.
Mr. Sarmiento, you can now unmute, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Direct Selling Association of the Philippines fully supports Bill number 520 of Senator Zubiri. The bill is clearly meant to protect, number one, the general public against pyramid scams. Alam naman po natin that we have millions of Filipinos who have been victimized of their hard-earned income to the tune of over 100 billion pesos over the past years. No? Equally important, the bill is meant to protect the over 5 million Filipinos who are engaged in legitimate direct selling. That is 1 out of every 5 Filipino families. No? Ito po yung mga micro-entrepreneurs natin, and we need to protect them, especially their livelihood. Unfortunately, the Consumer Act of the Philippines does not have adequate provisions on pyramiding. That is why Bill 520 is important primarily for 3 reasons. No? Number one, Bill number 520 clearly defines pyramid schemes and differentiates them from legitimate direct selling. Number two, it establishes mechanism for government agencies such as DTI and SEC to monitor companies categorized under direct selling, and therefore they can be more proactive in running after pyramid scams. And number three, the bill imposes stiffer penalties. So for these reasons, Mr. Chair, we fully support Bill number 520. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Marami pa ba, sir, na ganito? Marami pa? Mga pyramiding scams. But these pyramiding scams are definitely not registered, no? So they just try to convince people to join?
Mr. Chair, yung iba po hindi registered, pero meron ding iba registered. No? Ngayon, ang scheme nila more sophisticated. No? They guise themselves as legitimate direct selling and network marketing, pero ang real objective nila is to get investments, no? From people, promising them, get rich quick schemes. And so a lot of people are victimized. Ang akala ng public, they are legitimate direct selling, pero yung pala pyramid scams. No? So it is very important na talagang ma-distinguish yung kanilang compensation plan if they are legitimate or pyramiding.
You are, sir, a Direct Selling Association of the Philippines. How do you guard against a pyramiding scheme masquerading as a direct selling association and then applying to join your organization? Paano nyo po malalaman?
Kami po, Mr. Chair, we have what we call the 8-point test. No? Lahat ng nag-a-apply na direct selling companies, they undergo this rigid test to make sure that they are compliant. Ito pong 8-point test na to is consistent with DTI Administrative Order number 8, which is the implementing guidelines on pyramid scams. So yan po, lahat ng nag-a-apply na member, we scrutinize them, and in fact, we have rejected many applicants, no? Kasi we want to protect the industry and the legitimate direct sellers, Mr. Chair.
Masisira kayo pag mahaluan talaga kayo ng pyramiding. So, you mentioned DTI admin number 8. So, are all the principles or concepts in DTI admin number 8 captured in Senate Bill 520? And does the Senate Bill add more, anong tawag mo doon, criteria on determining what is a pyramiding scheme and what is a legitimate multi-level marketing scheme?
Mr. Chair, yung DTI Administrative Order na yon is 2002. No? So a lot of these pyramid scams have evolved over the years. And this new bill, Bill number 520, includes additional definitions and attributes. It includes indicators and parameters on how to better identify pyramid schemes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and captured siya. I mean, it will capture now the latest latest manifestation of pyramid schemes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Makaka-capture. Okay. You're confident na mahuhuli natin using the test in Senate Bill number 520. So
yes, we're confident, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sarmiento. So we also have SEC for Senate Bill 520. SEC and DOJ also for 520. Who is ready? Kung sino na yung mauna? Mr. Pipito is...
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Attorney Leonardo representing
sige. Okay,
the SEC.
SEC. Attorney Director Leonardo, yes, of SEC.
From the Enforcement and Investor Protection Department. We fully support this measure, Mr. Chair. And in fact, the SEC has been active in its enforcement actions against those who are propagating these schemes. Although sa amin po, Mr. Chair, what we do implement is the Securities Regulation Code. Nagiging sophisticated na nga po yung mga scammers, gaya po ng tinabi ng ating colleague na si Mr. Sarmiento, na talagang pinapakita nila may produkto kami, but ranged against the so-called 8-point test ng DSAP. Maliwanag po yung recruitment aspect at napakataas po ng kanilang mga product lines. You have to load inventory na sa tingin mo wala ka namang pangangailangan dun eh. Ang essential is sasali sila to the scheme because of the potential profits, mga bonuses po. Now, itong mga ganito pong scheme po ay maaring expose sa kanila sa dalawang violation. Number one, currently, under the Consumer Act of the Philippines in Section 53, it is prohibited yung mga chain distribution plan tsaka pyramiding schemes. But at the same time, kung present naman po yung mga elemento ng offering of securities through the investment contracts, papasok naman po ang SEC. And meron pong mga kahit na registered SEC and DTI registered entities na po ang na-subject po sa ating enforcement actions gaya ng pag-issue ng advisories and cease and desist orders, including criminal case, Mr. Chair. But we fully support this measure that will try to strengthen the powers of the DTI at para masugpo na rin po itong mga ganitong klaseng investment scams.
Director, ito yung isang area na marami na rin nakasuhan, di ba? Marami na nakasuhan and I think marami na rin na-convict, diba ba? For engaging in pyramiding?
Opo, but yun po, yung from sa side naman po namin, Securities Regulation Code. But yun nga, yung concept, pyramiding and investment fraud, naghahalo po yun eh. So, marami rin po tayo na.
Because if they don't sell an item, they sell a financial something, a so-called financial document. Di pasok sa inyo yun, right? SEC yun, di ba?
Opo, yung mga offers of investments, mga compensation plans.
And yung return na too good to believe na returns, di ba? Yun.
Tama po kayo doon.
That's a security.
Yes,
that's technically offering a security, therefore under SEC. And then marami na nakasuhan dito and I think marami na rin na-convict and I think mahaba ang mga sentensya rito, tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chair, maximum of 21 years of imprisonment.
Oh, tama. So pero meron pa rin. Marami pa rin.
Marami po, Mr. Chair, especially nowadays ano na po sila purely online, social media, it's very easy to propagate or foment this kind of scams. Kaya kailangan po natin ng protection ng ating mga kababayan. Yung iba po, wala nung exposure, and then meron naman po ring iba na talagang they know how the system works. Kasi nga, pyramid, unahan, they emphasize yung positioning, tapos eventually magko-collapse po. Kawawa po yung nasa huli.
Oh, yeah, tama. Yan naman yung reason na talagang bawal ito because walang produkto. Ang hinahabol lang maisahan para pagdating ng pagka-collapse, kawawa yung may hawak ng mga holding the bag or holding the hot potato. So, yan po ang reason bakit talagang the policy of the law is talagang pagbawalan po ito. So we have, thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Leonardo. From a consumer group, the Nationwide Association of Consumers, Mr. Piping Pipito. Yes, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Jose Pipito from the Nationwide Association of Consumers. Our organization was organized way back in 1994. And one of the first things that we have engaged ourselves is running after pyramid scams. Because you will remember that in mid-1990s, nag-proliferate ang maraming nagpipiramiding. These companies that were using pyramiding schemes, mga registered companies ito, sir, Mr. Chair, with SAC. Ang problema nito, ni-register nila yung kumpanya. But the thing is, they never discussed with the regulatory agencies, even with DTI, kung paano mag-operate, paano ang marketing strategies, schemes nila. So dapat yung marketing schemes i-reveal din yan sa regulatory agencies. Noong wala yan eh. So kaya maraming nagpipiramiding. One of the reasons of this, they were going about the law, is the definition of pyramiding as provided in RA 7394. Ang sinabi kasi doon na as long as the second portion of the definition, as long as the income does not primarily come from the investment of the new member. Now, we actually, ever since we have been trying to suggest when the amendment of the 7394 started way back, na yung definition, alisin yung primarily. Because when you see primarily, meaning it can be a small portion of what the downline pays may go to the recruiter, to the upline. When you say primarily. So we suggested that the word primarily should be deleted so that no amount should come from the investment of the downlines. Kasi yung kung ang income doon sa upline comes from the investments of the downline, pyramiding na yun eh. Naging pyramiding ang scheme na yun. So we were suggesting, and I don't know kung na-adapt, ayaw ko dito sa bago kung ang definition wala na yung primarily. It should be any amount that comes from the investment of the downline should not be allowed. Kasi pag i-allow mo yan, pyramiding yan. Now, nung araw, going back, Mr. Chair, doon sa nangyari nung mid-1990s up to the end of 1990s, we were the ones, we actively were running after pyramiding companies using the pyramiding schemes. In fact, we went to the DIJ, we went to DTI. Unfortunately, at that time, those who we talked to at DTI was not very familiar with pyramiding. So what we did was we went to SEC. And it was at ECC that we were able to get actual help. So that what we did was supply SEC with the schemes of the marketing schemes of these companies, and with the help of SEC at the time under the chairmanship of then Attorney Yasay, the late Attorney Yasay, marami kaming napa-stop. Marami kaming operations that SEC issued cease and desist orders. And then, so that in early 2000, and na-mention ni taga-DSAP na in 2002, na-craft yung pyramiding, yung the department order sa pyramiding. Na we were there, we helped DTI craft it, nandun din yung DSAP nung araw, and so we were able to come up with an administrative order about pyramiding. And I would like to even say that the SEP nung araw mayroon silang dinistribute na na CD about pyramiding. I hope they still have it, and they can revive it and distribute it to concerned individuals para malaman kung ano yung pyramiding actually, kasi magandang pagka nila doon sa ano na yun sa CD na yun. So yun lang ang Mr. Chair. I hope that this bill will pass into law. We will support it so that for at long last wala nang magpipiramiding. Siguro, yun nga din. Yes, sir.
We welcome your we will welcome your position paper on this bill. Pati yung mga recollection mo nung mga history or pero thank you for pointing out the word primarily. Andito pa siya. It's still here.
Nandiyan pa dapat alisin yun, sir.
Page 3, line 15. Kaya nga pakisilip and give us your position paper. It's on. We will send you a copy if you still don't have a copy of the bill. It's found on page 3, line 15. So
okay. Thank you, sir.
The staff will send you, sir, so that you can participate in the technical working group.
Okay.
To make sure, kasi sabi mo critical yung word na yun. Make sure that
kasi
word is
they use this to go around the definition of the term pyramiding.
So thank you for pointing that out, kasi chinek ko andito nga. So we are learning a lot from you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
DOJ, is the DOJ still online on 520, Senate Bill 520? In the meantime, Mr. Sarmiento, what can you say about yung primarily? Tama ba yun? Can that serve as the loophole? Yan na pala si Council. But since Mr. Sarmiento muna, yes, sir, primarily, yung sinabi ni Mr. Pipito.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're okay with taking out primarily. No, I think that will make the definition more strict. At idadagdag ko lang, Mr. Chair, na-mention ni Mr. Pepito kanina yung anti-pyramiding education video. In fact, we came up with a new one, with a new version, and it has Secretary Ramon Lopez doon sa video na yan. It is already available, so we can, DTI has a copy of this updated video. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nasa YouTube ba yun, DTI? Ilagay nyo sa YouTube para mapanood na lang ng taong bayan. No? Anyway,
I still have my copy of the original.
Sige, sir, thank you. Anyway, we have now State Counsel Estrada of the Department of Justice. Tama po ba yun, ma'am?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Yes.
We just have the following observations. First, on Section 7, on DTI's jurisdiction over prosecution, it seems that their jurisdiction is over complaints regarding companies and not necessarily on prosecution, which may which may pertain to law enforcement and not DTI. So that's our first observation. Second, Mr. Chair, we also observe that in the prescriptive period, in the bill is just 5 years. However, Mr. Chair, the penalty is 12 years to 20 years, which is akin to reclusion temporal. And maybe, Mr. Chair, we can look into the RPC, particularly Article 90, and maybe link it to Article 90, wherein the prescriptive period for reclusion temporal is 20 years, Mr. Chair. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I also noticed that. Did you notice the on page 6, line 13 to 14, making it non-bailable?
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
we also have to fix that, di ba? So we have to fix. But at any rate, we can see the intent that this be an all-out war against pyramiding. Yun. I think that is the spirit that we get from the bill. Okay, but we just fix some of the ideas in the bill. Okay, so ano yung State Council Estrada, prosecution will not be with the DTI, no? Siya yung unang takbuhan, di ba? And then let's say the DTI determines that it's a pyramiding scheme, DTI should refer it now to DOJ, tama ba 'yon? Or DTI will be the complainant before prosecutor's office. Parang gano'n, di ba? I think that should be the
Yes,
system.
Mr.
Okay.
Ano lang, sir, siguro i-refine na lang yung title nung Section 7 kasi medyo misleading siya pag binasa mo yung body nung Section 7, Sir Chair.
Yes. Yung title, yung title kasi over prosecution. Anyway, we will fix the bill knowing the intent or the spirit, the rationale behind the bill. Okay, meant to be all out war against pyramiding. Okay, sige. So any other comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we will now form the technical working group for this bill. And hopefully, the dream of Mr. Pipito to once and for all eradicate pyramiding schemes joined in by Mr. Sarmiento, no? That aspiration sana magkatotoo, but as mentioned by Director Leonardo, with the use of technology, the schemes evolve. So I hope that we will be able to capture even the mutations. Ayan, gamitin natin kasi pandemic ngayon, the mutations of pyramiding schemes, no? Ma-capture natin sa TWG so that we can come up with the law which will capture all possible mutations of pyramiding schemes. Okay, so thank you for your participation on this bill. We now go to our last topic. So we have been very efficient in using our time. I think we will be able to end before around 12 noon. So Senate Bill number 659 on the Used Car Lemon Act filed by Senator Revilla. Any comments on this? Thank you, Mr. Sarmiento. Thank you for participating, everybody. Thank you. Any comment about the Retailers Association or Laban Consumer? We have the automotive manufacturers, wala. Okay, ganito ang gawin natin. Since there will also be amendments to the Lemon Law already filed. We can probably reschedule Senate Bill 659 and hear it together with the with a bill amending the lemon law. Okay, so yung lemon law for brand new car sales, ito naman Senate Bill 659 for used car sales naman ito. Okay, so okay lang ba, Yusek Castelo, we will defer 659 para to give the DTI more time din to go over the two bills. Anyway, related yun, yung concept of lemon law. Okay, so.
Oh
Okay,
yes,
so with
that's
that,
very generous, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
thank you, thank you. So with that, okay, so with that, I think we have finished our agenda for today. Tama-tama lang, we have used our time efficiently. So the chair thanks first of all Senator Gatchalian, and then all of you are present here, Yuse Castelo, all my colleagues in government, SEC, DOJ, even Field Post, sino pa ba? And then from the non-government, and even the PNP and NBI pala participated, everybody else, hindi ko na kayo mabanggit lahat. And from the consumer groups, the non-government organizations, thank you for participating. So see you in the next, see you in the technical working group meetings, and see you in the next hearings of the committee, because we have a lot of referrals and we intend to hear all measures referred to the committee. So, ulitin ko, maraming salamat po for your participation. Thank you very much. Have a good day to all. Our hearing is hereby suspended. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Chair.
We have Commissioner Jenny Sibuglas, who is a member of the TWG, who may be more authoritatively able to speak about the subject.
Okay, Commissioner Jenny, would you like to add? Yes, Commissioner Jenny, you're recognized. Yung audio po, di kayo naririnig. Yes, Committee Secretary, if you could contact them, I think we're unable to hear.
Yeah, yes, hindi po lumalabas yung speaker po niya sa...
Yeah.
There is a problem with the audio of Commissioner Jenny po.
Okay.
For now po, ma'am, Neda wishes to speak po, wishes to be recognized. Miss Nieva Natural.
Yes,
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the members of the committee. We would like to forward our initial comments on the bill. We support the bill, and we have a few initial comments and recommendations. One is on the establishment and operation of the National ICA Registry. We agree with the position of BMB that NCIP will be in a better position to ensure smooth implementation of the law.
Okay.
NCIP to take the lead in the establishment and operation of the registry.
Okay.
Second, yes, Madam Chair, on the EIA system, the conduct of the EIA for projects outside ICA is beyond the scope and coverage of the bill. Thus, we suggest having a general reference instead to the Philippine Environmental Impact Statement System, or the PEISS. The bill can stipulate that any project situated in an environmentally critical area, whether or not it has potentially adverse impacts, is covered under Presidential Decree 1586 and is required to undergo the environmental impact assessment process.
Thank
That
you.
will be all, Madam Chair. We will be
Thank you
submitting
very much.
our
That's my
signed
dad's
position.
language. Yes, that's right. That's
Thank
my
you.
dad's language. I recall that, PD. And your points are very well taken. Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Eva Nicoral.
Thank
I
you, Madam
expect
Chair.
that you have something written to be submitted to the committee. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It's already with the secretary. He will sign it probably this week.
Okay, maraming salamat. Okay.
We will
Meron
send
pa
it.
ba kamay? Opo?
Yes,
Do we have Jenny
Commissioner.
Sibuglas na? Okay na? Okay na yung sound mo? Ako hindi ko siya naririnig. Okay, si Fatima po. Yes, Fatima.
Yes, Madam Chair. Going back to the issue of what Mr. Edward Abelardo has said earlier, the issue of the indigenous communities in the Bangsamoro must be discussed with NCIP, Madam Commissioner Baijen, must be discussed with NCIP in the intergovernmental relations because there's an intergovernmental relations that had been established by the national government to tackle and discuss issues with the Bangsamoro government pertaining to the rights of the indigenous communities
So
in
ano
the
na
Bangsamoro
nangyari ngayon? Ano na
territory.
yung status? Ano na yung status?
Ang pagkakaalam ko, Madam Chair, ay hindi po na-convene yung IGR with the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs in the BARM and the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. Because once this will be convened, yun po talaga yung venue na pwedeng pag-usapan lahat ng mga usapin ng kinakaharap ng mga katutubong pamayanan sa Bangsamoro, lalong-lalo na po yung usapin ng ancestral.
Kung 2020, tsaka mabigat-bigat yung cease and desist order, bakit hindi urgently convened?
May konting baka mga technicalities po because I'm not also in the position to discuss extensively what happened in the Bangsamoro Parliament when they pushed for the for the cease and desist order, recognizing the ancestral domains of the indigenous communities in the Bangsamoro.
Alam mo, mabuti pa kasi nahihirapan tayo kay Commissioner Jenny at saka si Commissioner Jong, hindi naman nakatutok dun sa problemang yon. Mabuti pa siguro mag-submit na lang kayo ng konting briefer para maintindihan namin yung sitwasyon at matulungan namin kayo.
Yes, Madam Chair, we're doing that. We will submit a position with regard to that matter.
Okay, thank you very much. The hour has become quite late. If there are no more discussions regarding the ICA, you are welcome to submit any relevant documents, position papers, policy recommendations that you may have. I will be welcoming the same at malaking tulong po sa amin yan. Ngayon, yung kahuli-hulihan nating agenda po, may kinalaman sa Universal Non-Discrimination Clause on the basis of race, ethnicity, and religion. Sino ang ating mga resource persons dito? Nagtaka lang po ako dahil wala rito yung gender, ano po? Yun pa naman yung hinahabol ng ating mga LGBT at other communities. Meron po ba tayong comment tungkol dito? Yes, our secretary, please.
We have, as resource persons, ma'am, we have NCIP, NCCA, NCMF po muna.
Sige. Okay. Yes. Who would like to go first? Please proceed.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
NCMF.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with what you have mentioned a while ago, wherein you wanted to include gender. So in NCMF, our position, even in the lower house, is that we should leave no community, no minorities behind. Your Honor. So, if we include gender in the Senate version, that would be welcome with the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, Your Honor. And
Pumapasok na tayo sa realm ng chismis. Bakit ba na-delete itong gender? Kasi ba yung inaasahan at yung lower house, pinasa kasi yung SOGI, samantalang sa Senate, walang pag-asa yung SOGI, parang ganon?
Your Honor, we can only say.
Hindi, kasi may SOGI yung Congress, meron silang SOGI bill yung para sa gender specifically. Samantalang sa Senate nga, ako nag-file nun kami ni Risa, kaya lang parang walang patutunguhan Kaya eto yata yung compromise, parang ganon. Ewan ko kung papayag.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may speak.
Yes, please.
From the NCMF again, what we have attended in the lower house is comprehensive anti-discrimination proposal or bill, which includes gender, and the NCMF has said in its position paper that it affirms the inclusion of gender minorities in a comprehensive discrimination bill. However, Your Honor, if this will move forward, this without the gender minorities, we will still welcome it, Your Honor. And if we may submit a detailed position paper on it, if the Senate, if a counterpart Senate bill is already drafted, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, maraming salamat. So we heard from NCMF, is NCAA or NCIP also going to weigh in on this?
Miss Fatima po from NCCA is raising her hand po.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Maraming salamat ulit, Madam Chair.
Yes,
House Bill number 8243 is a big help para mawala, ma-address usapin ng diskriminasyon at mga prejudices. Hindi lamang ito sa gender, kung hindi pati sa religion. Because most of the Muslims are minsan na-isolate sila or napapagkamalang mga terorista pag nakataha or naka-bail. Napakahalaga pong itong House Bill 8243 at tama na rin po kung may there's a counterpart bill, proposed bill from the Senate. So we are in full support to push for the anti-discrimination bill.
Papayag ba kayo na isama na rin yung gender?
Wala po namang, kami bilang mga Muslim ay kinikilala din po namin yung iba't ibang mga gender.
That's right.
Opo. So wala pong question na isama po ang usapin ng gender sa anti-discrimination bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Just
NCIP. NCCA. Yes, Apo Antonio.
Yes. Just to add to the statement of Ms. Fatima, yun nga naging issue nga rin yung yung Mountain Province people na Igorot people na nasabi sa DepEd textbooks na they're kulot and those kinds of issues, tapos ITAS can be found in Mountain Province. So I think itong bill na to makakatulong din sa pag-promote ng ating mga indigenous peoples groups, no. So maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Parang si Commissioner Jong, meron bang nagtaas po ba ng kamay? Yes, NCIP, please.
Your Honor, we support the bills. It helps prevent discrimination of indigenous peoples. May I just add, if you don't mind, in support of the concerns of our brother Muslims and brothers and sister Muslims, in fact, the position related to the use of the hijab. As secondary to that bill, we were proposing a provision that also penalizes discrimination on employment against women on account of the hijab, non-availment of any government service, including frontline services by Muslim women by reason of their hijab, ordering Muslim women to remove their hijab against their will, and other forms of discrimination against the hijabis.
So you propose that these additional hijab provisions should be included in this bill.
In the earlier bill declaring the February 1 as a hijab day, Your Honor, but we were raising a hand, but we're not seen.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, wearing hijab. Pero actually, may relevance din to dito eh. Kasi yung iba't ibang suot ng ating mga tribu, tulad kanina, ang ating konsehal na gandang representative, may headdress rin po sila na hindi naman hijab, yung kay Apo Karob, na pagkaganda-ganda nga. Eh, dapat, hindi nga yan element na gagamitin as discriminatory either. Siguro, we can also put a provision here, pati a traditional dress, ano? Or indigenous costume.
That would be most welcome, Your Honor.
Siguro we can put it in more general terms to encompass the universe of traditional and indigenous peoples and other religious sectors that have specific dress requirements, for example. Sige, pwede natin dagdag yan. Pero yung sinasabi ng NCIP dun sa National Hijab Day, okay ba doon yung National Muslim group natin ni Apo Belardo? Andiyan pa ba siya? Committee Secretary, yung National Muslim, okay ba, ayon ba sila na may hijab provision doon sa National Hijab Day?
Mr. Bernardo po.
Yes.
Madam Chair, of course we will welcome any stronger protection towards wearing the hijab, Your Honor. And if we could expand this, maybe the title of the legislation, because the legislation will only say National Hijab Day, if I am not mistaken, Your Honor. So it might not be encompassed. However, we can amend even the title, Your Honor.
Yeah, dapat lang kasi kailangan baguhin yung title. Dahil every bill must only encompass one subject matter. And in that case, you will be having two subject matter, the declaration of a single day. And in addition, you would be having the rights and functions that are protected for those women wearing hijabs. Ano? So, kailangan maayos yung title.
Ma'am Ched po wishes to speak.
Yes, please. Ched is recognized. Sino po yung inyong maid de mesa ang nakikita ko rito? May Hazel, may Alin Magalong. Alin po ang magsasalita? Please go ahead.
Okay. This is Marilyn Ngales. Ako po ay member ng TWG ng CHED.
Okay.
And this was newly formed last year. And we had a series of meetings because of the CMO integrating indigenous studies in higher education. And that is very welcome po, because how can we disseminate all this discrimination, all these kinds of violations, if we do not course it also through the academe? And the committee has been very active. CHED has been calling us for suggestions. And one, the institutionalization of this in the curriculum is already a very important undertaking. And we are proceeding with trainings kasi po yung focus niya is to train faculty members. I am an Igorot. I'm a Kankanaay from Mountain Province. And I hold a doctorate on all of this. So I'm just saying this to a certain people that we also have these capabilities, and we welcome this. And as deliverers, we have to also train non-ITs. They are the ones who dominate the HEIs.
That's right.
Yeah, and the non-ITs are very active in our extension programs, and they agreed that they need these kinds of trainings. So,
do you have any specific recommendations or issues with the bill at hand regarding universal non-discrimination and access po?
I agree po doon sa sinabi ng bill na ito na magkaroon po ng Committee on Non-Discrimination sa iba't ibang agencies. Maybe we can tackle the details doon po. I
I
would
see.
like to start with the trainings of cultural sensitivities kasi ito yung umpisa eh. Cultural competence. People can say, well, I'm culturally aware, but are you culturally competent? And dito po natin hinahanap ang ating kapwa katutubo to help in this endeavor because we subscribe to trainings on site where we engage with the IPs who are the doctorates themselves. The PhDs in the fields are the IPs. Sila ang magiging resource person kaya we encourage mga kaya lang itong pandemic it has limited us on that aspect.
There's a specific provision regarding discrimination in education and training.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
do you believe in a quota system or affirmative action in the SUCs, for example, or would that be counterproductive?
I believe in the affirmative action. First of all, we have been denied. Yung mga IPs have been denied some access to, standards. Let me give, opo ma'am, kasi here is an example. The hiring, for example, of IT teachers who are qualified, hindi sila nararangko. I don't know, for various reasons, they are not included in the rankings. And so we had to support.
Are you referring to CHED or to DepEd?
DepEd muna ma'am, kasi ngayon lang nagkaroon ng CHED ng ganitong mandate. But we have a lot of cases regarding that and we can mention that in any other forum, in some other forums. At saka ma'am, yung pong institutionalization ng training centers sa Nueva Vizcaya, we are all for it because even if DepEd has its own programs, basic education po yun. NCCA would have the SLTs. I mean, there are limitations. The Nueva Vizcaya is one packet we are looking at. If we have to have a lot of regional packets for trainings on teachers and involvement of IPs, magaling po na may nag-establish na and we institutionalize this. Kaya tama si Governor Padilla na it has been a long discussion but if it is institutionalized, magkakaroon po siya ng clout. Magkakaroon siya. And we will totally agree. Kami po sa academy, we agree with anything that will help us in the dissemination of all our researches, of all our efforts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngales of CHED. Please feel free to submit your position and direct comments on the bill. Is there anyone who has not been consulted and would like to be heard?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ngales. I am fully aware of the competence and excellence of many of our IP graduates. We have been the beneficiaries of their talent and their hard work in Ilocos Norte and elsewhere.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is that Fatima? Yes, you recognize. Would you like to add to the anti-discrimination bill?
Chair, that the
Yes,
NCCA will submit.
Okay,
that the NCCA.
Yeah, I think we need. Yes, Fatima and Mr. Antonio, parang kailangan namin yung input ninyo dito sa mga discriminatory acts kasi parang hindi siya kumpleto. Sa totoo lang, yung nabanggit kanina ni Dr. Ngales na yun nga, yung portrayal sa mga libro ng DepEd, sinabi na nga Mr. Antonio, hindi talaga katanggap-tanggap yun. At kinakailangan nasa listahan po ng punishable acts at hindi talaga dapat tanggapin. Yes, Committee Secretary, I'll await the NCCA's definitions. Baka mas maganda yung inyong pagkalatag kasi trabaho nyo yun eh. Okay. Attorney Alberto, please, are there resource people? I see there are TESDA representatives, there are DBM representatives. Baka dapat tawagan ng DBM ngayon kasi lahat nagre-reklamo walang budget.
Okay. Miss Maria Helen Dayo po, ma'am. She's raising her hand po.
Yes, Maria Helen Dayo. Which group do you represent? Which sector or office?
Audio po, ma'am.
Miss Dayo, wala po kayong tunog. Ayun.
Okay. Yes, good morning. I am Maria Helen Dayor, member of the CHED Technical Panel on Gender and Women's Studies. I would like to share with you the position of CHED with regards to to House Bill A243. We have a general impression that the definition of terms shall be derived or adapted from the different agencies like NCIP, especially in the definition of ethno-linguistic group and the use of race in the title of the bill. Because as we all know, when we talk about race, it has a biological characteristics that is very distinct from other races. But that is just a suggestion. So I would like also to emphasize that according to several literature, race is also similar to ethnic group, and CIP can attest to this. And alternatively, when we use race, it means exclusive biological and other cultural behavioral characteristics. So for the capture of the bill, I would like to highlight that difference. Also, I would like to say that the commission, the CHED, has issued a CMO number 1 series of 2019 about the integration of peace studies and education into the relevant higher education curricula, and they also directed CMO number 2 series of 2019 integration of indigenous peoples studies education into relevant higher education curricula. So these are important suggestions of CHED with regards to this particular bill, House Bill 8243. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, and I hope you receive that in writing. Fatima just messaged that a position will be submitted. NCIP, Jong, I think you wanted to add something?
Yes, Your Honor. House Bill number 8243 is a novel piece of legislation, Your Honor, as it gives further protections to IPs and reinforces the provisions of ICRA. However, it is a humble recommendation to the Senate committee that the Senate version on anti-discrimination, particularly Senate Bills number 1675 and 137, be adopted as it is more comprehensive and complete, Your Honor. And I think it answers already some of the concerns raised here.
Yes, that's right. I think there's a more comprehensive definition. However, dun sa House Bill, anong tingin mo dito sa prohibited acts? Kasi mas marami silang prohibited acts kaysa sa Senate version. Apakadaming prohibited acts. Ano sa palagay ninyo? Maganda ba yun o hindi? There are mga inciting to commit acts of discrimination. Ewan ko, are there any lawyers about who can have a look at the actions that are being punished? They are very, very extensive in the House Bill.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Perhaps the same PWG that combs through the Senate version be asked to look at the House version, because there's been an intimate discussion on those prohibited acts. And that's
Kasi maikli lang kasi yung prohibited act. Maiksi lang kasi yung prohibited acts sa Senate eh. Pero sa House Bill, apakarami. So I'm wondering if they're actually subsumed in the Senate provisions, or we have excluded too many. Pag-aralan na lang po natin sa TWG kasi mahaba-habang discussion to. Yes, Dr. Jason Sibug. Taas ka ng kamay, Dr. J.
Yes, Senator Amy Marcos.
Yes.
Our suggestion from Tuklas Katutubo regarding the bill presented, submitted by Congress, we may suggest to consolidate it also to the bills that the technical working group has just finished reviewing, para isa na lang kasi mahaba din yung na-discuss namin, and it also includes in the technical working group issues on discrimination among tribal groups using their names, their language. So kasama na doon including education issues ng mga katutubong Pilipino. So it's good if we can consolidate it, and para yung nasimulan hindi rin siya masayang na ginawa na natin yun, Senator
Tama.
Amy. Then
Wag nang ulit-ulit, ano?
and also in the bill that presented by Congress, it is mentioned there the term ethnic, and ang stand ng Tuklas Katutubo, Samahan ng mga Katutubo sa Pilipinas, that I think the political term is not ethnic for the indigenous peoples if you are referring IPs, but rather use the term indigenous peoples, because the term indigenous peoples is far different from the term ethnic. Hindi natin alam kung may salitang ang ethnic might refer to other groups, but by law, as IPRAS, under the principle of IPRA, it should be declared, it should be known as indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Yes,
That's
right.
it.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I understand. It's very, very difficult to come to a final listing, because discrimination comes in insidious, subversive, and subconscious forms. Lalo na ngayon sa panahon ng electronic media, malawakang discrimination talaga ang makikita. Kaya kinakailangan na malawak din ang ating isipan at pagsusulat nitong batas. With that, you will also notice that the punishment, the penalties, nag-iiba masyado, no? Ng difference ng imprisonment, ng mga fine, pagkalaki-laki. At may mention ang House Bill ng reparation sa ating mga biktima. So I think all these need to be studied further, and if I may instruct the committee secretary to constitute a TWG, and all volunteers will of course be welcome to join, and we will once again need the help of the women's groups. I think gender has been agreed upon in the absence of a SOGI bill in the Senate. Siguro kailangan natin idagdag yung women's group, ano? Kailangan rin siguro yung ating iba't ibang katutubo, ang ating Muslim groups. Meron pa ngang humihingi na isama daw yung matatanda, yung senior citizens, on account of age, ano? So dapat may senior citizens din, deprived of access to education, for example, or employment, and so on. So perhaps we can come up with a preliminary list, but for all those who are present, we welcome your volunteer effort if you would like to make one. So to all of you, is there anyone who'd like to add anything?
From Samahan ng mga Katutubo po, Mr. Abelardo.
Human rights abuse na yan ng IP at iba pa. Yung samahan, did somebody make a manifestation?
Mr. Abelardo? Naka-raise po yung hand niya.
Nakatas? Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Abelardo, tama ba? Nakataas ba yung kamay mo o
All right.
iba naman
Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to support lang po dun sa gender, dun sa inclusion of the gender doon sa Universal Anti-Discrimination Bills. So we will, on our end, we will going to pass our position on that, making yung pagsusulat natin ng bill.
Thank you. Well taken, Mr. Abelardo. And also the DepEd has volunteered to join the CHED, the two representatives that are here. Perhaps one of you can also join us, because clearly the issues are wide-ranging and impact on our educational efforts. So, kasama rin po kayo. Yung NCCA, I'm afraid you're going to have to join us once again and we'll count on your expertise. Ganon din yung iba't ibang ahensya na may kinalaman rito. So if there are no more comments, we will now constitute a TWG to finally deal with this measure, and we will come up with a committee report at the earliest possible time. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumama. Yung TESDA na hindi naman nagsalita, Dina Esmas, nevertheless, we will also count on you together with the CHED and the DepEd as part of the very important and pivotal educational sector in the fight against discrimination of all kinds. Sa inyong lahat, maraming salamat, and thank you participating in the Committee on Cultural Communities. Maraming salamat, bye-bye. Yes,
Thank you very much.
salamat, Mr. Antonio, Dato Jason, mga suki ko dito sa ating committee. Madalas tayo nagmi-meeting at masaya. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam
Salamat,
Chair.
everyone.
hearing on several bills that we are tackling in this joint committee hearing with the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, jointly with Civil Service and Government Reorg, Foreign Relations, and the Committee on Finance. We'd like to acknowledge our members from the Senate virtually present with Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Bongo, our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Frank Drilon, Senator Marcos, Amy Marcos, Senator Win Gatchalian, our majority floor leader, Senator Migs Subiri, Senator Francis Tolentino, and Senator Nancy Binay. A pleasant morning, dear colleagues. We would like to also put on record that today we are going to include Senate Bill number 1949. This is the certified measure filed by our distinguished colleague, Senator Bongo. This was certified by the President kailan? December 14, 2020. Before we continue, we'll ask the Secretariat to acknowledge our resource persons, guests virtually present. Secretariat.
Good morning, members of the joint committees. The resource persons invited by the committee are the following. From the Office of the Cabinet Secretary, Secretary Carlo Alexi Nograles. From the Department of Labor and Employment, Secretary Silvestre Bello III, and Mr. Rustico de la Fuente, representing the various labor attachés and who is also the labor attaché of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. From the Department of Foreign Affairs, Undersecretary Sara Lu Ariola, Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs, and Assistant Secretary Enrico Foss, Assistant Secretary for Migrant Workers Affairs. From the National Economic Development Authority, Undersecretary Rosemarie G. Edelion, Undersecretary for Policy and Planning Group. From the Department of Social Welfare and Development, we have Assistant Secretary Glenda Rilova. From the Commission on Filipino Overseas, we have Secretary Francisco Acosta. From the Presidential Advisor on Overseas Filipino Workers and Muslim Concerns Office, Secretary Abdullah Mamao. And from the International Organization for Migration, Mr. Troy Dooley, the Program Manager and Head of Programs. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Comsec. Magandang umaga po. Just give my opening statement. Muli ho, magandang umaga, magandang tanghali, magandang hapon, magandang gabi at hating gabi po sa inyong lahat. Dahil live po tayo, yan po ang minarapat kong pagbati upang maabot natin ang lahat ng ating mga kababayan saan mang sulok ng daigdig. 1 in 10 Filipinos live overseas. Kung nasa ibang bansa po lahat, nasa isang bansa po lahat ang ating mga kababayang overseas Filipino, ito ang magiging 91st most populated sa buong mundo. Mas malaki pa po kaysa sa populasyon ng Sweden, Austria, UAE, Israel o Switzerland ang bilang ng mga Pilipino sa ibayong dagat. Yun pong 2.1 milyong Pilipino na nasa Middle East as of June 2020, mas marami pa po kaysa 1.8 million projected population ngayong 2021 sa buong rehiyon ng Cordillera Region. Mas maraming Pilipino sa Japan kaysa sa buong Mandaluyong. Higit na mas malaki po ang populasyon ng Filipino community sa Canada kumpara sa populasyon ng buong probinsya ni Senator Amy sa Ilocos Norte o maging sa Ilocos Sur. Today, there are Filipinos in every time zone, every continent, and every sea. The sun never sets on the Filipino diaspora. We are virtually the world's human resource provider, from bedside care to artificial intelligence. As we speak, Filipinos are digging oil from the frozen tundras to the blazing hot suns of Sahara. They run kitchens from restos with Michelin stars that pamper the rich to eateries that serve budget meals to thousands of laboring masses that grind the meal. Hospitals everywhere also benefit from made in the Philippines talents. Amid the pandemic, Pinoy nurses are the world's frontliners against the coronavirus, caring for the sickest. It comes as no surprise as the Philippines is the largest exporter of nurses worldwide. Pati po ang mga classroom sa Amerika, Thailand, Japan at Mongolia, napasok na rin ang mga gurong Pilipino. In Arizona, Filipinos feel teacher shortages as more Americans become increasingly uninterested in teaching jobs. Because of Filipino household service workers, men and women in many countries can raise families while pursuing careers. Saksi po ako kung gaano karami at kahalaga ang mga Pinay household service workers sa Hong Kong. Bumisita po kami doon kasama si Senator Gatchalian, Senator Zubiri, Senator Angara. Kaya ho, it's not an exaggeration to claim that pulling all of them out would crush Hong Kong's economy. Because of Filipino professionals in companies, stores, factories, businesses, and hotels, startups thrived and earned profits. Because of Filipinos overseas, our country are prospered, lifting many out of poverty. At present, 12% po of the national income is the monetized sweat of the overseas Filipinos. These generous remittances buoy our economy up, keeping it afloat in times of economic headwinds. Noong 2019, umabot po sa 1.56 trillion pesos ang kabuang remittances ng mga overseas Filipinos. Ito po yung pinadala sa bangko at remittances centers. Mas malaki pa po ang halaga kung kasama po dito yung personal na inuuwi o ipinapakisuyo sa kababayang umuwi sa Pilipinas. Kung bibilangin po natin ang pasok ng salapi mula sa mga OFWs na parang metro ng taxi, ito po ay 4.276 billion a day, 178.17 million per hour, and almost 3 million pesos kada isang minuto. Totoo pong malaki ang ambag ng ating mga overseas Filipinos sa gross domestic product. Tunay nga pong dahil sa kanila ay naisakatuparan ang mga pangarap ng kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Wala po akong duda na nakatulong silang palakasin ang ating rango bilang happiest country in the world. Subalit pagdating naman po sa personal misery index, number 1 po sila. Money sent can be measured but misery felt can never be quantified. May invoice po ang perang padala, pero wala pong resibo ang lungkot, hirap at pighati. There are metrics for the economic returns of migration, but there is none for its social costs. Hindi pa po uso ang isolation, isolated na sila. Hindi pa man uso ang distance learning, hasa na po sila sa distance parenting. Missed routinely were not only birthdays, but the once-in-a-lifetime chance to walk a daughter down the aisle or to bid goodbye to a dying or already dead parent or sibling. Wala pong salaping katumbas ang ganitong kalungkutan. Let me give you more figures. The pandemic that continues to plague economies around the globe displaced more than 520,000 of our OFWs. As of July 2019, there were at least 14,532 Filipinos reportedly languishing in jails abroad. 68 of them are serving life sentence. Add to them the countless OFWs facing legal, health, psychosocial, and financial quandaries. In Kuwait, at least 3 Filipino household workers died over the last 2 years. Sino po ba ang makakalimot kila Joanna De Mafelis, Constancia Dayag at Jeneline Villavende na namatay matapos tratuhing masahol pa sa hayop ng kanilang mga employer? At dininig po natin ang kanilang mga kaso dito sa committee na ito. It is against this backdrop that this bill before us should be heard and weighed. Export of Filipino brain and brawn ought to be temporary quick fix and desperate economic solution. Pansamantala lang po sana ito at hindi pang matagalan. Pero nakakalungkot na ito ay naging parang permanente na ating ginagawa ang pagpapadala ng ating mga kababayan. Bago pa po tumama ang pandemya, 6,092 na mga Pilipino ang sumasakay ng eroplano palabas ng bansa kada araw. Araw-araw, 6,092. Ibig sabihin, kada 15 segundo, may isang Pilipino ang nawawalay sa kanyang asawa, sa kanyang anak, sa kanyang mahal sa buhay for greener pasture. We must consider the larger picture as we define and fine-tune these measures at hand. What is the role of the worker deployment in our economic agenda? What place does it occupy in the future of our nation? Shall we remain as mere merchandise in the global labor market? Or should we start harnessing out our best and brightest for our growth? In either case, how can we do so for the best benefit, for our best benefit? Ang pagbabalangkas po ng Department of Overseas Filipino o DOFIL ay hindi po simpleng reorganization lamang na parang lipat bahay ang mga ahensya sa isang bagong bubong. Hindi po ito relabeling exercise na mistulang pagpapalit lamang ng karatula ng pangalan. This legislation is not about workforce reassignments. Creating the DOFIL is about assigning new potent mandates that will empower the department and the constituency it serves. We will use these hearings as a forum to review all laws about the rights of migrant workers. We will incorporate provisions that will give overseas Filipinos more protection from recruitment to repatriation to reintegration. We will enact a new division of labor among DOFIL, DOLE, and the Department of Foreign Affairs to create a synergy to serve the best interests of our overseas Filipinos. Let us have a fruitful, frank, and illumined discussion. Gawin po natin ito para sa isang maganda at mapagpalang araw o gabi para sa mga bagong bayani ng ating bayan. Sila po ang mga Pilipino sa ibayong dagat na patuloy sa pagkayod at pagsusumikap para matamo ang kanilang mga pangarap ng kanilang mga sarili, pamilya, at para sa ating minamahal na bayan. Maraming salamat and may God bless us all. At this juncture, I'll give the floor to our colleagues who wanted to make an opening statement, or our authors. I can see our Majority Floor Leader raising his hand. Majority Leader, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a short opening statement as one of the co-authors. Mr. Chair, we filed Senate Bill number 1323 in cognizance of the immense contributions of our OFWs to our economy. Based on the 2019 survey on overseas Filipinos of the Philippine Statistics Authority, during the period, Mr. Chairman, of April to September of the same year, the number of OFWs was estimated at 2.2 million, most of which are working as construction site workers, cleaners, domestic helpers, with Saudi Arabia as the most preferred destination. Furthermore, in 2019, personal remittances of OFWs reached a record high of $33.5 billion, or the current foreign exchange rate of 48 pesos, at an equivalent of 1.6 trillion pesos. This accounts for about 9 to 10% of the country's gross domestic product in 2019. Kung ambag lamang ang pag-uusapan, malinaw ng ambag ng ating mga OFWs or overseas Filipino workers sa ating ekonomiya ay hindi matatawaran. Despite their OFW's substantial contribution to the economy, they remain to be one of the most underserved sectors of the country. Isipin nyo, they had to endure homesickness from being away from their respective families. Tapos kapag minalas pa, they face physical and psychological abuse and maltreatment in the hands of their employers. You may even recall, the late last year I was very vocal on the case of a maltreated helper by one of our own envoys abroad. Ang kwento nung kasambahay na iyon mula sa South Cotabato ay isa lamang sa napakaraming kwento ng pagmamaltrato ng patuloy na dinadaranas ng ating mga kababayan na nasa ibang bansa. We recognize the role of OFWs on what they play, or the role they play in steering our economy. Batid natin ang napakalaking tulong ng ating mga kababayan na nakikipagsapalaran sa iba't ibang bansa para mabigyan ng magandang bukas ang kani-kanilang mga pamilya. But it saddens me that we are not doing enough to protect them. It's not because our embassies and consulate offices are not doing enough, but there are simply more of our people out there than what our offices can handle. It is about high time that we have a dedicated agency to look after the well-being, safety, and retirement benefits of our hardworking OFWs. This bill aims to provide a more effective and efficient delivery of services to our OFWs by streamlining all functions currently being served out by various government agencies such as the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration and the POEA, among others. With the creation of this department, we are finally giving our OFWs the importance that they so deserve by providing them with an agency whose main task is to protect the rights and promote the safety and welfare of our new heroes. sa pagsasabatas ng Department of OFW Bill ay pagkilala at pagbibigay importansya sa ambag sa lipunan ng ating mga matatapang na mga OFWs. Mr. Chair, it is my fervent prayer that we can fast-track this, and with you at the helm of this very important piece of legislation, I am most certain that you will see the immediate passage of this bill for the benefit of millions of overseas Filipino workers. Maraming po salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Majority Floor Leader. This juncture also, let me recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, who is physically present and very active in our committee hearings. Are there any other members of the Senate who wanted to make an opening statement, a short manifestation? No one? Okay, we'll give the floor now to we'll allow our resource persons. Let's start with the CABSEC Carlo Nograles, who is with us today. CABSEC, good morning and thanks for being here. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair Senator Joel Villanueva. We have a presentation, Chair, if that's all right with the committee.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairperson Senator Joel Villanueva, Majority Floor Leader Senator Mig Zubiri, Minority Floor Leader Senator Frank Trilon, to the author of this very important bill, Senator Bongo, other senators here present, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to my colleagues in the executive branch, Secretary Bebot Bello, Secretary Mamao, Secretary Nick Acosta, at iba pa. Thank you for inviting us to be with you in this virtual public hearing to deliberate and discuss a very important piece of legislation that concerns our overseas Filipinos. Ito po yung pag-establish ng Department of Overseas Filipinos or DOFIL. Last December 15, nabanggit na nga po ni Chair Senator Joel Villanueva, President Rodrigo Duterte certified the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill number 1949, or the creation of a department solely focused on the needs of overseas Filipinos and their families. Senate Bill number 1949 is the result of a series of consultations and meetings among the executive agencies and represents the unified position of the entire executive branch of government for this measure. It is our response, our collective response to protect overseas Filipinos, especially ang ating mga OFWs, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. And it is a great opportunity to really look at the bureaucratic dynamics and perhaps even these difficulties in coordinating the protection and the response initiatives natin para sa ating mga mahal na mga bayani ng ating bayan. This is actually a reset for the benefit of all overseas Filipinos. Ito rin po ang batas na magko-codify ng Philippines' commitment to champion and fulfill the 23 objectives of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Nabanggit namin sa last hearing na ito baka ang Pilipinas po ang magiging unang bansa na magko-codify ng ating Global Compact or GCM. Tungkol naman po sa rationale, nabanggit na rin ni Senator Joel Villanueva na we have 10.2 million overseas Filipinos around the globe. Together, they drive domestic consumption and account for 9.3% of the gross domestic product and 7.8% of the gross national income last 2019, no? So current setup po natin, there are different agencies that have different mandates relative to overseas Filipinos, including those related to employment and those related to migration. Pero wala po tayong single agency kung saan ina-address po ang lahat ng concerns ng ating mga kababayan overseas Filipinos. And this COVID-19 opened up our eyes na kailangan ma-meet up natin ang challenges na ito. So, this new department seeks to streamline and directly manage all concerns of Filipinos overseas, plus their families, plus their dependents in the Philippines, and make our services to overseas Filipinos more responsive, efficient, and effective. Kanya na nga po, kitang-kita po natin dyan ang mandate and function ng proposed DOFIL. Promote the rights, protect the rights and welfare, to formulate, plan, coordinate, and promote the policies, to have a systematic national development program for managing, monitoring overseas or foreign employment, and protect their right to decent work and fair ethical recruitment practices. Tungkol naman sa POEA, ang POEA at OWA po will form as attached agencies ng DOFIL and will serve to complement DOFIL and the specific technical service deliverables to this new department. They shall still form they shall still retain their mandate as attached agencies, no, of DOFIL. Pagdating naman sa usapin ng right sizing, kita po natin that we have different agencies attached to different departments. But because of the right sizing, the need to right size, lahat po ng mga ito, OUMWA, SWATO, ISO, which is now called the International Social Services Office of the SWD. Ang OUMWA is ng DFA. Ang International Labor Affairs Bureau or ILAB is under DOLE. Ang Commission of Filipinos Overseas is under the Office of the President. Ang POLO or Philippine Overseas Labor Office is under DOLE. The existing ATN units under DFA and the National Reintegration Center for OFWs under DOLE will now all form part of DOFIL. Yung budget po nila will all be subsumed under the new department. To reiterate, DOFIL is not creating a totally new agency. Instead, it will be an amalgamation of all key offices dealing with migrant workers protection into a single entity focused on that mandate. It will avoid overlapping functions. It will consolidate the budgetary allocations to a single public entity for a better and more efficient service to OFs and their families. These matters we all elaborated on during the December 7, 2020 Senate hearing. However, allow me to restate and to give emphasis that the creation of DOFIL will not be another big budget ticket item on the National Expenditure Program, but rather a right-sizing solution. Yung mga budgets po ng OUMWA, yung ATN units ng DFA, the Legal Assistance Fund, CFO, ILAB, POLO, NCRO, SWATO, which is now ISSO, all of them will be subsumed under the new department. However, POEA, which has a budget of 507 million, and OWA, which has a budget of 7.39 billion, will be treated separately from DOFIL because they are going to retain their individual existence, no, as attached agencies with their own respective charter. Pagdating sa proposed structure po, alam natin we will have a secretary and 4 undersecretaries and several assistant secretaries, but not all of these offices will be needing new funding source. Kasi meron na pong budget for the CFO secretary, an undersecretary, several bureau directors in other offices, and plantilla items in the absorbed agencies. Pagdating sa bahay ng DOFIL, it can be temporarily housed at the CFO leased building or use the budget for the lease of the CFO building to pay for the office space of the new department. Further, the DOFIL regional offices may be temporarily housed in existing OWA and or DFA o UMWA desks nationwide. The proposed department will adopt a country team approach. No, we will have and the other salient features provide for regional offices, an overseas Filipino malasakit center, an assistance to the national funds. There are also provisions on migrant workers and other overseas Filipino resource center, and of course that Congressional Oversight Committee, which will exercise oversight doon po sa new department. We will adopt a country team approach under Executive Order number 74, series of 1993, which provides that all officers, representatives, and personnel of the Philippine government posted abroad, including but not limited to trade commissioners, Commission on Filipino Overseas, attachés, and trade information, labor, military, and cultural attachés shall on a per-country basis act as one country team with a mission under the leadership of the ambassador, who shall act as the team leader. Like I said a while ago, Mr. Chair, the department shall establish, operate, and maintain a regional office and such other lower level offices as may be deemed necessary by the Secretary in strategic locations in the country, considering the existing regional offices ng POEA at ng OWA. We will also continue to fight the battle against illegal recruitment. Alam na alam po natin yung nangyari noong February 3, 2021, itong taong ito, na may isang taga Lapu-Lapu City arrested by agents ng anti-kidnapping group, Visayas Field Unit at ng Lapu-Lapu City Police na nagpapromise ng trabaho as caregivers in the United States of America. Inaresto na po siya with 2 counts of illegal recruitment and 7 counts of estafa. In other words, even in this pandemic, illegal recruitment continues to be a problem, and the DOFIL, in partnership with other government agencies and local government units, will cure that by establishing overseas Filipinos malasakit centers in strategic locations of the country to ensure prompt, vital, and relevant services to migrant Filipinos and their families. Ang mga serbisyo na to will include acquisition of clearances and permits, validation of overseas job offers, reintegration services, and the provision of pertinent seminars and workshops for all their stakeholders. Yung assistance to national funds po shall be consolidated with the assistance to the Legal Assistance Fund, and the administration of these funds will be transferred to the Department of Filipinos overseas, no, yung DOFIL, mula sa Department of Foreign Affairs. And as I mentioned a while ago, the proposed Congressional Oversight Committee will be composed of 6 members from the Senate and 6 members from the House of Representatives to continue to monitor and oversee the implementation of the law. To conclude, Mr. Chair, the contributions of OFWs and migrants to the country cannot be overlooked. Large remittances from about 10 million overseas Filipino workers and migrants is one of the many reasons for the Philippines economy to continue being relatively resilient, even despite global economic shocks, even despite this ongoing pandemic. Madalas sinasabi, sila po ang bagong bayani. At ika nga ng isang decision ng Supreme Court through Justice Andres B. Reyes Jr., he wrote that it has been oft repeated that overseas Filipino workers are the Philippines' modern-day heroes. They brave the waters of the seas to provide for their families and to help boost the country's economy. With this proposed measure, Mr. Chair, dear Senators, we can provide the comfortable life that OFWs, migrants, and their families so richly deserve. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Cabsec Carlo Nograles. Let me also put on record and remind the body that it was the Senate who pushed hard for the expansion of the access to assistance to nationals, which we passed a year ago, thanks to our members of the Senate. We'd like to hear, I'm sure everyone would like to hear from the Department of Labor and Employment. We can see Secretary Bello with Admin Hans and Admin Olalia. Secretary Bello, may we hear from you? You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, the Honorable Joel Villanueva, Chairman of the Committee on Labor, the Honorable members of the committees, the Honorable Senator Mig Subiri, Senator Nancy Binay, of course, my former boss, Senator Franklin Diron, and my kababayan, Senator Amy Marcos. Hindi ko na po alam yung iba, Honorable Chair. Pero may I just address them
Yeah,
as the
I will
honorable
try to
members
help
of
you.
the
Senator
Senate
Bato
Committee
de la
on Labor.
Rosa is logged in. Senator Win Gatchalian is with me here, physically present.
Ay, Senator Win Gatchalian, of course, my idol, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, and may I also address my co-workers in the Executive Department, Secretary Carlo Nograles, magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. May I start, Your Honors, by saying that the Department of Labor fully supports the creation of DOPIL. And we also fully support the creation or the inclusion in the creation of DOPIL, the agency or the bureau, which is called the Bureau of Labor, International Labor Affairs Bureau. We have, however, Your Honors, just a simple request that our International Labor Affairs Bureau under the Department of Labor be maintained, and its function, which we would like to enumerate, to be maintained under the Department of Labor, Your Honors. And these are the functions which provide technical and administrative advice to the Secretary relative to issues and concerns confronting the world of work that may have impact on domestic labor and employment policies of the department, and the latest and relevant international development in the world of work that may be adapted to local context in order to attract investment into the Philippines, which may subsequently result in the creation of decent local employment. Another function, Your Honors, is to help ensure that trade agreements entered into by the country are favorable to the Philippines and will benefit Filipino workers. It also includes the function to monitor the enforcement of the Philippine commitments and obligations with other international organizations like the United Nations, the International Labor Organization, the ASEAN, the European Union, and other related multilateral and regional bodies through coordination with relevant government agencies and other stakeholders. And also, Your Honors, to assist in the implementation of the provisions of international conventions, treaties, and among others, to represent the department in the bilateral, regional, and multilateral fora to promote the interests of Filipino workers. With that, Your Honors, we again reiterate our support for the creation of the Department of Overseas Filipinos. Thank you very much, Your Honors.
Thank you, Secretary Bello. I'm sure a lot of my colleagues would like to ask questions, but can we just give one more statement coming from the Department of Foreign Affairs? We'd like to recognize Yusek Sara Ariola, Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Majority Leader Mig Subiri, Minority Leader Drilon, Senators Binay, De La Rosa, Marcos, Tolentino, and Go, the Secretary Cabsec Nograles, Secretary Bello, and our other colleagues in government. Good morning. We don't have a presentation, but we'll just read their statement because our presentation might be a reiteration of what Cabsec Nograles already said. The Department of Foreign Affairs that is joining the meeting today thanks the committee for this opportunity to address the issue of the Department of Overseas Filipinos. Mr. Chair, the Department of Foreign Affairs appreciates the rationale for the creation of the new department as the recognition of the Philippine government's solemn duty to protect the rights and to promote the welfare and interest of Filipinos overseas. Let me be clear, the DFA is fully supportive of the creation of Department of Overseas Filipinos. For the past 25 years, mandated the Migrant Workers Act of 1995 to protect our Filipino migrant workers, the DFA has been at the forefront of protecting OFWs and safeguarding their welfare anywhere in the world. The DFA has made great strides in its assistance to nationals operations and delivery of assistance services to distressed overseas Filipinos, such as rescue and repatriation, setting up of shelters for runaways and distressed overseas Filipinos, attending to their illnesses and hospitalization, obtaining the best lawyers to defend their rights, and in several instances, settlement of immigration fines and penalties imposed by the host government on our repatriates. At the multilateral front, the DFA led the Philippines' active engagement in the negotiations for the adoption of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration to protect all Filipino migrant workers against all forms of exploitation and abuse and guarantee decent work, consistent with the President's directive that the Filipino is no slave to anyone, anywhere, and everywhere. The DFA is leading the charge in the anti-kafala campaign in the Middle East, where we are currently seeing labor reforms, particularly in Bahrain, Qatar, and most recently in Saudi Arabia and Oman. With the creation of the new department, the DFA welcomes another hand in this difficult and wide-reaching task. Mr. Chair, the new department will be the first in the world to reflect a country's full commitment to champion the 23 objectives of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Moreover, the creation of the new department is a great opportunity to look at the difficulties of coordinating protection and response initiatives for OFWs. For the Philippines, which has more than 10 million Filipinos living and working overseas, the creation of the new department could not come at a better time. Migration is a reality of our time, and it is our state responsibility to make it safe, orderly, and regular. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Thank you, Yusek. I've been getting a lot of text messages from my dear colleagues, so perhaps we could start the ball rolling unless some of our colleagues would like to make a quick statement. But anyway, we have with us Senator Win Gatchalian, who is physically present. Would you like to start? Yeah, we give the floor to Senator Win Gatchalian.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you to the executive departments who presented earlier. I just have some basic questions, no, and this has been plaguing this topic when it comes to the creation of a Department of Overseas Filipino Workers. I want to ask Cabsec Nograles, creating a department like this is also signaling, no, and for many, many years, no, the goal is to create domestic jobs, no? Padamihin ang trabaho dito, padamihin ang nagnenegosyo. In fact, all the pieces of legislations enacted this past few years were all geared towards expanding our local economy and expanding jobs. Pero ngayon, CABSEC, we're now creating a new department geared towards addressing the issues of our OFWs. Parang nagsisignal rin ho tayo na gusto ho natin dumami pa yung nagtatrabaho sa abroad. At parang sa mga ordinaryong kababayan ho natin, ang sinasabi natin, okay lang umalis ho kayo sa abroad dahil meron tayong isang departamento na hahawak sa mga ganitong issues at problema ho natin. Ako po, supportive po ako sa mga ginagawa ng pamalaan ho natin para matulungan ang ating mga OFWs. Katulad po ng sinabi ng ating chairman, nung pumunta ho kami sa Hong Kong to talk to our OFWs, makikita ho natin yung iba't ibang kwento ho nila at talagang kailangan ho natin tutukan yung kanilang mga hinaing. But with this proposal, Capsec Nograles, we're in effect signaling that mag-abroad kayo dahil meron na tayong departamentong hahawak sa mga problema. So, isn't this contradictory to our goal of creating more jobs domestically? And now that we're signaling that we have a whole department handling issues to those who want to leave the country?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I respond? Thank you for the question, Senator Win. Hindi naman po, no. In fact, the bill also provides for a mandatory review after 10 years. At ang magre-review po nito ay ang Senado at ang Kongreso, no. Kung kinakailangan pa ba at kung i-extend pa ba, then after 10 years may 5-year mandatory review, no. And the mandatory review really is the signal na alam po natin na in the long term, ang gusto po natin talaga ay makabalik at makapagtrabaho ang ating mga Filipinos overseas, maka-establish ng kanilang sariling negosyo at hanap buhay dito po sa bansang Pilipinas. And hopefully nga po, yung lahat ng mga natutunan nila, technologies, know-how, skills that they acquired abroad, ay magagamit din nila eventually dito sa bansang Pilipinas for the benefit of Filipinos and the nation as well. But we also cannot turn a blind eye to the reality na not just for work but for other purposes. There's really immigration. There's migration, regular migration happening not just from Philippines going towards other countries, but all over the world. Migration is really a reality on the ground, no? And in fact, kaya nga po meron global compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration, which we've also already incorporated in this bill, as we can see. And that will really make sure na mapapangalagaan po natin ang kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan abroad. But ultimately also, as part of our global compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration, is yung safety nila to guard against illegal recruitment, but also ultimately to protect them, but also to enable them also to come home to their home country and contribute domestically naman dito sa country of origin. So it's just something that we really need to do in terms of creating this department para lang ma-integrate ang lahat ng approaches. But yes, the policy of government still maintains to be now, while we're protecting our Filipinos overseas, ultimately what we want them to ultimately do is be productive domestically, no? And that's the reason why there's a mandatory review ng creation ng department na ito, Mr. Chair.
So Kamsek, with this after 10 years, there's a mandatory review. Assuming, assuming best case scenario and in a perfect world, we managed to create 10 million jobs domestically and possibly encourage our OFWs to come back. Pwede rin po bang after 10 years ma-dissolve itong departamento na ito?
It will really be up to Congress, Mr. Chair, no? Sa wisdom ng Congress ng panahon na yan, and that oversight committee, at because of the oversight committee naman, I would presume na yearly or regularly, DOFIL will be reporting to the oversight committee ng kanilang mga accomplishments. So within 10 years, we will already have, kumbaga, a list of accomplishments na ginawa ng department. And then upon evaluation of that Congress on the 10th year of the existence ng DOFIL, we will leave it up to the wisdom po ng ating legislators. If they see fit na hindi na kinakailangan pa itong department na ito, and like you said, the good Senator Win Gatchalian said, Mr. Chair, in a perfect world, kung kunyari ay talaga nakakreate tayo ng ganung karaming trabaho, then perhaps the Congress at that time may see it fit to perhaps abolish or siguro slowly put it back or reorganize the department. So depende po sa Kongreso on that particular period in time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kamsek. Another basic question, Kamsek, and I was talking to our chairman earlier. Yung mga pang-aabuso, no? The root causes actually come from domestic, no? A lot of them come from illegal recruiters, a lot of them come from syndicates. Marami ho tayong mga sindikato na nag-ooperate at tinatarget po yung ating mga kababayan sa mga kanayunan. How will this bill address illegal recruiters? And for the past probably 5 years, ilan na po ang napakulong na illegal recruiters?
Yung sa arrests of illegal recruiters, I will defer to Secretary Bebot Bello and Dole and other agencies who may wish to respond, no? But doon, Mr. Chair, sa katanungan about how this bill will address, two ways. Number one, with the establishment ng mga malasakit centers na ma-integrate na po, one-stop shop na po lahat ng yan, we hope to be able to ramp up yung services para hindi na mangangailangan ng illegal recruiters, kasi ang tingin kasi ng ating mga kababayan mas mabilis pag dumaan sa illegal recruiters, or mas naloloko sila ng illegal recruiters kasi mas nafa-facilitate ang paperwork. Pero kung mabilis yung pag-aksyon at pagtugon ng ating mga malasakit centers, sapagkat meron na pong one-stop shop at nalalaman ng ating mga kababayan na ito yung legal way at mas safe na paraan, then hopefully there will not be a need for our kababayans na dumaan ng illegal recruiters. That is in the carrot approach, no? But sa stick approach naman po, syempre kailangan natin din mag-crack down doon sa mga illegal recruiters, and we will leave that up to the enforcers. With the department of with DOFIL, with the new department, mas magiging mabilis yung pakikipag-ugnayan ng DOFIL with our enforcers. At mas makaka-request po, kasi secretary level, mas makaka-request din po siya ng tulong mula sa iba't ibang mga secretaries po in the cabinet. So that's really a reality on the ground na kailangan po talaga ng pagtugon at yung mabilis na aksyon mula sa mga cabinet secretaries who are in charge in enforcing the law. So mas maging madali yung kumbaga yung communication side, pagkuha ng information mula sa DOFIL papunta doon sa mga enforcement side naman, kasama yung mga secretaries ng cabinet na in charge po dyan, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we hear from POEA, perhaps with the questions raised by Senator Gatchalian, just like to show you something, Secretary Bello, Admin Olalia, no? If you look at the data right now, as pointed out by Senator Gatchalian, it's very important that we look into this, no? Can you make it bigger, please? Just that particular. Ayan ho, pag tinignan niyo po yung endorsed for preliminary investigation, number of cases handled, etc. Pag tinignan niyo po, last 2019 and 2020, dadalawa po yung convictions nito. And so we'd like to find out, and I joined the gentleman from Valenzuela, what would happen if we create DOFIL? Will we be able to address this? And yung hundreds na mga cases po na ito, dalawa yung convictions, tataas po ba ito? May we hear from POEA or Secretary Bello? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, let me inform the Honorable Committee that there is an interagency to go against illegal recruiters, Mr. Chair. And second, we have to admit that we have very few convictions, Your Honor. Now, let me explain why. First, Your Honor, many of the illegal recruiters are now foreign-based. Unlike before, Your Honors, that most of our illegal recruiters are locally based. Now, we have more illegal recruiters based abroad, Your Honors. Second, and this is very sad to say, Your Honors, that many of our victims of illegal recruitments are willing victims, Your Honors. Alam na nila na mali yung pinapasukan nila, and yet they gamble with the offers of these illegal recruiters. So much to, Your Honors, that when the case is pending, that's why I don't blame the Department of Justice why mababa ang conviction, because many of these cases, Your Honors, result in dismissal Why, Your Honors? Nag-execute ng affidavit of desistance yung mga complainants. So when the complainants execute that affidavit of desistance, mawawala talaga yung kaso. And this is
Secretary,
what...
I'm sorry, Secretary, just to cut you out. We were talking
Yes.
about it ni Senator Win. Kung alam na po nila na ganun pala yung sitwasyon at alam nyo din po, what is the department doing or what POEA is doing? Kinancel ho ba kagad nila kung alam na ho nilang ganun? Cancel yung order, cancel yung kung ano man yung representation noong illegal recruitment na yon?
Tama po, Your Honor. Tama po na kinakancel ng POA yung mga lisensya niyan. Pero even without the license, Your Honors, they operate. Even without license. Because these are illegal recruiters, Your Honor. At pag nasa abroad sila, wala talaga tayong magagawa, Your Honors. Cancelin mo franchise nila. It does not really affect their business, their illegal business, Your Honors. Kaya talagang mahirap abulin mga yan, Your Honors, dahil ito na-modernize na yung kanilang approach. Yung alam nyo naman po na yung mga nire-recruit nila, kung minsan galing sa Mindanao, they fly to Palawan, from Palawan, they go to Malaysia, and then from Malaysia, they go to Hong Kong, and from Hong Kong, they go to the eastern countries. Ganito yung kalakaran na yun sa illegal recruitment. Na-high-tech na po sila, Your Honors. Kaya medyo may kahirapan, in fairness, Your Honor, kaya may kahirapan sa conviction. Yung arrest, marami naman na arrest. Pero eventually, nawawala nga po yan dahil because of the difficulty of prosecuting them because most of the complainants, yung mga victims, ay nag-withdraw. Hindi nila pinapursue yung kanilang complaints. Thank you, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, marami ho dito sa presentation and sa bill, no? It's about assistance. Tulungan ho natin yung ating mga OFWs. But damage have been done already, Mr. Chair. And without going after these illegal recruiters, whether domestic or abroad, and coming up with preventive measures from this happening, yung assistance ho natin at one point mauubos rin. Pero hindi ho natin, we're not addressing the root cause of the issue, which is illegal recruiters, syndicates, operating and preying on our OFWs. So in discussing this bill, Mr. Chair, this is a good opportune time to address this issue once and for all. And I'm in support of helping our OFWs, but yung mga pictures na nakikita natin, recently pinost po ni Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin, talagang dudugo po yung puso ho natin. Yung mga pictures of abuse, na sabi nga ng ating chair, karumal-dumal at parang wala pong kaluluwa yung gumawa. Sana ho, gamitin na natin itong batas na ito na pinag-uusapan natin na mahinto at mapigilan at makulong, no? Itong mga taong gumagawa ho nito. So, ang my message to Secretary Bello and to CAMSEC is to use this opportune time to go after, this illegal recruiters through this law, because this law will address the reaction of government, but we have to also be proactive in chasing and bringing these illegal recruiters to justice more efficiently, because nakakagulat ho yung presentation ng ating chair na iilan lang po ang conviction.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Yusek Ariola, yes?
Mr. Chair, we just like to add to what the Honorable Secretary Bello said. We agree that it's really difficult to prosecute because most of the recruiters are either neighbors or relatives. But we have some gains, Your Honor, like we had a conviction that was cited in the U.S. State Department report when two of our Filipinas who were trafficked from Dubai to Bahrain got a conviction in Bahrain. It convicted 7 Filipinos who made them sex slaves and 1 Bahraini police officer. It was done without them going to Bahrain. It was only through affidavits with the help of course IACAT and our NBI. We also would like to say that most of the they do not have normal work permits. They use visit visas. They enter through Dubai, and like our case in Syria, and from Dubai they are trafficked to a country with an alert level 4 where there's war, like Syria. We realize this is because they want to circumvent the process of the PUAA. And this has been difficult. That's why we've been working very closely also with our Bureau of Immigration. And I understand yesterday they were able to stop the travel of 4 Filipinas who were going to Dubai because it seems that there are trafficking in persons victims. Your Honor, we'd like to assure you that we are doing everything we can to help our kababayans. But I think there's been more apparent now that, especially during the pandemic, that many of our repatriates are holders of visit visa. And we've been working closely with OWA through the kindness, of course, of Administrator Kakdak, who has been considering them as OFWs, even if they're holders of visit visas, because they are undocumented workers. Also, Your Honor, I think it's something that the abuses that were posted by Secretary Locsin, they were not illegally recruited. These are household service workers, but then because of kafala and also because of abusive employers, they were subjected to abuse. So there are 2 things that we are looking at, Your Honor. One is the trafficking in persons, and secondly is the kafala that is existing in the Middle East. That's why we are closely working with our partners and other countries of destination to institute reforms. Thank you, Your Honor.
I think the bottom line here is, will it be addressed by DOFIL, itong mga issues that we are raising? We have heard about DOLE, Secretary Bello. It is very challenging. And we'll give the floor to Senator Bato. Sorry, Idol. Just one quick intervention lang. For example, itong third, ano nga tawag dito, yung third country recruitment, I think it's very challenging. And I share the sentiment of Secretary Bello, mahirap, pero ang hirap din po na isipin na parang helpless na rin po tayo, no? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, for example, the DOLE and DFA can actually engage in bilateral agreements with countries with large OFW population, you know, so that we can be able to monitor and penalize this foreign recruitment agency. So I hope na-intensify po natin yon. And again, yung bottom line na tinatanong ni Senator Win, and I join him, is paano ito ma-address with the creation of the department. I'll give the floor to Senator Bato. Yes, Senator Bato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alam nyo, I agree with the statement of our colleague, Senator Win Gatchalian. And I also sympathize with Secretary Bello dahil nga sa pulis parlance yan, ang yung sinasabi nga niya, number 1, beyond our jurisdiction, yung mga salarin. Number 2, ito yung pinakamahirap, itong willing victims. Sa pulis talaga, kahit na airtight case na yung na-build up mo, pagdating sa dulo, biglang nag-360 turn around yung victim, wala ang kaso. Talagang hindi mo makonvict yung mga suspects na yan. But ito nga, yung discussion na ito, Mr. President, nakikita natin na the more na suportahan natin itong bill na ito, itong DOFIL na ito, dahil with the passage of this bill into law, ay wala na magiging willing victims. Paano pa bang magiging willing victims yung FW natin kung alam nila na mayroon ng departamento na nangangalaga sa kanilang welfare, mayroon ng departamento na nag-asikaso sa kanilang employment abroad? Bakit pa sila pupunta doon sa mga illegal recruiter na yan kung nakita nila na may DOFIL naman na mag-asikaso sa atin? Dito na tayo sa legal. So wala na maging willing victims, Mr. President. So the more na gaganda yung takbo ng ating mga OFW na ito. So yun lang, Mr. President. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Bato. Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Who's talking? Sorry, I can't
Senator
hear.
Binay.
Hi, Senator
Senator
Nancy.
Binay.
Yes, with the indulgence of Senator Win.
Siguro, just to add dun sa topic, Mr. Chairman. For me kasi hindi na ito usapin lang ng illegal recruitment eh. Usapin na to ng human trafficking. Yung sinasabi nilang willing victim, siguro i-share ko lang kasi during nung time ng father ko, nung vice president siya, ito yung nag-iisang trabaho niya. In fact, merong isang instance doon na nagbihis madre pa, kaya lang sila nahuli na talagang magtatrabaho sila sa abroad kasi nga nakabihis madre pero nakapulang sapatos. Kaya nahuli sila na talagang ang intention nila was really to work abroad. So, isa tong problema na mas malalim na hindi sa tingin ko kayang sagutin ng DOFIL. But, kumbaga, this is an interdepartment problem. Kasi nga, human trafficking na to. Kaya, katulad ng nabanggit ni Yusek Ariola, meron tayong iyakat na tinatawag para nga bigyang solusyon itong problema natin sa human trafficking. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, just to conclude my my queries and give chance to to our colleagues. Gusto ko lang ho ibigyan din that the objective is to create more jobs. No? The signal here is to create more jobs domestically, to create more entrepreneurs domestically, at dito ho sila magtrabaho, bumalik ho sila para makasama nila yung kanilang pamilya. And this measure is aimed to efficiently deliver services to our kababayans abroad, especially our OFWs, and to prevent crimes and syndicates from flourishing and preying on our OFWs. So itong batas na ito ay gagawin pong mas episyente po ang gobyerno ho natin sa paglalagay po sa isang departamento, lahat po na may kinalaman po sa pagbibigay serbisyo po sa ating mga kababayan. But the signal should be very clear that the goal is for our kababayans to come back, to be with their families, and to contribute to nation building. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator
Mr. Chair.
Gatchalian. We'll proceed with the order. We'll give the floor to Senator Frank Drilon, our minority floor leader. But before that, we'd like to give the opportunity to the author of one of the authors of the bills that we are tackling today, Senator Bongo. Senator Bongo, you're recognized.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair, to my fellow colleagues and our resource persons. Good day, and thank you for allowing me to make a short manifestation. Today, we heed the call of the President to enact a measure that will create a department solely focused on the ever-growing needs of Filipinos in foreign lands. I thank our good chair, Senator Villanueva, and all of my colleagues who filed similar bills for leading this first step towards the realization of this goal. The President has been steadfast in his position that the country needs a department to properly address the concerns of Filipinos overseas. This is so important to him that he has called for the creation of this department in the last two State of the Nation addresses. Simple lang po ang layunin ng batas na ito. Gusto natin na magkaroon ng isang ahensya ng gobyerno na magsisilbing timon para sa lahat ng concerns ng ating mga kababayan sa ibang bansa. Para naman po ito sa ikakabuti po ng mahigit 10 milyong Pilipino na nakipagsapalaran po sa ibang bansa. Sa tagal po natin sa public service, hindi naman po lingid sa ating kaalaman na kapag ating mga ahensya ay hiwa-hiwalay at may kanya-kanyang mandato, ang nahirapan po ay ang ating mga overseas Pilipino. Kadalasan di nila alam kung saan sila pupunta, pinagpapasahan pa sila, hindi po dapat ganito ang ating gobyerno. Suklihan po natin sila sa kanilang sakripisyo ng maayos at maasahang serbisyo. Tinatawag nga po natin silang modern day heroes natin, mga bagong bayani. Matagal na po tayong nagtatrabaho para sa kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan sa ibang bansa. Panahon na po na maramdaman naman nila ng ating pinagtatrabahuan. Ang executive department po, nagkaroon na sila ng serye ng mga meetings at consultations among the government agencies involved in this measure to coordinate and consolidate their concerns about the bill. Nagkakaisa po ang ating mga government agencies in support of this proposed law, no? Headed by CABSEC Nograles, Secretary Bello, Yusek Riola at iba pang mga sila, Yusek Astra. Salamat po sa inyo. Hindi po ito pang dagdag sa ating bureaucracy, rather this is a measure to streamline the bureaucracy. Kaysa naman hiwa-hiwalay ang ating mga ahensya na nagsisilbi sa ating mga overseas Filipinos, hindi po ba mas maganda na nasa isang bubong na lang sila, isang team, isang mandato? Kailangan po mayroon tayong one country team approach para pero ang pinaka-importanteng boses po na kailangan nating pakinggan ay ang boses po ng ating mga overseas Filipinos. Napakarami po ang nagsasabi na bakit natin merong mga nagsasabi na bakit natin kailangang gumawa ng isang departamento. May gumagana naman po ang ating SETA. With all due respect po, iba naman po ang nangyayari sa ground. Nahirapan po ang ating mga overseas na Pilipino. Paano po natin masasabi na gumagana ang ating sistema sa tuwing ako po ay umiikot sa ating mga kababayan, paulit-ulit po ang kanilang mga hinaing. Sana po ay alalahanin natin na sila po ang nangangailangan dito, pakinggan po natin sila, intindihin natin kung saan po sila nanggagaling. At the end of the day, para naman po sa kanila itong isinusulong nating batas. Nandito po tayo, hindi para maghain lamang ng mga batas na hindi kailangan. Nandito po tayo para magbigay ng solusyon. Nakikiusap po ako sa ating mga kasamahan na sa pagsiservisyo dito sa Senado. Help us craft this law and help us craft this in a way that would truly work and achieve its intended objectives. Maraming salamat sa mga kasamahan ko rito, sa mga colleagues ko, of course, kay Senator, our minority floor leader, Senator Frank Drilon. Maraming salamat. Napakadami po ng ating mga kababayan sa ibang bansa na naghihintay po ng tulong natin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. At this juncture, we give the floor to... Yes?
Yusek Astra.
I'm sorry, we have an order here. We'll give the floor to our minority floor leader. Has been waiting for quite a long time. Our minority floor leader, Senator Frank Drilon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been listening intently to all the presentations for the past 1 hour, and I can appreciate the various views put forward by our different government agencies, indeed being part of the cabinet, with the president having certified this measure. It's incumbent upon them to defend the creation of this department for overseas Filipino workers. That's natural. I don't blame them, although they had different positions in the past on precisely the same issue. But having said that, Mr. President, I think I can claim a little experience on this point. I started my government career as Secretary of Labor, and I have had first-hand experience on these problems and was able to address many of these problems as a Secretary of Labor then. Of course, I'm a little bit dated. I was there about 30 years ago, but hearing what the proposed, what the problems are, it's nothing that is new to me. In various forums, I have confronted this. Having said that, Mr. President, may I be given time to review carefully the propositions and the position papers of the various cabinet members. I would like to have a copy of the presentations. I will review the transcript, but particularly the presentation of Secretary Nograles, the presentation of the DFA, the presentation of the Department of Labor and Employment. Just give me a little time to review all of this before I raise questions so that it can be a substantial discussion on the issue at hand. So with that, Mr. President, may I defer my questions to some future hearing set by this committee. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, distinguished Minority Floor Leader, and we'll put this on record that you are not at all aging. You're always updated, distinguished Minority Floor Leader. Every single measure that is being passed in this August chamber, talagang fully scrutinized by our Minority Leader, and he makes sure that every single measure that will be passed will be quality measure, quality laws of this country. So again, thank you, distinguished Minority Floor Leader, and we take note of your request, and we direct the Secretariat to make sure that not only the Minority Floor Leader but all the members of the Senate be given a copy of the positions of the different agencies of the government, including the presentations made by our Cabinet Secretary and DFA and other agencies. Next in line is our distinguished colleague from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, if he's online.
Parang okay na po yan, Chairman, yung binanggit niya kanina. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Senator Mig Subiri, of course, our Majority Leader, will give the floor to you if you
It's okay,
wish
Mr.
to.
Chairman. I think some resource persons want to be recognized. We have, I think,
Yes.
the OFW, OPA Secretary, Office of the President, and
if
also
that's the case, we can recognize our representative from CFO and the Overseas Filipino Workers and the Muslim Concerns. We have Secretary Abdullah Mamao who's with us. Yes, sir. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I would like to go back on the issue pointed out by the Honorable Senator Gatchalian. And it is about the effective prosecution of illegal recruiters. The problems that we are facing are not only illegal recruitment, but also human trafficking. And I had seen this in my travels to the Middle East, especially in Iraq and in Kuwait and in Saudi Arabia, and for that matter in some parts of the Middle East. One thing that I would like to point out, Mr. Chairman, is that in the matter of prosecution, as pointed out by Secretary Bilyo, there is that problem of lack of interest on the part of the victims. I would like to say that this is one thing that can be the subject of legislation, where the matter of prosecuting crimes on illegal recruitment and human trafficking can be considered as public crimes. In other words, even if there is withdrawal of the criminal complaints, the prosecution for that matter can proceed with the prosecution of these criminal cases. And from the data that was just presented, it seems that we have sort of a very, very lax prosecution of these criminal cases. So the leadership on this new department will really be a very important component on the creation of this department that will serve as a very effective organization on international labor migration. So I would like to suggest, Mr. Chairman, that the law on the prosecution of illegal recruiters should be considered as public crime. And one thing also, in relevant to the prosecution of drug offenders, maybe one consideration that could be made is to consider the crime of illegal recruitment as non-bailable offenses, so that in the event a respondent is accused and there is an information filed, that respondent will remain in jail until the case is prosecuted successfully by our prosecution department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Mamao. From the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, I was hearing kanina si Yusek Astravel. Yusek
Hello,
Astravel.
Mr.
Yes, you
Chair.
have the floor.
Yes,
Please.
can you hear me? Yes. I would just like to make an intervention regarding the human trafficking and illegal recruitment. It is good to note, maybe the legislators would appreciate it very much also if we report that the Philippine government has been ranked as tier 1 against human trafficking for 4 consecutive years already. So since the start of the administration of President Duterte, that was in 2016, we have received the tier 1 ranking. And we are the only country in Asia actually who got that ranking. So the efforts of this government has been very notable to fight against human trafficking, and the coordination of the different agencies has been enhanced. And in fact, the creation of the DOFIL would also address the concern of this, because even in the IACAT Council meetings, one representative from DOLE, another representative from ILAB, another representative from CFO, and so on and so forth. But when the DOFIL is going to be created, there's only just one voice that's going to be consolidated in the IACAT Advocom, and the coordination for, for these efforts will be done by one of the different agencies, migration agencies, will in fact be consolidated, and there will only be one voice and one command that is going to be given by the secretary. So we believe in the CFO that as the IACAT Advocom chair, we believe that with this creation, it will address a lot of the issues. And so we would like to recognize all, of course, the marching orders of the president to really fight against human trafficking and illegal recruiters. And in fact, there are many cases. We could ask the DOJ to give also to this committee the report on the convictions, the recent convictions, the recent cases that the IACAT has done to fight against illegal recruitment and human trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek Astravel, no? And again, we are with the executives when you talk about the importance of having a department that would solely focus, laser focus, and concentrate in the affairs of our overseas Filipinos. But no less than the secretary himself made mention from the Department of Labor and Employment that this is very challenging, no? And Senator Win and I are talking about how DOFIL will be able to help address the problem of illegal recruitment, the problem of third country recruitment, the increase of third country recruitment, especially after this pandemic, nag-shoot up po ito, no? And as mentioned earlier, I think with the establishment of a Department of Filipino Overseas, perhaps there will be a focus on addressing the engagement of bilateral agreements with countries with large OFW population, again to monitor and penalize yung mga foreign recruitment agencies. We'll give the floor to Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Amy Marcos, you're recognized. Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Amy, I think she's on the other hearing.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I think she's on the other hearing, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Nancy Binay.
Hindi, si Yusek Edilion kasi was raising her hand.
Yes, I saw her kanina, but she left. I couldn't see her right now. Yusek Edilon.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you're there. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't see everyone in this small screen.
Okay.
Yusek Edilon, you're recognized, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the honorable members of this committee. We just would like to weigh in on the issue raised earlier by Senator Win, and this is really with respect to that policy of labor exporting ba tayo? Hindi. Okay. So we always maintain that it's not a policy to export labor, but we see actually this department as an opportunity to bring home that message. And we think that what can be done is to make explicit the mandate of reintegration as part of the mandate of the department of this department. So in particular, we are actually proposing that in Section 4, we include as part of the mandate that of formulating, responsible for the formulation, planning, and coordination of reintegration and social service programs for returning OFs. In fact, we're even proposing that for the Office of the Undersecretary for Foreign Employment, that we include there and reintegration. So what the situation we are hoping to happen is that for every overseas Filipino living, remember we actually provide a pre-departure orientation where we actually include financial literacy courses as part of that. And we should actually include financial planning and require all these overseas Filipinos to come up with a financial plan. So how much are they hoping to raise with this overseas employment, and when do they want to come back, so that they can plan accordingly? And we have the department that will also help them with respect to investment placement. We already have an amendment to the corporation code, which actually will allow them to invest in corporations here in the Philippines. Will even allow them to attend meetings in virtually. So these are things that can be handled also by the department, again, so that the signal is that while we recognize that this is a reality, we still think that we still know and recognize that the long-term plan of Filipinos is still to be with their family. So that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. No, just one question, but before I do that, let me reiterate my position on this, and we agreed that this should not be the case, and this is not a state policy, and we'd like to emphasize the importance, really the importance of creating jobs here in the Philippines, that we don't need to see another kababayan of ours. Imagine yung binanggit natin kanina, 6,000 plus before the pandemic, 6,000 plus every single day would leave the country, would be separated from their families, from their loved ones, etc. So importante po talaga yung pag-create ng paglikha ng trabaho dito sa ating bansa. At yung binabanggit niyo po, Yusek Adilon, yung reintegration. No? I just remember sa China yung policy nila, they utilize their overseas Chinese professionals by introducing policies to provide formal incentives to returning professionals to conduct research and practice their profession through facilitating scholarships, grants, funding, etc. Ito yung gusto natin mangyari once we put this new department of Filipinos overseas. But let me ask you one question, Yusek. When you talk about right sizing, fiscal space, I remember during the budget hearing, ang NEDA had strong reservations on establishing a new department, no? When it comes to right sizing principles, tsaka itong fiscal space. Does our government have enough fiscal space if the proposed department will be passed this year? Because that's our goal. And number two, can you give us estimated total budget requirement for the initial implementation, perhaps maintenance of this proposed department? And siguro, how much also will be saved considering that upon the presentation of CABSEC Nograles, yung mga agencies pagsasama-samahin, so yung mga nag-overlap na mga positions, magiging synchronized po yan, makakasave po tayo. Can you give us just a ballpark figure, Yusek Adilon? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it was the office of CABSEC who consolidated all the inputs with respect to this. Yes, this was actually the issue, the concern raised by the economic managers. But we now recognize that this could actually be the way to really come up with a more efficient delivery of services. So we think that having so many departments in charge is may not be the optimal way of delivering the service. And so we don't have the ballpark figure, but we are looking at all those numbers that were mentioned by CABSEC, that if it's really a matter of putting together all these previous bureaus or departments in charge, and then the budget, parking it in the department, then it could be a way of rationalizing it. But actually, I would defer to the DBM to come up with the more exact numbers with respect to how much does it really take to start a department. In fact, one of our comments as well is to provide for a longer transition for this department. I think the bill states that it's just for 6 months. We are actually proposing 2 years because we are in a pandemic. There are so many problems that could come up that requires very immediate response, and if you have a transition being done, which is massive transition at that, then it could hamper the response. So but we think that if we allow for a longer transition, then that would take care of the issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Si Cabsec Nograles would like to, if you want to say something about the questions raised, if you have some figures. I think we also have from DBM si Director Meng Hamal, who's also with us. I don't know if she could help us out with the questions raised, but unless Cabsec Nograles would like to say something.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Actually, dun sa slide na present po namin, actually what we wanted to show lang is in the first year of its creation, hindi naman po tayo magdadagdag ng budget kasi yung budget na nakalodge na sa iba't ibang mga offices, mga iba't ibang opisina,
Yun yung
isasubsume na o ipapasok kapag inamalgamate natin. So wala nang dagdag na budget ang kinakailangan. We will only see what sort of budget implications it will have siguro on the next budget cycle na po. And I think that's the reason why the 6 months is nandyan. Because wala naman tayong babaguhin sa budget, nandyan na po yung budget. So if, for instance, Congress is able to pass it this month, March, mapirmahan na ni Pangulo, then you just have 6 months towards the end of 2021 to be able to just subsume what is in the OMWA, yung existing ATN units, yung sa Legal Assistance Fund, sa CFO, sa ILAB, sa POLO, sa NCRO, at sa ISSO. Lahat pa naman yan ay gagamitin dun sa panibagong department at wala naman tayong i-create na bagong undersecretary siguro muna kasi meron ng isang USEC na i-absorb na position. And then siguro yung next budget cycle ipapasok na lang po natin. And that's the reason why we want it sana pass na, Mr. Chair, para we can already, when Congress begins to deliberate on the 2022 budget, then doon na po natin makikita, makikita both the Senate and the House kung meron pa bang karagdagang budget ang kinakailangan for 2022. But very minimal lang siguro, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. And
Chair.
perhaps next hearing, if we could hear something from DBM, kasi kung isi-synchronize po yung ilang mga positions, definitely we will be able to save some monetary funding for the department. And another thing that I'd like to raise is that DBM during the budget hearings, I remember they were kind of having second thoughts about creating a department last year because of the fact in the light of the Mandanas decision by fiscal year 2022 that would impact the overall personal services level. of our public sector. No? So I hope na ano po natin. I think Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Mig Subiri, our majority leader,
Yeah.
would like to add something. Yes.
Yeah. Just to add, because CAPSEC is online, Secretary Bello is online, my dear colleagues in the executive department are online, and they're listening. What is important is we don't create false hopes for our kababayans na OFWs. We have to create a department that is actually that can actually help them out. 'Di ba? Kasi mahirap naman sabihin natin sa kanila, gagawa tayo ng Department of OFWs, pero huwag kayong mag-alala, sila na bahala sa lahat ng problema ninyo. So we have to make sure that we're not providing false hopes with them, and that there is a clear-cut structure in place on how their grievances can be heard and how their grievances can be solved. Because I'll give you an example. We created recently the Department of Housing. But my question always is, did we increase the number of houses in our country, na low-cost houses, because of this new department? So, ang ayaw ko mangyari bilang author nitong Department of Filipino Overseas Workers ay meron tayong isang departamento na wala namang nagagawa. Bumabalik pa rin sila sa DOLE, bumabalik pa rin sila sa ambassadors para sa kanilang mga tulong at pangangailangan. So, I need the support of we need the support of the executive how to really make this work, kasi kayo ang implementors eh. Kami, we can write the best law, but if it is not implemented properly, naka-ere, no? They're still hanging. All our OFWs will still be hanging, and then eventually sasabihin nila, walang hiya tong department, wala namang ginagawa para sa amin ito. Ayaw natin yan. We have a chance now from the very beginning to make a good law, to make sure that it is responsive of the needs of the OFWs bilang isang author. And that is the input that we need from the executive department on how we can make it work. We see already the bottlenecks, we see the problems of financing, we see the problems of personnel, even in the embassies abroad. So, wag po natin itong gawing shell cabinet portfolio. It has to be a working cabinet portfolio. So yun po ang kailangan namin, because I'm listening intently to the discussions with all due respect to our different government agencies. But we need specifics on how it will make it better. Not a mere absorption of the departments that are now existing is not enough to create a powerful, efficient, effective department. As we had seen in the creation of the Department of Housing, I do not see a tremendous amount of new houses in the countryside. So, sana, yung Marawi kami ni Aimee, di ba, at ni Sen Bato, hirap na hirap kami sa Marawi at yung mga bahay dun kulang pa. So, let's work together on how you can give inputs that can actually directly improve the versions that we have already filed. Para to sa ating mga kababayan ng OFWs, let's not give them a white elephant, let's give them a very efficient and effective department. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will continue listening intently for better, for other increased additions to our bill to make it work.
Thank you very much, our distinguished majority floor leader who worked so hard for this committee hearing to continue and being very supportive of these measures at hand. I am a living testimony. I've seen firsthand how our majority leader takes care of our OFWs, no? And as mentioned earlier, when we went to Hong Kong, he made a lot of our kababayans happy during that time. And again, thank you, Majority Floor Leader. We give the floor to Senator Amy Marcos. Yes, she's here. Okay, Senator Amy, you have the floor.
Sorry, medyo nagja-jogging kami between DA and Senator Dick. So I logged in earlier and then went on to other places. So I'm back. As Arma Jo said, let's be careful that we don't unduly raise expectations. It's important that we home into the actual target. As we know, there are three categories of Filipinos abroad. There are those who are permanent, there are those who are temporary, and the irregular migrants. Yung temporary, ang commonly na tinatawag nating OFW. Talaga bang i-target natin lahat yan or liliwanagan natin? Kasi it's very, very important that we're very clear so that hindi natin sakupin lahat. And as Majo said, masamang experience natin pag hindi rin naman napopondohan at hindi rin nabibigyan ng maayos na direksyon yung department, sayang lang, title lang yung department at saka sahod lang ng 5 USEC ang binabayaran. Wala lang. The other thing that I really needed to know was, is there a real resumption of placement abroad? Full-blown na ba yan? Na-discuss ba kanina? Kasi litong-lito po yung mga dito sa norte, yung mga na-repatriate, kung makakabalik ba yung mga NARS, hindi ba pwede yan? Ano na ba talaga yung sitwasyon? Kasi ang pagkaalam nila, hindi pa sila pwedeng i-repatriate. So medyo nagkakagulo lang. I just needed an update. You don't need to answer right now, but it's important given the discussion about Bayanihan 1 and 2, the disbursements for the OFW items in both those laws need to be explained and finalized.
Yes, go
DBM? Ay, sino yan?
May taga DBM chairman who's raising her hand.
Yes,
taga DBM.
can we hear from you?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, I would just like to add about what Kamsek Nograles mentioned about the budget. We actually have this cost of estimated cost for 2021 level, the amount of 1,109,357 and 485, which refers to the estimated minimum funding requirements for the newly created department level entity. So this would cover the cost for the basic operationalization of a department, but this excludes those for the implementation of the specific programs, activities, or projects of a department to deliver its organizational outcomes and outputs consistent with its mandate. We have some assumptions that could be considered in coming up with this estimated cost. Should I give the breakdown?
Yes,
sorry,
Senator
Mr.
Amy.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, yung tinatanong ko, yung status sana ng B1, B2, at kung talagang nag-resume na yung placement abroad, yung deployment, 100% na ba siya?
Yes, I think si Senator Amy is asking DOLE or DFA.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary
yeah.
Bello, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to address the concern of my kababayan, Senator Amy. For the information of the committee, Your Honors, would like to inform you that the repatriation of our overseas continues every day. In fact, Your Honors, the repatriation, well, it was substantially reduced, but it's still talking of about 1,000 to 2,000 repatriates every day, Your Honor. Now, as to the deployment, Your Honors, we have no deployment suspension right now, but we have a deployment cap with respect to our nurses and other healthcare workers. The cap, Your Honor, is 5,000 per year. But this cap, Your Honors, does not cover the balik manggagawa, Your Honors.
I see.
And yes, and for the information of the Honorable Committee, we are now negotiating with the United Kingdom because the United Kingdom government has requested that they be exempted from the deployment cap of 5,000 a year. And it is under negotiation, Your Honor. And another country, which is Germany, is also requesting for a deployment of 50,000 medical workers, Your Honor. And these are all subject to discussions, Your Honor. So that's the present situation of our deployment, Your Honors.
Thank you so much. The reason I asked, Mr. Chair, is precisely as Secretary Bello said, despite the urgent pleas of the European Union, as well as California and other states in the United States, the the nurses and other health workers who wish to go overseas have not been allowed overseas. Pero yung pala, may cap pala tayo and under negotiation. Thank you for that information, and if we can be updated as soon as possible. And then yun nga, yung B1 at B2, kumusta na? Natanggap na ba ng ating DOLE at iba't iba pang lugar, iba't iba pang ahensya, yung naibigay sa Bayanihan 1 and 2 mula sa DBM?
Your Honor, may I request our POA administrator to address that concern, Your Honor.
Yes, Admin Olalia, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Senator Marcos, yun pong H2A at H2B po, ito po yung ating seasonal workers and non-seasonal skilled workers po natin.
Aling item yan sa Bayanihan 1 or 2?
Bayanihan 1.
Oo, to clarify lang, kasi yung naintindihan lang po namin yung Bayanihan 1 and 2 eh. Baka yung detailed project listing na yan.
These are the seasonal workers, ma'am, and according to the US government, tinanggal na po nila yung restriction sa atin, no? So yung H2B, I think they are allowing now.
Are you referring to an American visa? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Hindi. Ang tinatanong ko, natanggap na ba ninyo ng kabuuhan yung perang galing sa DBM, sa Bayanihan 1 at saka sa Bayanihan 2?
Your Honor, we already received all the budgetary allocation under Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2, Your Honor. And thank you very much for that, Your Honor.
Yes, naniniguro lang. So, have you been able to disburse the entire amount? Kasi natuklasan namin sa ibang department, nasa 25% or even less yung nagastos despite the fact that it's supposed to be an emergency fund.
Your Honor, yung Bayanihan 1 fully paid out na, Your Honors.
Oo, na-report na ninyo yung Bayanihan 1. At saka nagdagdag pa nga kayo, ewan ko paano ninyo nagawa eh. Yung Bayanihan 2,
yung Bayanihan 2, Your Honors, malapit nang maubos na rin. Yun na lang pong appropriation for our OFWs under the ACAP program. Meron na lang po siguro naiiwan na mga almost 400 million pa, Your Honors, to cover about 40,000 OFWs.
sigurado naman kulang yung ACAP.
Yung abot kamay sa pagtulong, Your Honors, that is our program for our OFWs. We are giving them a cash assistance of $200 on site, and it's a peso equivalent of 10,000 if they've been repatriated, Your Honors.
Yes, that's right, Secretary. Kaya sigurado ako madali lang gastusin yan, kulang pa. So if you could just submit the breakdown for Bayanihan 2 so that we have it on record. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, I'm just being difficult, but out of sheer desperation, over the repatriated OFWs, Cabsec Nograles is here. There is the possibility, of course, of simply expanding the PEO. In the meantime, with an executive order, pwede ba yun? Na i-expand yung authority, bigyan na muna ng budget kung hindi pa natin kaya. Alam niyo, ako yung dakilang Ilocano dito, kasama ni Secretary Bello, and if you will see, 2019 pa, wala pang COVID, ang sinasuggest ko, wag munang department, kundi authority lang. Kasi alam ko nga kung gaano kalaki yung gastos, tulad ng sinabi ni DBM Meng Hamal, napakamahal talaga. I was actually thinking, worst case na lang, hindi ba pwedeng i-executive order na muna yung POEA at talagang hirap na talaga ang ating mga OFW, expand authority perhaps, and integrate DFA and DSWD functions that are relevant. Wala lang, devil's advocate lang para mapabilis lang ang ating problema.
Yes, I think it's an important issue raised by Senator Amy, and I'd like to join her in ensuring that we'll get an answer, no? Bakit importante na department instead of for example, a bureau or a authority focusing on OFWs? Can we have an answer on that? Siguro kay Kabsec o kung kanino man po, bakit kailangan ang department, not an authority? And another thing that I'd like to raise, as mentioned by Senator Aimee, in Sri Lanka, ganun po yung ginawa nila sa Sri Lanka. Yung kanilang Ministry of Foreign Employment acts as a policy-making body on all matters relating to foreign employment. So ang ginawa nila, parang yung POEA natin, yun ang ginawa nilang another unit, no? Parang department, yung POEA natin, yun ang ginawa nila. So I hope na meron tayong mga pag-aaral nito, and we know for a fact that this is the best way to go to create a Department of Overseas Filipinos. Can we hear from Kabsec?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Senator Aimee. No, I guess the answer would be structurally, it is something that we hope to accomplish in terms of right sizing and concentrating all efforts. No, so structurally, kung lahat under one umbrella, instead of it being some sort of interagency, magkaroon na rin ng permanence. Yung structure na yan, na everything's under one umbrella at isa lang po yung timon, gaya ng sinabi ng author, si Senator Bongo. And then by rank, I guess mas I mean, di hamak naman po, let's be realistic, mas nakikerry po ng powers ang ini-impose ng isang cabinet secretary. So with a cabinet secretary and a secretary rank, a member of the cabinet, a full-fledged member of the cabinet na makaka-report kay Pangulo, makakakuha agad ng presidential directives from the president at makaka-impose din po agad, no? Because remember, pag cabinet secretary po ang level, syempre pagdating sa international, sa other countries, cabinet secretary ang nagsasalita, no? So in terms of prosecuting, going against traffickers, being a member of the Interagency Council against trafficking, illegal recruitment and everything, pakikipag-usap sa mga counterparts natin sa ibang bansa, person na cabinet rank holds much sway in discussions like that kasi alter ego na nga ng Pangulo. So maraming advantages po. And then thirdly, of course, we want to do it very, very fast, as said by Senator Aimee. But if, I guess, kung the choice is between an authority and department, mas pipiliin po ng executive branch at ni Pangulo na rin mismo. Kaya nga po nag-issue na siya ng certification of urgency so that the Senate would take into recognition that si Pangulo na rin ang nakikiusap na department na. Kasi same effort na lang din po kung we do an authority or a department. The preference, with all due respect, Senator Aimee, Mr. Chair, is department level na po.
Well, first, thank you, Senator Aimee. Just one
Yeah,
minute.
no problem.
If you may, thank you. Secretary Nograles, please don't get us wrong. We are with you. A lot of senators are supporting this measure. I, for one, is very passionate about this. In fact, we believe that there's really a need for a one agency government, whether it's an authority or department, that would really focus on the affairs of our beloved Filipinos overseas, especially our our OFWs, no? And syempre, pagdating, you know very well more than any member of the cabinet how it is in the Senate, how it works in the Congress. After the committee hearings, we will be on the floor, we will be debating on it, we'll be scrutinizing the measure, etc. I'll be the one defending the measure. And it's important that we talk about this, no? As I mentioned earlier, yung Sri Lankan model, yung parang POEA nila, yun yung ginawa nilang Ministry of Foreign Employment. Now, when you talk about, as I was listening attentively to your statement, yung importance of mainstreaming our OFW services. Yung pong ginawa ng India in 2004, they established a separate ministry for overseas employment. No? Ang ginawa nila, yung Ministry of External Affairs, which is similar to our Department of Foreign Affairs, yun po, dun nila nilagay yun. No? So DFA, their DFA in India handles this OFW services. So again, ang point lang natin is we look into all these models and we say this is really what is best for our situation, for yung setup, present setup natin with millions and millions of our overseas Filipinos abroad.
Yes,
Senator Amy,
Mr.
please
Chair.
proceed.
yes,
Mr.
just
Chair, with the permission of Sen. Aimee, related.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Binay, with the indulgence of Senator Amy. Senator Binay, you're recognized.
Okay lang, Sen. Aimee?
yeah, sure.
Okay. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman, kasi di ba parang nasabi ni Cabsec Carlo, with the creation of DOFIL, parang may secretary na nakatutok. But we do have a secretary. I mean, Secretary Delio is there, who also has the ear of the president. So, ano yung magiging diferensya with the creation of DOFIL?
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please, Cabsec, thank you.
Maganda yung tanong ni Senator Nancy, no? So basically, parang if you look at DOLE and the portfolio of the Department of Labor and Employment, napakalawak. So siguro ang ma-imagine or ma-envision po natin, pagdating sa OFWs or even overseas Filipinos, not just OFWs, but for the Department of Overseas Filipinos ang mag-handle ng overseas Filipinos concerns, no? Whereas si Secretary Bello at the Department of Labor and Employment can really now focus on job generation, employment domestically. So parang that way, we, especially with this COVID-19 pandemic na maraming nawala ng trabaho, if we have the two departments really working on employment, no, protecting our Filipinos overseas, how to get them back working there and even reintegrating them back domestically. And then sa DOLE naman, protecting our domestic Filipino workers naman domestically, no? Ang lahat ng mga kababayan natin mga Pilipino na nagtatrabaho dito. So parang ganun, it's magkaroon ng we hope to be able to accomplish even more protection for workers, either overseas or domestically. And then of course generate more jobs. At the end of the day, ito na yung next laban natin after COVID eh. Job generation, employment, and all of these things na kailangan natin to get people back sa kanilang pagtatrabaho.
Yeah, pero Cabsec Carlo, pero technically, pag sinabi mo overseas, yan naman ang trabaho ng Secretary of Foreign Affairs, di ba? In fact, mas siya yung may personality abroad. And so, ang ibig sabihin ba nito, yung magiging secretary ng DOFIL will already do some jobs of the Secretary of Foreign Affairs?
Actually, Mr. Chair, kaya nga nakalagay dun sa ating bill, sa bill na sinusuportahan ng executive, na nandiyan yung one country approach pa rin. No? So basically, what we really want to accomplish, Mr. Chair, is meron talagang mga nakatutok dito sa ating OFWs at overseas Filipinos. But because again, no, the DFA, malawak din yung hinahawakan ng DFA, and now we have the support of DFA. No? Lahat ng nandito ngayon ng mga departments natin are well aware of how the assignments would look like. Na parang while we're working together as one country, at least may mga nakatutok na mga cabinet secretaries according to the mandate that will be provided by Congress ultimately. So yun po yung gusto natin ma-accomplish, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Amy, you may continue. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Cabsec Nograles has given us 3 compelling reasons that a department is required. To my mind, these are not that compelling. After all, unang-una, yung structurally right-sizing, surely the opposite would occur. Given that, as Majority Leader Subiri has said, sawang-sawa na tayo sa ating mga shell departments na wala naman nangyayari kasi wala naman budget, wala naman liderato, ay para pa Ako'y Ilocana. We don't have 1 billion pesos in the time of COVID burning a hole in our pockets. It's simply not the case. I filed the authority long before because the expertise, in fact, lies with POEA. You cannot, even if you endow this new department with all kinds of money, you cannot overnight generate the kind of skill sets required for the psychosocial repatriation of our OFW. You cannot mandate all these labor relations and other requisites that we would need in order that our migrant labor populations would be ready for the new normal and be ready for the new regional adjustments. Secondly, yung isang timon, hindi naman natutulog sa pansitan si Secretary Bello at ganon din ang tapang-tapang ni Secretary Locsin. Sa palagay ko, maliban pa dyan, si Presidente nakailang beses na rin na ginagawang cabinet rank yung hindi namang cabinet, katulad ng NEDA. Ang tagal na ng NEDA na authority lamang. Pero secretary po ang tawag natin, higit sa lahat ng kausap niyan, World Bank, IMF, FATF, ang tataray at nang bobongga ng mga kausap. Hindi naman totoong sekretary kung tutuusin, wala naman department yan. Ikatlo, ang sabi po ninyo, quickly. Ang nangyayari, hindi po quickly. I'm fully aware that this was part of the platform and the promises of President Duterte when he ran in 2016. But 2016 to 2021 has been a very, very long time. So I am really very keen that we carry on already. Kung EO lang yan, sige na lang. Pero importante talaga na magkaroon tayo ng isang namamahala sa ating mga repatriated OFWs. You made the distinction between local and international labor. There is no such distinction. Thousands, hundreds of thousands have been repatriated and have now been forced to look for jobs in the local workplace. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Senator Amy, and we hope to get clearer picture in the coming hearings. Why is it really important? No, we cannot take this path of just putting or creating an authority instead of a department, but also would like to place on record, as I mentioned earlier, yung Sri Lankan model, tsaka yung Indian model, yung sa Nepal naman ho, sa Nepal, yung Nepal's Ministry of Labor, Employment and Social Security, or MOLES, this is similar to our Department of Labor and Employment. Sila naman po yung nag-handle ng overseas workers po nila. So perhaps in the next hearings, we'll talk about more of these different models where we can perhaps learn from, and at the same time ensure that what we are tackling here and yung direction po natin, this is the best way to go in serving our overseas Filipinos. Next on the list is Senator Francis Tolentino. Senator Tolentino, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to our colleagues. Good morning to our resource persons. Kwento ko lang siguro yung my previous experience during my previous life as MMDA chairman. My first week in office, I visited Taft Avenue. And Taft Avenue was teeming with a lot of enforcers. There was an outpost of the Philippine National Police, Pasay Police. There was a station for the Highway Patrol. There was an outpost for MMDA, and I think I saw another outpost for Pasay traffic enforcer. So sabi ko, anong ginagawa nyo rito? We're manning the traffic. So seeing that, I saw the chaotic situation. Dinimolish po lahat yung mga outposts. A lot of them performing the same functions. But to set the record straight, I am in favor of this measure. I would just like to add more confusion to the chaotic situation. I'd like to ask the representative, the highest ranking representative coming from the DFA, and probably Secretary Nograles can butt in if he may so desire. Is there a DFA representative here?
Yes,
Secretary
we have
Roxy.
Yusek Ariola and other members of the department. You may proceed, Senator
Yes,
Tolentino.
Yusek Ariola, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Yes, this will crisscross previous questions made by Senators Binay and I think Senator Marcos or the previous questions coming from my colleagues. Apparently, and to the credit of Secretary Bello and the draftsman of this bill, I was once a co-author of the previous measure. DOLE gave a lot of its functions to the proposed new department, the DOFIL. Apparently, the downsizing, right sizing issue would be resolved by, has been resolved or is still to be shown as resolved by in our next hearings. But I would like to see a a shedding of powers, so to speak, not sharing, not coordination, as my previous Taft Avenue experience would show, but a delegation of power coming from the Department of Foreign Affairs to the newly to this new department that we are trying to craft. I see a probable mess insofar as overseas hosting, and I would pose again my analog of Taft Avenue EDSA in a foreign land. The DFA is supposed to be in charge of our foreign affairs. Under the Constitution, under tradition, it's the representative of the president, exercising full legate, full plenipotentiary powers, and full powers to represent the country. My question here is this, and Secretary Nograles can butt in. Under the present bill, it would appear that the role of the DFA is just to coordinate, and that the role of the DOFIL would likewise be coordinative. You call it one country approach, which for me is very esoteric. Uh, what would be nice is to give this new department a specialized role. We are creating a department because we would want to have professional management. We would want to have a hierarchical control, command and control effort. But the way I look at it, as crafted, no offense to the draftsman, Section 5 would mean coordination. Section 17 would mean coordination. Are we not granting the DOFIL enough functions and powers to do its job? Parang kulang eh. Last January, the Department of Education entered into an agreement with its counterpart in China to train Philippine teachers to speak Mandarin. I think even without DFA approval, they can do that. But is the DOFIL allowed to exercise functions hitherto being done by DFA, entering into a bilateral agreement with its counterpart, perhaps in Kuwait, in Bahrain? Parang kulang. Is DFA willing to shed some of its powers? DFA?
Your Honor, good morning. Thank you for that question. Your Honor, at the moment, actually, the one country team approach really solves the problem because they are all agencies. It will be under the new department, the DOFIL, will have an attaché who is under the control and supervision of the ambassador. Actually, the work of the new department will encompass everything, Your Honor, from the pre-departure, the employment, and even the PAOS post-arrival orientation seminar and their employment itself. And of course, the whole country team, as of now, Your Honor, it involves not only the DOLE and the DFA, it also involves even the SWD. So it is very important, Your Honor, that everything is, you just have one policy policy coordination. And of course, Your Honor, any agency that negotiates abroad has to coordinate with the Department of Foreign Affairs because for the representation abroad. As of now, we have 4 secretaries who are dealing with overseas Filipinos. Of course, we have Secretary Bello and Secretary Locsin, but we also have Secretary Mamao and Secretary Acosta. So you have 4 secretaries already, which to our mind, when you have many secretaries that have different policies, and not really different, but that have their own jurisdictions, it might be difficult. And Your Honor, I was following the discussion a while ago as to the other countries of origin that have specialized agencies. We just like to reiterate that the Philippines is the champion of the Global Compact for Migration. We are second to none when it comes to migration. We are the gold standard for migrant protection. When we speak abroad, everybody listens because we are cutting edge and we are pioneering. We have made, we think outside the box. So to a certain extent, it's like putting together what we already have. And even compared to all those countries, even having some department, we went beyond that because we already have a regularization of our undocumented workers in compliance with Objective 5 of the Global Compact. So, Your Honor, I think this new department will be able to put together the efforts of the different secretaries who are taking care of migration. And of course, DFA will be there to help. I think the challenge now is, Your Honor, is there are some posts abroad because we have 94 posts, embassies and consulates general. Some do not have OWA and some do not have POLO. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for all of those posts to be filled with ATN attaches, the DFA will in the meantime take over those functions, which we've been doing as of now, Your Honor. And at the end of the day, it's still the ambassador who has control and supervision. But of course, for the policy of foreign employment and as to the policy of migration itself, it will come from a single department and a single secretary, which so there won't be any confusion and there will not be any there will be more it's going to be more unified, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
So what you're saying, under USEC, is that while there is a one country approach system to be in place, at the end of the day, it will be the ambassador, pardon my language now, who is even not the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, who will be the final authority on what to do with situations involving our OFWs. It is very different from a committee which will have a final definitive authority. For instance, no offense to my co-lawyers here, I call the Supreme Court as a committee of 15 lawyers, but with final definitive authority. In this instance, you're referring to the 4 secretaries, but the final determination most probably will be greatly influenced by the ambassador. I now refer back again to my previous story, my first week in visiting EDSA Taft, 4 traffic enforcers groups, PNP, Highway Patrol, Pasay Traffic Enforcers, and MMDA, all doing the same mandates, but making the situation more chaotic. But my question really, Yusek, are you not willing to shed some of your powers? I understand that the DFA is the representative of the president in terms of foreign policy. But at this instance, when the president himself certified a measure giving DOFIL some amount of foreign policy leeway, isn't this a shift in the presidential determination and his wisdom that we cut some, splice some of the functions of the DFA and transfer it to DOFIL when it comes to OFW concerns?
Your Honor, actually, the DOFIL is already actually the third pillar of foreign policy is the protection of our nationals abroad, and much of it goes to DOFIL. What's going to be left with DFA is consular, and of course, at the end of the day, Your Honor, the ambassadors or and our congens will have to follow the law. I mean, what is placed there, and at the end of the day, the architect of foreign policy is still the president, and we just have to have some form of order in the embassies and in the consulates that the ambassador, of course, is or the congen is the one that's recognized by the foreign government. But technically, the protection of our nationals abroad, much of it already goes to DOFIL, Your Honor. And even when it comes to migration issues, it's going to be with the new department. It's just that we need to be able to coordinate, and the one who has actually, it's the highest ranking officer, Your Honor, in the post will be the ambassador, Your Honor, or in some cases the congens, Your Honor, for consulate general, for the consulates general.
If I may, Senator Tolentino, if I may, just one interjection, Senator Tolentino, thank you. Forgive me for asking this question, Yusek, no? But before I ask this question, let me just show you something, a slide of what is happening, for example, in the Middle East. When you talk about caring of our OFWs. Right now, in 2020, if you look at the mistreatment, maltreatment, 4,302. Contract violation, you look at 2016 to 2019, it averages about 7,000, no? Yung contract violation. Right now, it's 21,127. Look at the sexual harassment cases. This is just in Middle East. So just to point out to everyone here that there's so much room for improvement in taking care of our OFWs. Just to point that out. And to ask my question, Yusek Sara, I'd like to know the difference between attachés and foreign service officers. Kasi gusto lang natin malaman, yung attachés ba natin allowed to exercise consular functions stipulated under the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, particularly on assisting Filipinos abroad. Kami ni Senator Win been talking about this for quite some time. Kasi yun yung gusto naming marinig from DFA. Ano yung magiging setup? Hindi ba tayo makakagambala doon? Papaano magiging smooth yung transition? Papaano masisiguro na at the end of the day talaga is maalagaan natin yung ating mga overseas Filipinos?
Your Honor, for that question, because it involves the Vienna Convention, I'd like, because I'm not a career officer of the Department of Foreign Affairs, I'm a political appointee, I'd like to pass it on to Assistant Secretary Rico Foss, who would explain really the structure of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, can we hear from him, sir?
Good morning, Senators. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Please proceed.
The designation of attaché is a diplomatic designation under the Vienna Convention on diplomatic relations as well as on diplomatic consular relations. The designation or the ranking of foreign service officer is a designation under our Foreign Service Act. So magkaiba po. The proposal under this law is to have the members of the DOFIL assigned abroad to be designated as attaché and not as consul, because a consul in the parlance of the diplomatic relations has a specific function. An attaché as a diplomatic rank in the Vienna Convention has its own meaning. It has its capacity to do diplomatic representation, being recognized diplomat and designated as an attaché. So,
ang point po natin, sir, wala hong magiging problema o may encounter na any recognition problem?
Pag ano, sir, Senator, pag ano ho sila, pag na-designate na po sila at recognize ng bansa na kung saan sila pinadala as diplomatic agent, and designated as an attaché, which is recognized under the Vienna Conventions, pwede po na sila makapag-represent po ng ating bansa relative to the expertise na dala-dala po nila. For example, yung mga designate natin as attaché commercial, attaché defense, attaché labor, attaché OFW or overseas Filipino, yun po yung kanilang specific designations and function. Pero these are also their specific diplomatic rank po, that they could represent the country in their specific areas.
Let's be more specific. For example, itong ATN, yung ATN office and DFA's consular officers, paano yung magiging delineation of responsibilities nila?
So ngayon po yung ginagawa po natin, yung mga halimbawa, kasi papasok po sa ating batas ngayon, yung, for example, yung mga labor attaché po natin, yung welfare attachés po natin sa mga, i-designate po silang attaché pa rin ho. Katulad po ng pag-designate po ng ibang consular officers po natin as attachés also.
Okay, thank you. Senator Tolentino, if you may want to continue, thank you. Senator Tolentino, we can't hear you. You're in mute mode.
Yes, to abbreviate this, Mr. Chairman, may I ask the DFA representative if she can provide this committee a copy of some proposals that would strengthen the bill insofar as shedding some of the functions of the DFA is concerned. That's what I have been asking for from the DFA, because eventually, as I foresee it, Mr. Chairman, eventually this bill will not just encompass the rights of our OFWs, but eventually we will be treading into health and well-being concerns, culture and arts, and my favorite, voting rights, especially for our overseas seamen, seafaring on seafaring vessels. So I think it's about time, as we are crafting the bill, for the DFA to be forthright and frank enough. Hanggang saan ba kayo po pwede? Hanggang saan ba, ano pa ba yung pwede nyong ibigay? Kasi narinig nyo ngayon, you heard that the highest ranking DOFIL personnel to be posted abroad will just be an attaché. Definitely an ambassador is higher than attaché. So we're not treading into the Vienna Convention grounds, but I think to really strengthen the bill, as what the DOLE did, giving up some of its functions, DFA should likewise do the same. And I'm referring to some bilateral agreements involving localities, and I'm referring to prosecution of cases, the direct involvement of DOFIL with police stations where our OFWs are being investigated, and even cultural matters. Malawak po ito. So can we have that? Can we get an assurance from the DFA that you will be providing that? Because we now realize a shift in the wisdom of the president to splice some of the powers of DFA and transfer it, allocate it to a newly created department. Can we have that?
Yes, Sir Honor, definitely. But Your Honor, offhand,
Ma'am, beyond coordination and cooperation, because coordination and cooperation, these are just aspirational terms. After the department is created, we will foresee, we will realize that we have created a battle of different departments, a battle to get some turf, a battle of jurisdiction. We don't want that to happen, just like my EDSA days for traffic enforcement groups. So I think at this early stage, we have to have that.
Yes, Your Honor, will be submitting, but offhand, Your Honor, my office, the Office of the Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs, will be subsumed. All its functions and even its 1.2 billion fund for assistance to nationals and legal assistance fund will go to the new department, Your Honor. So aside from that, Your Honor, if your other questions will be submitting, but most of it have been already mentioned by CABSEC Nograles, Your Honor, but we'll submit to your
One more, the gist of my questioning is this. The representative of DOFIL abroad has to have that authority, has to have that respect coming from our executive, coming from Malacanang, that she is really the representative of the government there insofar as OFW concerns is on the table. So that's what I'm asking for. Not your usual transfer of functions, but the authority given to that. I am in favor of this department, but we have to have that authority, and that authority must be respected by the foreign host, and that foreign host must give the proper respect and coordination required, similar to an ambassador plenipotentiary power, so to speak. Can we have that?
Yes, Your Honor, we will comply, Your Honor.
Otherwise, magtuturuan to. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I wish to participate in future hearings with the end in view of strengthening this bill, with the end in view of helping our kababayans abroad. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Tolentino. I think it's very important, very important yung binanggit po niyo, yung authority and respect that this new department should have. But let me again call the attention of the FA, DOLE, DSWD, and including CABSEC, no? Kasi in the certified bill that we got, it's not really clear as to how these three different types of attachés would be put into one office, no? The labor attaché under DOLE, social welfare attaché under DSWD, and the assistance to nationals unit under the DFA. So I think we have to do something about it. I hope you can give us your thoughts about it, because I don't think we are looking at one office that will take over these three attachés at the same time, no? Hopefully we'll get that next hearing. We give the floor now to Senator Nancy Binay. With the indulgence of Senator Nancy, I think si Secretary Mamao's raising his hand. Secretary Mamao, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I would like to share my viewpoint as far as the issue on authority is concerned. I think this is one thing that has to be settled in the passage of this international labor migration governance law. As far as the power of the current officers of the Department of Labor are concerned, they don't have diplomatic, what we call consular powers. So this is one thing that should be considered by Congress, and that is even in the office of the president, and that is to give authority to representatives of this new department, the authority to perform as commissioned consuls, vice consuls, or consular agents of our government. With this authority, they can now perform the functions and responsibilities assigned to them. As of this time, if that will not be settled, there will be confusion of authority, and there will be no power as far as this department is concerned. Now, as pointed out by Senator Soberi, this department must have a very strong strong working department. Now, with this information of Assistant Secretary Force and Undersecretary Ariola, I think we are agreed that with the passage of this new department, creation of this department, the responsibilities of the Department of Foreign Affairs should be restricted to passporting, visa issuances, civil registration, authentication of documents, and building up the commercial expansion of our economy in foreign countries. We have commercial attaches over there who are under the supervision of the ambassador of our embassies in the different countries. So, as far as the joint responsibilities of this department are concerned, that is assistance to nationals, diplomacy, and international labor and employment matters, management, this will be carved out definitely from the Department of Foreign Affairs. Because this is the only way for this department to be effective. You cannot work there at the current situation by representing our government as labor attaché or representative of our government as far as those assistants of the labor attaches in the different foreign assignments, because if they go to the police, if they go to the court, if they go to the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Interior, and Ministry of Labor of these host countries, they will not be respected by these different offices. So they have to be clothed, and we will never, never send any of these representatives unless and until their commissions are approved by the host countries. That will be a conditional modality as far as the assignment of our representatives in the different foreign countries. They have to be commissioned as consuls, vice consuls, and consular agents for that matter, so that they can effectively perform the functions and responsibilities given to them under this new department that is going to be created in the future by Congress and then by the approval of the President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. We give the floor to Senator Nancy Binay. Senator Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Siguro
Please proceed.
since we're on the topic of attachés, kay ASEC FOS, di ba yung pagtanggap ng attachés is still dependent on the host country?
Yes po, yes po, Senator.
And in fact, for example, sa Saudi Arabia, kahit gusto natin magdagdag ng labor attaché, kung hindi tayo pinapayagan ng host country, hindi tayo pwedeng magdagdag.
Tama po. Function po ng reciprocity din minsan eh. Tapos dapat pumayag po yung host government. Halimbawa, tama sabi niyo po, yung sa Eastern Province, for example, we wanted to establish our presence, a permanent presence. Hindi po tayo pinapayagan na magtayo po doon.
So which means we go back to the problem na kahit gusto nating tulungan by providing them services through an attaché, hindi natin pwedeng gawin kahit mag-create tayo ng DOFIL kasi nga we are dependent on the host country.
In a sense, limiting factor po kung ano po yung pinapayagan po ng host government. Kasi as diplomats, as we are, even if you are from other agency or not you're from DFA, you're bound to respect the local laws, the domestic laws of that country in the conduct of your work in that country. So that's a limitation. But as we know and as practiced by our diplomats and our colleagues abroad, talagang tinutulak po natin to na para mapaglingkuran po natin yung ating mga kababayan po na nangangailangan. So
and ASEC FOS, parang yung trabaho na yun still lies with DFA, convincing the host country to allow us to, whether it's a labor attaché or commercial attaché.
Yes po, sa ngayon po, no. Ang yan po ay lahat ay nakalatag po sa trabaho po ng Department of Foreign Affairs.
And ASEC FOS, yun na nga, babalik tayo dun sa creating false hope na hindi porket nagkaroon ng DOFIL, pwedeng magkaroon na ng labor attaché dun sa mga lugar na wala tayong labor attaché. For example nga, dun sa kaso ng Saudi Arabia.
Tama po kayo. Hindi po sa lahat ng pagkakataon na gusto natin maglagay po ng ating mga representatives, whether it's a labor attaché, whether it's a commercial attaché or a defense attaché, ay hindi po lahat ng pagkakataon na gusto natin ay pwede pong gagawin. At yun po ay depende sa pakipag-usap po natin doon po sa host government.
Okay. And di ba ho, kadalasan, kung if Secretary Bello or si Undersecretary Sara can answer, sorry. Kasi di ba kadalasan na nagiging problema talaga natin sa mga OFWs, itong mga domestic workers. Tama po ba? In fact, I think dun sa pinakitang slide ni Chair Joel kanina, yung mga welfare cases na yan involving domestic helpers. Tama po ba? I think Secretary Bello.
Yes, it's true, it's true.
Tama.
Yes, can I address, Your Honor, the concern of the Honorable Nancy Binay? Your Honor, maybe just for the record, the demarcation line between the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Labor when it comes to overseas Filipino workers, we have jurisdiction, Your Honors. DOLE has jurisdiction over documented OFWs. If the OFW is undocumented, Your Honor, then she is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Foreign Affairs. When it comes to cases, Your Honor, DOLE has jurisdiction over cases involving employment issues. But when it comes to cases like criminal cases and other cases, Your Honor, it is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Yun po ang demarcation line between the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Labor. And so far, Your Honor, we have not found any difficulty in our coordination as far as performing our functions in relation to the welfare and interest of our OFWs. Thank you,
So,
Your Honor.
Secretary Bebo, pagdating ho with the creation of DOFIL, ano mangyayari dito sa demarcation?
Tama na sila.
Dapat, Your Honor, maibigay na yung sole responsibility and authority DOLPHIL if we want DOLPHIL to succeed in protecting the interest and welfare of our OFWs. Thank you.
So parang ho sa inyo, ilipat na yung both functions ng DOLE tsaka ng DFA to DOFIL.
Yes, Your Honor.
For cases abroad.
Documented and undocumented.
Undocumented.
Basta it involves the interest and the problem of the OFW, dapat jurisdiction and authority of DOLPHIL, Your Honor. If we are going to expect DOLPHIL to do what is intended, and that is to protect the interest of our OFWs. Otherwise, magkakaroon ng sinasabi kanina ni Honorable Senator Francis Tolentino na magkakaroon ng problema kung sino maghahawak sa problema ng OFW. Mabuti once and for all, DOLPHIL should be clearly in charge of all problems involving our OFWs, Your Honor.
So not just OFWs, but overseas Filipinos, Your Honor. Overseas Filipinos.
Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
I think nagre-raise, Mr. Chair, si ASEC Foss and USEC Sara.
Yes, ASEC Foss, please.
Senator, we support that idea. No? In fact, it's in the bill now that the functions both of the ATN unit now under the DFA and the functions of POLO under DOLE or ILAB are merged. Mag-iisa na lang po. So there's no distinction in terms of policy operational response to a distress call from a Filipino. And it is regardless now whether that Filipino is an OFW or an overseas Filipino. So wala po ng distinction. So as the term used by our Cabinet Secretary, it's really an amalgamation of not only of the budgets and the structure, but also of the functions and mandates of different agencies. In this particular case, in responding to welfare needs and distress call of our people abroad, regardless whether he is an OFW, an OF, a tourist, and a student, etc., would be one unit. That is the unit created under the Department of Filipinos or Department of OFW, whatever this department will be called later on. So it's really now institutionalizing what has been agreed upon in the joint manual of operations between the several agencies addressing the distress call of Filipinos abroad. So yun po yun ang gusto ko naming sabihin at dito sa batas na ho na to.
Yes, ASEC, and idadagdag ko po doon, hindi lang yung ATN officers and the polos, labor attaches, pati yung welfare attaches ng DSWD na yung binanggit po natin kanina na kailangan nating pagtuunan ng pansin because in the certified measure, parang isa lang po yun, no? So we wanted your views on it para masiguro natin that this will work. Sige po, please proceed, Senator Nancy.
Okay. Sige, siguro, may nagre-raise hand si Yusek Ariola.
Mr. Chair,
I don't see anyone raising hands here, but yeah,
Yeah.
Yusek Sara, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, Senator Binay, we just like to reiterate also that the migration policy will be determined also by the new Department of Overseas Filipinos. It was DFA's position time and again because of the many abuses of our household service workers for us to review our migration policy, especially on the cases of upskilling, and for us to decide whether we still want to deploy overseas household service workers in certain parts of the world. I think the COVID-19 pandemic already gave us this reset because a lot of our OFWs are returning. So at the end of the day, it will be a department who will really determine where we're going. Since it's very difficult and we know very well when things go back to normal, there will be an influx of migration and we cannot really stop our OFWs from doing that. But it's also incumbent upon the new department to be able to determine how we could help them, because it's sometimes very difficult to go against culture or some very well entrenched practices of some countries, but it's also the time also that we have to have a very clear and single migration policy that will be followed by the new department. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sige, balik. Pero di ba, Yusek Sara, di ba dapat ngayon pa lang pinag-uusapan na natin kung ano yung magiging policy natin towards, lalo na din sa domestic helpers. Kasi alam naman natin lahat ng mga centers natin abroad, halos lahat na nakakaproblema ay yung mga domestic helpers. Yung polisiya na baka it's high time that we stop yung pag-allow ng mga domestic helpers natin magtrabaho abroad. In fact, Indonesia has done it. Ano ba yan? Natatalakay na ba yan? Kasi sa akin, I think, kaya nagkaroon ng panawagan to create another department is to address basically yung problema ng mga domestic helpers natin. Dahil sila talaga yung prone to abuse, prone to human trafficking. So at this point, napag-uusapan na ba yung polisiya to finally end itong migration for the domestic helpers? I don't know kung sila Capsec Carlo or si Secretary Bello, kung napag-usapan na to as a policy even before we pass DOFIL.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Nancy. No? And just to follow up on that particular issue na nire-raise niya Senator Nancy as we flash on screen, for example, itong OFWs working in the Middle East, particularly domestic workers and low-skilled workers, they face the highest risk of exploitation, abuse, harassment, and labor-related issues. So, ang tanong talaga natin is, ayan, napag-uusapan po ba yan? Ano yung response natin? Paano natin ito ma-improve? Has there been a ban imposed o limit man lang by the POEA governing board on the deployment of vulnerable OFW occupational groups from entering these countries? So, siguro ito yung ano namin ni Senator Nancy, paano natin ito ma-strengthen yung pag-address dito sa issue na ito with the establishment of a overseas Filipinos.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Siguro,
Yes,
just to add, kasi sa tingin ko din, Mr. Chairman, kahit magkaroon pa tayo ng DOFIL, itong problema na to, ano lang magiging paulit-ulit lang. Ano natin, di ba, katulad na nga na nasabi ni Yusek Sara, cultural din to, yung kafala system, kahit naman mag-create tayo ng DOFIL, hindi mahihinto ng departamento yung kafala system. So, yun na nga, as a policy, moving forward, tsaka total naman, di ba, ang policy is not to send our kababayans abroad, but as much as possible, dito sila magtrabaho. Siguro, to take the first step, baka dapat umpisahan pagdating dito sa mga domestic helpers natin.
Yes, thank you, Senator Nancy. No? But just to point out kasi dun sa migrants law natin, Section 4 of RA 8042, yung POEA Governing Board, inauthorize po siya to allow the deployment of OFWs only in countries where the rights of Filipino migrant workers are protected. So by now, alam na natin yung kafala system, alam na natin kung ano yung mga nangyayari. Itong data na ito is happening in the Middle East. And then in Section 4 of RA 8042, it also provides that DFA, through its foreign post, should issue a certification to the POEA specifying if the host or receiving country possesses the following guarantees provided itong mga binanggit po natin, no? So ang ano natin is na-implement ba to? I-improve ba ito? What do we expect if we establish a new department with regard to this particular issue?
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary Bello, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in response to the concern of Her Honor, Senator Nancy, we would like to inform the committee, Your Honors, the honorable members of the committee, that right now there is no deployment in Middle East where you just saw a high incident of violation of our overseas workers. We have suspended deployment in Kuwait. We have suspended deployment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and also in the United Arab Emirates, Your Honor, for the reason that our OFW's rights and welfare are not recognized and well protected. In fact, in UAE, Your Honors, there is no valid deployment there because we have no existing bilateral agreement with the United Arab Emirates. In the case of the Kuwait, Your Honors, we have deployed, so suspended deployment there because of the high incident of maltreatment and abuses of our OFWs. So that's the reason, Your Honor, that there is no deployment now in the Middle East, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary Bello. Thank you.
Pero Secretary Bello, walang official deployment. Pero alam naman natin, I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, tumaas naman yung incidents ng human trafficking.
Ayun po.
Tama po ba?
Opo, hindi namin po kwan yun. Yung responsibility, Your Honor, may mga other agencies of government who are in charge with that case of illegal recruitment and
Human trafficking.
Opo, human trafficking, Your Honor. So, dapat iniiwasan yan.
And yung pag-create ba ng DOFIL will stop this practice?
Well, if we have a DOLPIL, a specific government agency that will address the problem of all OFWs, this may discourage people from abusing our OFWs because from henceforth, Your Honor, with DOLPIL, they can see to it that there will be no deployment in all countries where there is no bilateral agreement because it is the bilateral agreement, Your Honor, that provides sufficient protection for OFWs. Kailangan meron sila talaga yung standard employment contract. If you remember, Your Honor, when this case of the Mapeles happened, nag-declare agad ng ating Pangulo ng total deployment ban. And he lifted the deployment ban only after they signed a bilateral agreement where all the rights of our OFWs are well protected, Your Honor.
Pero Secretary, pero pwede rin nyo rin naman gawin yon, di ba? Ngayon, kahit walang DOFIL?
Pwede naman po, pero mas maganda kung mayroong focus agency, Your Honor.
Hindi, pero yung pag-ban ng deployment kasi walang bilateral agreement, pag-ban kasi may kafala system pa sila, hindi ho bang kayang gawin na yon ngayon ng DOLE? At kailangan pa ho bang mag-create ng another department just to implement na kailangan may bilateral agreements?
Kaya naman po, Your Honors, but if you are talking of a focus agency, Your Honor, I think DOLPIL will serve as that focus agency na walang ibang ginawa kundi tutukan ang kalagayan ng ating mga OFWs and even our OFs. Malaking problema po yan, Your Honor. Malaki ang problema na yan. Even in the States, hindi natin nalalaman yung pupunta doon na estudyante, mag-aaral, kunyari, ano tawag doon? Exchange program. Pagdating doon, nagbebenta ng hotdog. Malawak itong problema ng mga OF sa OFW natin. Kaya kailangan talaga, Your Honor, ang isang departamento na walang ginawa kundi tutukan yung problema ng ating mga kababayan.
Okay. Siguro kay ASEC FOS, yung katulad doon ng banggit ni Chairman Joel kanina, na di ba dapat nagre-recommend kayo? Ginagawa na ba ngayon yun?
Yes, ma'am. We regularly send certification because it's required under 8042 as amended by RA 100.22 that we send certification whether or not first the country of destination has bilateral relations with us or they are signatory to multilateral or regional agreement protective of migrant workers, or if they are there are domestic laws protective of migrant workers, or there are efforts on their part to do that. No, I think this is the basis for the PUA governing board to decide as part of their decision-making process to decide whether or not to continue allowing deployment of migrant workers, Filipino migrant workers, to that destination country. So we do that regularly.
Meron na bang na-suspend kasi hindi nyo nabigyan ng certification at the moment?
I'm not familiar with the data from PUA, but I think I would suspect that there would be some suspension or some adjustment in the deployment of OFWs in certain destination countries.
Mr. Chairman, baka pwede si POEA can answer that.
Yes, we want to hear from Admin Olalia. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The PUA Governing Board, headed by our Labor Secretary, meets regularly and decides on the policies that we will have to adopt on destination countries that do not meet the labor compliance of a destination country. Halimbawa po nito, yung UAE. Tama po yung sabi ni Secretary Bello po kanina, na hindi po inaalaw ngayon ang deployment ng HSW sa UAE dahil ayaw po nila ng ating standard employment contract. Another destination country, for example, is Lebanon. Hindi po tayo nagpapadala ng HSW sa Lebanon dahil po doon sa mga welfare cases at wala pa po tayong accepted and harmonized employment contract. For all the Middle East countries na meron po tayong bilateral labor agreements and who have domestic laws that protects our HSW, doon lang po tayo nagpapa-deploy ng ating HSW.
Okay. Siguro, Mr. Chairman, alam ko may marami pang magtatanong. Last question na lang. Kasi you said, Sarah, you mentioned na ano yun, yung gold standard? Ano yung award na yan? Or recognition?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, actually the Philippines is known to have the highest level of protection for our OFWs because even in our repatriation, our COVID response is characterized by response, repatriation, recovery, return, and reintegration, all paid for by the government. Or in cases of sea-based workers, the recruiters, actually, the local manning agencies. But to a certain extent, when it comes to migration, Your Honor, the Philippines is really known as an authority because we really protect, in fact, countries of destination are saying that the Philippines have a reputation for being very hardline negotiators. Because if you're good enough for the Philippines, you're going to be good enough for any country of origin. That's how strict we are when it comes to the protection of our migrant workers. That's why we are also a Global Compact for Migration champion. It just so happens, of course, we're doing well, but we can do better. And we're looking at this new department, the DOFIL, to be able to put everything together and so that we can do better, because when we have cases of abuse, we know very well that one abuse is one too many, and especially for household service workers. But that's why we're also very supportive or of the countries of destination who are having reforms already, because they're also asking for support from countries of origin like the Philippines, because the governments are willing to change, but the resistance is coming from their populations and their business sector, because kafala also means that they will incur more expenses. So, and I think, Your Honor, one of the things that we should also focus on, the new department should focus on, is upskilling, because if our overseas workers, or they still plan to return, if they have other skills other than being household service workers, then they will be prone to less abuse, because most of our abuse cases are done in the homes of the employers that we cannot enter. By the time we intervene, there's already abuse that has been done, which is very rare that happens if the employee is living outside the home of the employer. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, last question. Hindi, yung implementation nito, for example, OFW, yung proseso, how will it be different? For example, OFW ako na mag-a-apply abroad. With the creation of DOFIL, what will be the difference in my application?
Senator, if I may.
Please proceed.
Ang imagine mo, parang sa isang bahay na lang po sila pupunta. Hindi na pupunta sila po doon. Diba? Pag nag-apply po ako, ang pre-departure or pre-employment seminar is being done by POA. Diba? Ang pre-departure orientation seminar is being done by OYNET sa
Yeah, pero as it was, ano yan? Kasi mag 1 o'clock na. Question lang, kasi sabi mo, ibabahay na sa isa, but hindi naman bubuwagin ng POEA eh. In fact, it will be an attached agency. So kung sinasabi mo na yung pre-departure, hindi na magiging trabaho ng POEA, anong matitirang trabaho ng POEA?
Senator, ang laki pa rin po ng trabaho ng POEA with the regulations of overseas employment would still be the core mandate of the POA, and the technical expertise of the people at the POA would still be there. Siguro doon lang sa pag-streamline ng proseso, dahil sa isang departamento na ng lahat yan, sa isang kahit attached agency po, at saka doon sa organic, doon sa department, isang bahay lang o sila.
Hindi, pero as it was, physically mas malaki magiging building ng POEA kaysa doon sa DOFIL. Tama po ba? Diba? Physically, mas malaki building ng POEA kaysa sa DOFIL. So I don't know kung may facility
Ready? Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw my previous motion, and I move to suspend the privilege hour.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for manifestation.
Please proceed.
As members of the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill Number 7440, or an act improving the confirmation process for imperfect land titles, amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act Number 141, as amended, otherwise known as the Public Land Act, and Presidential Decree Number 1529, as amended, otherwise known as the Property Registration Decree, and Senate Bill Number 1931, or an act improving confirmation of imperfect titles, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree Number 1529, Commonwealth Act Number 141, and Republic Act Number 9176, and for other purposes. For the majority, we have Representative Vicente Ching Veloso III, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, Representative Joey Sarsi Salceda, and Representative Edgar Chato. And for the minority, we have Representative John Christopher Belmonte. And another manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
Wait. Any objection? Hearing none, the names are hereby approved and elected as members of the BICAM. Majority Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, for manifestation, Representative Duchelle Marie Cardema as Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is hereby approved. The said name. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Ready?
Session resume. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of third reading of House Bills number 8653, 5488, and 8654, and for this purpose may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measures. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is approved. Secretary General, please do the reading.
House Bill number 8653, an act establishing a regular district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Guipos, province of Zamboanga del Sur, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 5488, an act establishing a regular district office of the Land Transportation, Franchising, and Regulatory Board in the city of Dasmariñas, province of Cavite, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8654, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Extension Office in San Jose City, province of Nueva Ecija, into a regular LTO district office and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8653, 5488, 8654. Honorable members, Abante, Abaya, Abel Llanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Mentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Frere Juliet, Frere Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guruseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halusos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8653, 5488, 8654. Honorable members, Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abunda, Acosta Alba, Agarao, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arenas, Atienza, Umentado, Bagatsing, Baronda, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bravo, Bulot, Kabatbat, Calixto, Caminero, Kanama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Kari, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizaldi, Kuwangko, Colyantes, Crisologo, Quaresma, Cueva, Dalipe, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian Paul, Pariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Flores, Fuente Bella, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Gico, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Halushos, Co Wilton, Konghun, Lagman, Lagon, Diachon, Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Malapitan, Mangawang, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Waminal, Ordanes, Pacquiao Alberto, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Reyes, Robes, Roman, Romero, Romualdo, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Sinsuat, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor, Yu, Zubiri.
with 185 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill numbers 8653, 5488, and 8654 hereby approved for third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bills number 8657, 8658, and 8659, all establishing tester training centers in their respective localities. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is approved. Secretary General, please do the reading.
House Bill number 8657, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Basilisa, province of Dinagat Islands to be known as the Basilisa Dinagat Islands, TESDA Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8658, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Mercedes, province of Camarines Norte, to be known as the Mercedes Camarines Norte TESDA Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8659, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Labangan, province of Zamboanga del Sur, to be known as the Labangan Zamboanga del Sur TESDA Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill numbers 8657, 8658, and 8659 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coangco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halosos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Conghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Ligarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Navan, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanaon, Uwaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanez, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Hato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Angcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call, in consideration of House Bill numbers 8657, 8658, 8659. Abaya, Abellanosa, Abunda, Acosta, Alba, Agaraw. Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arenas, Omentado, Bagatsing, Baronda. Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bravo, Bulut, Kabatbat, Calixto, Caminero, Kanama, Kawagdan, Cardema. Pari, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizalde, Ko Wangko, Coliantes, Crisologo, Quaresma, Cueva, Dalipe, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, Di Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Flores, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Sandro, Vico, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Haloshos, Co Wilton, Konghun, Liachon, Lopez, Macabagal Arroyo, Malapitan, Mangawang, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Uwaminal, Ordanes, Pacquiao Alberto, Paduano, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Reyes, Roman, Romero, Romualdo, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sanchez, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Sinsuwat, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor, Yu, Zubiri.
One 188 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill numbers 8657, 8658, and 8659 are hereby approved in third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Bill 8656, the consideration rather on third reading of House Bill 8656, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none. Secretary General, please proceed and do the reading.
House Bill 8656, an act establishing a provincial office of the Commission on Higher Education in Mountain Province and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8656. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Mentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fedenil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Coangelica, Coelizaldi, Cuangco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Los Montalya, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Nepcal, Gonzales Sandro, Guruseta, Gico Gullas, Guya Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haluso, Xavier Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlem Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañao, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes Rivera, Robes Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yedamari, Romualdo Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao Silverio, Singson, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tanalisa, Tanangelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teadat Teves, Arnulfo Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutorti, Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaras Juarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Naldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8656. Abaya, Bellanosa, Abunda, Acosta Alba, Agarao, Alvarez France, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arenas, Umentado, Bagatsing, Baronda, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bravo, Bulot, Kabatbat, Calixto, Kanama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizalde, Cuangco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cueva, Dalipe, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, De Maporo, Khalid, Duavit, Di Faustino Ina, Di Ian Paul, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar Fernandez, Flores, Garcia, Jose Enrique Garcia, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Sandro, Gico Guya, Haresco Hataman, Halusos, Ko Wilton Konghun, Liachon Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez Mariño, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Mananaon, Ominal, Ordanes, Pacquiao Alberto, Paduano, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Reyes, Roman Romero, Romualdo, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sanchez, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Sinsuat, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Tanalisa, Tanangelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teves, Arnulfo, Teves, Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy, Juliet, Veloso, Villar, Villaras, Suarez, Villarica, Yap, Victor, Yu, Zubiri.
192 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention. House Bill number 8656 hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that all the bills passed on third reading today be transmitted immediately to the Senate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the Secretary General is directed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Yes, Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Anong kwarto ko?
No.
Thank you. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Check 1, 2, hey. Yeah. At welcome back sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Sword Plus. Ng Balisong, your home radio confirm ba ang saya? Yes, check 1, 2. Hey, 1, 2, check 1, 2. Hey, 1, 2. Jackpot Bonanza Sword Plus ng Balisong, your home radio confirm ba ang saya? At gaya na sabi ko kanina sa ating pagbabalik, ay bobolahin ko na ang ating brown tricky at tutok lang at walang bibitiw. Dito pa rin yan sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Sword Plus.
broadcasting live, online, in Batangas City. This is Balisong Your Home Radio, the first online broadcast in Batangas. A proud member of the Philippine Online Media Association.
Saan mang sulok ng mundo, magkasama pa rin tayo. Kaligayang hindi mabantayan. Tara na dito, confirm ang saya. Balisong your home radio, Balisong your home radio. Entertainment online, di ka na malulumbay. Balita at serbisyo, laging disenyo. Balisong your home radio, Balisong your home radio. Entertainment online, di ka na malulumbay. Balita at serbisyo, laging disenyo. Balisong your home radio.
Ano gang pagkakasarap, lembes lechon. Ang yempo na talagang katakam-takam. Ang sisig na pagkakalinamnam. At ang lechong manok na ang sarap. Meron pang chicken combo, chicken sisig, yempo sisig at yempo combo. Kaya dito ka na sa lembes lechon.
Tikman Lembes Lechon with over 200 branches nationwide. NCR, North Luzon, South Luzon, and
Dahil sa lembes lechon.
For franchise inquiry, call Valenzuela Main Office 0943-142-7802 and look for Mr. Daniel Garnase. For Batangas Office, call 0907-675-2447 or 0931-181-8505 and look for Mr. Rodel Aklan.
Magandang araw! Welcome to Ricmar Air Conditioning and General Services.
Sa Ricmar Air Conditioning and General Services, nag-o-offer kami ng aircon cleaning, check-up and repair, free and charging, complete system process, free survey, complete installation, dismantling, and maintenance of air conditioning units. Para sa lahat po ng inyong air conditioning needs, tumawag sa Ricmar Air Conditioning and General Services sa phone numbers 043-773-8420, 043-702-3554 at 0933-5761-799. Ang amin pong opisina ay matatagpuan sa Andrea Building, Pigong Street, Batangas City.
Hello, I'm Catherine Camilon, your reigning Binibining Batangas Quarantine 2020. If you're looking for aircon and repair service, I highly recommend Kahilig Aircon Ref and Allied Services, Sales and Installation. They have aircon cleaning, aircon repair, ref and freezer repair. Just contact them at 0947-881-1656 located at Barangay Balagtas, Batangas City. Main office at 036-288-4399, Manok, Boracay, Malay, Aklan. And Kalibo branch at 036-268-2933 or 0918-443-6889, National Highway, Estancia, Kalibo, Aklan.
As soon as I wake up, I go straight to the bathroom to be able to wash myself, wash my hands, wash my face. You know, I believe in the formula of charcoal soap. And what's good about it is that it can exfoliate your skin, and also the moisture can last you throughout the day. Why Beauty Derm? The fact that it meets the international standards and that it has redefined the meaning of beauty, I mean, that in itself is enough testament for me. I believe in the product and I use it, so why not beauty derm?
This program is being brought to you by R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center. Get your eye checked at R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center na isa sa may complete optical laboratory services sa buong Batangas with computerized eye checkup equipment, eyeglasses and hearing aid parts and accessories, contact lenses, frames and audiogram. R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center is open from Monday to Saturday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. For inquiries and appointments, you may visit them in front of Novo Department Store, Gilmar Building, Evangelista Street, Batangas City with contact numbers 0917-624-6690 or 0956-408-0966.
Mais, ayaw kitang mamiss. Masarap, matamis, favorite ng Philippines. Saan ka naroon? Saan masusumpungan? Isa lang ang pupuntahan sa Tisay Corn Dealer lamang.
Bili na online, retail o wholesale. At para sa inyong negosyong mais, Tisay Corn Dealer ang hanapin sa Pastor Road, Kuta, Batangas City, near New Market.
Para sa lahat ng klase ng supply na mais, Tisay Corn Dealer.
Heto na ang Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Isang oras na punong-puno ng saya at papremyo. Huwag bibitiw dahil baka ikaw na ang susunod na maswerteng mananalo ng cash prize sa aming mga draws. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Sa confirmed ang panalo, confirmed ang saya. Balisong, your home radio.
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Yes, ayan, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Ayan, ito na naman ang Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Surplus ng Balisong, your home radio. Confirm ang saya. Yan, magandang hapon sa inyo lahat at medyo nalay tayo ng konti pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo dito. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang bangay kumbaga sa Salitang Batangas. Bago yan, umpisan muna natin ating round 1. Yan, ang ating round 1. Si Susie nandiyan na naman para magwagayway ng kanyang mga anong tawag doon? Round cards at lumakad sa hangin. Ayan. Paano nga ba laruin ang ating round 1? Ito na ang ating mechanics muna para sa ating round 1. Panoorin nito.
Round 1. Sa round na ito, magsisimulang tanggapin ang entries simula 5 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. Tandaan, siguraduhin na may sharer badge na kayo para maging valid ang inyong entries. No sharer badge, no win! Ang round 1 ay kinabibilangan ng 6-digit combinations in order na may 1 to 42 numbers. Gamitan ang ating code, BJB space 642. Bawal ang multiple different entries. Ang pinakaunang comment lang within the cut-off per round ang aming tatanggapin bilang final and official entry ninyo. Abangan din ang cut-off time bago mag-draw sa round na ito. Ang mga comment after each cut-off ay automatic, hindi na considered as entry. Importante rin ang pagtutok sa ating live video dahil kung sakali naman na kayo ay manalo, ipadala ang screenshots ng inyong comment at isend lamang sa aming page sa Balisong Your Home Radio Batangas upang aming ma-validate within the day dahil ang mga winning screenshots lamang na na-send within the day ang aming tatanggapin. 10,000 piso ang mapapanalunan sa round na ito. Kaya, get your sharer badge now by sharing this live video at mag-comment na.
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
At ayan, napakalinaw naman natin mechanics para sa ating round 1. Sa round 1, pwede kayo manalo ng up to 10,000 pesos. Wait lang, check natin ang ating audio. Check lang natin ang ating audio. okay lang ating audio. Medyo may pangit na pala boses ko. Pangit ang boses ko. Ayan, comment na kayo ng inyong 6-digit combination. Ang ating code sa ating round 1 is BJB, space 642, then your 6 numbers. Yes. Pero na lang kayo natitirang 4 na minuto dahil exactly 4:30 ay bobolahin na natin ang ating round 1. Magandang hapon muna kay Jerry Lorena na unang-una nag-comment dito. Kay Chris Anderson, Malasike. Live po ba ito? Di po. Replay ho ito. Replay ho. Kahapon pa ho rin na i-play din sa balik. Opo, live na live po tayo. Oras po natin alas 4:20 sa na ng hapon. Rosaline Masilang, yan, magandang hapon. Opo sir, share in public po para magkaroon ng share badge. Ox na, ayan. Maraming salamat po sa pag-share. Hindi po BGB, BJB po. Sala po ang inyong comment sir. Chris, sayang po. Sayang ang inyong entry kung mananalo. BJB po, BJB. Yes. Pa-delete na lang po, then comment uli po kayo ng inyong entry. Tapos po, 2, 4, 6, ayan, tama. Mali lang po ang inyong code. Ang atin pong code is BJB space 642. Magandang hapon po, BJ Red, at sa lahat dito. Ayan, magandang hapon din sa'yo, Dear Lorena. Ingat ka dyan palagi sa Taiwan. Keep safe lagi dyan. Ayan. Sir, delete nyo na po yung unang comment nyo para dahil po ang pataran dito, una pong comment nyo, ayun po ang ating ibabalid. Ano po? Kaya i-delete nyo na lang po para for safety po. Yes naman, ilang minuto na, 2 minuto na lang ang natitira para sa ating round 1. Sige, comment lang kayo. Shoutout sa ating 8 million viewers. Yan kay Ophel Matera. Very good kayo dyan, madam. Yes naman, 1 minuto lang ating hinihintay at magkakatop na agad tayo ng ating round 1. Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo dyan? Comment lang kayo dyan ng inyong 6-digit combination. Gamitin natin code sa ating round 1, BJB space 642, then your 6 numbers. Bobby in the house. In the air, Manid Fisher, in the air. Manid Pushy in the air. So ayan, dahil ilang segundo na lang ay kakatok na natin i-taste. Uy, shoutout sa'yo, Rassi Martos Banaban. Ayan, shoutout sa'yo. Katok na. Uy, nawala si Pan Rolly. Hindi nagbukas yung team viewer. Nawala si Pan Rolly kasi dito. Ayan, dahil cut-off na ba, nandito na si parang Rolly para bigay sa ating maswerteng numero para sa ating round 1. Kaya parang Rolly, pasok na. Unang numero, ayan. 42 ang unang numero natin. Hindi na kamataas agad ha. Second number tayo.
6:40 seconds.
15.
6:40 seconds.
18.
6:40 seconds.
16.
6:40 seconds. 25.
25. Last number tayo para sa ating round 1.
Seconds. 19.
19. Ayan, ang bababa naman ha. At ayun po ating win combination para sa ating round 1. Meron po tayong 42. 42, 15, 18, 16, 25, and 19. Yes. That's the winning combination para sa ating round 1. At kung nakuha niyo po ang ating maswerte numero para sa ating round 1, aba ay screenshot nyo na yan at isend sa ating page at Balisong Your Home Radio Batangas. Yes. Apo, at dahil yan sa ating pagbabalik, ay bubuksan ko na ang ating round 2. Yes, sabi may nice lang ako dito. Sige lang. Sabi ko na Barbie eh. Sige, tuloy-tuloy tayo dito. Ayan na ha. Sa ating pagbabalik ay bubuksan ko na ang ating round 2 kaya tutok lang at walang BBTO. Dito pa rin yan sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Swerte Plus ng Balisong Your Home Radio. Confirm bang saya?
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Ano gang pagkakasarap? Lembes lechon. Ang liempo na talagang katakam-takam. Ang sisig na pagkakalinamnam. At ang lechong manok na ang sarap. Meron pang chicken combo, chicken sisig, liempo sisig at liempo combo. Kaya dito ka na sa Lembes lechon.
Tikman Lembes Lechon with over 200 branches nationwide. NCR, North Luzon, South Luzon, and
Dahil
Cebu.
sa Lembes lechon.
For franchise inquiry, call Valenzuela Main Office 0943-142-7802 and look for Mr. Daniel Garnase. For Batangas Office, call 0907-675-2447 or 0931-181-8505 and look for Mr. Rodel Aklan.
Magandang araw! Welcome to Ricmar Air Conditioning and General Services.
Sa Ricmar Air Conditioning and General Services, nag-o-offer kami ng aircon cleaning, check-up and repair, free and charging, complete system reprocess, free survey, complete installation, dismantling, and maintenance of air conditioning units. Para sa lahat po ng inyong air conditioning needs, tumawag sa Ricmar Air Conditioning and General Services sa phone numbers 043-773-8420, 043-702-3554 at 0933-5761-799. Ang amin pong opisina ay matatagpuan sa Andrea Building, Pigoni Street, Batangas City.
Hello po, I am Miss Maxine M. Batalao from Alangilan, Batangas City. Please support me on TV5's Born to be a Star and always watch and support Balisong, your home radio. Only here at Balisong Channel. Confirmed ang saya!
From the producer of the successful online singing battle, Balisong Singing Superstar 2020, here comes another exhilarating online event happening at Balisong Channel. Now, even bigger and better with a huge prize. Balisong, your home radio in full support with Balisong Channel, welcomes 2021 with Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. A winner takes all online singing competition nationwide from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Calling all contenders and win 100,000 pesos cash. Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. Join now. Message us today for more details.
Hello, I'm Catherine Camilon, your reigning Binibining Batangas Quarantine 2020. If you're looking for aircon and repair service, I highly recommend Kahilig Aircon Ref and Allied Services, Sales and Installation. They have aircon cleaning, aircon repair, ref and freezer repair. Just contact them at 0947-881-1656 located at Barangay Balagtas, Batangas City. Main office at 036-288-4399, Manok, Boracay, Malay, Aklan. And Kalibo branch at 036-268-2933 or 0918-443-6889, National Highway, Estrancia, Kalibo, Aklan.
Ano gang pagkakasarap? Lembes lechon. Ang yempo na talagang katakam-takam. Ang sisig na pagkakalinamnam. At ang lechong manok na ang sarap. Meron pang chicken combo, chicken sisig, yempo sisig at yempo combo. Kaya dito ka na sa Lembes lechon.
Tikman Lembes Lechon with over 200 branches nationwide. NCR, North Luzon, South Luzon, and
Dahil
Cebu.
sa Lembes lechon.
For franchise inquiry, call Valenzuela Main Office 0943-142-7802 and look for Mr. Daniel Garnase. For Batangas Office, call 0907-675-2447 or 0931-181-8505 and look for Mr. Rodel Aklan.
As soon as I wake up, I go straight to the bathroom, be able to wash myself, wash my hands, wash my face. You know, I believe in the formula of charcoal soap. And what's good about it is that it can exfoliate your skin, and also the moisture can last you throughout the day. Why Beauty Derm? The fact that it meets the international standards and that it has redefined the meaning of beauty, I mean, that in itself is enough testament for me. I believe in the product and I use it, so why not Beauty Derm?
This program is being brought to you by R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center. Get your eye checked at R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center na isa sa may complete optical laboratory services sa buong Batangas with computerized eye checkup equipment, eyeglasses and hearing aid parts and accessories, contact lenses, frames and audiogram. R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center is open from Monday to Saturday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. For inquiries and appointments, you may visit them in front of Novo Department Store, Gilmar Building, Evangelista Street, Batangas City with contact numbers 0917-624-6690 or 0956-408-0966.
This program is presented to us by Shepherd, the Wedding Planner. It is a one-stop shop that specializes in all-in packages for wedding, christening, debut, and birthday parties. Shepherd, the Wedding Planner, offers the following: men's suits, bridal and evening gowns, floral arrangements for church and entourage, bridal car and decoration, wedding banquet and reception venue, digital photo and video series, invitations and giveaways, sound system with multimedia, balloon decors, and other party favors. Shepherd, the Wedding Planner, is located at Don Florencio Village, Kumintang, Ibaba, Batangas City, with telephone number 402-1181. You may also contact us at 0928-947-3319. You may also dial 0916-261-7581. Shepherd, the Wedding Planner, your one-stop event shop.
Mais, ayaw kitang mamiss. Masarap matamis, favorite ng Philippines. Saan ka naroon? Saan masusumpungan? Isa lang ang pupuntahan sa Tisay Corn Dealer lamang.
Bili na online, retail o wholesale. At para sa inyong negosyong mais, Tisay Corn Dealer ang hanapin sa Pastor Road, Kuta, Batangas City, near New Market.
Para sa lahat ng klase ng supply na mais, Tisay Corn Dealer.
Recently, alam niyo ba na meron kami na-discover na celebrity destinations dito sa Batangas City?
We were amazed sa aming nalaman. Let's watch this!
Roger Cruz, Joe Berry from Onanay, Kuya Joko, and Kuya Eric. Hello!
Sa Laksamana Dental Clinic ba sila nagpupunta?
Sa Piborgo Street, Batangas City, po iyan!
And not just celebrities, dagsa din ang mga patients na nagpapadental procedure dito sa Laksamana Dental Clinic.
Dahil sa Laksamana Dental Clinic, VIP ka!
Parang celebrity!
RMA LS Innovative Technologies Incorporated is RMA Pro Lights and Sounds with a complete line of features, the latest and the state-of-the-art equipment with innovative concepts, creative design, and flawless execution. Definitely, all you need is RMA. For all of your event needs, there is RMA. Visit RMA Warehouse at Salabandos, Ibaan, Batangas, or call 0939-937-4332 or 0905-834-9888. RMA Pro Lights and Sounds. Because at Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services, we cater all types of advertising materials. From small to large formats, we do it all. Why Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services? Because it's a one-stop printing and advertising shop for all your promotions, design, and marketing needs. Visit them now at Hilltop, Kumintang, Ibaba, Batangas City. You may contact them at 0905-710-1526 and like them on Facebook at Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Isang oras na punong-puno ng saya at papremyo. Huwag bibitiw dahil baka ikaw na ang susunod na maswerteng mananalo ng cash prize sa aming mga draws. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Sa confirmed ang panalo, confirmed ang saya. Balisong your home radio.
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Yes, round 2. Round 2 na tayo mga kabalisong. At ayan. At sa ating round 2, nandiyan pa rin si Susie. Diyos ko po, Susie. Jesus, Ginoo. Round 2 na tayo mga kabalisong. At paano nga ba laruin ang ating round 2? Ito na ang ating mechanics muna para sa ating round 2.
Round 2. Magsisimulang tanggapin ang entry sa Round 2 simula 5:16 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Tandaan, siguraduhin na may sharer badge na kayo para maging valid ang inyong entries. No sharer badge, no win. Ang Round 2 ay kinabibilangan pa rin ng 6-digit combinations in order in between 1 to 45 numbers. Gamitan ang ating code BJB, which stands for Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Space 645. Bawal ang multiple different entries. Ang pinakaunang comment lang within the cut-off per round ang aming tatanggapin bilang final and official entry ninyo. Abangan din ang cut-off time bago mag-draw sa round na ito. Ang mga comment after each cut-off ay automatic hindi na considered as entry. Importante rin ang pagtutok sa ating live video dahil kung sakali naman na kayo ay manalo, ipadala ang screenshots ng inyong comment at isend lamang sa aming page sa Balisong Your Home Radio Batangas upang aming ma-validate within the day dahil ang mga winning screenshots lamang na na-send within the day ang aming tatanggapin. 15,000 pesos ang mapapanalunan sa round na ito. Kaya, get your sharer badge by sharing this live video at mag-comment na!
At yan, napakalinaw naman ang ating mechanics para sa ating round 2. Sa round 2, pwede kayo manalo ng up to 15,000 pesos. 15,000 pesos lamang naman ang inyong pwede mapalalunan dito sa ating round 2. Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Aba, ay mag-share na kayo ng ating live stream. Para kayo magka-share badge at labsa ng share badge pala. Para maging valid ang inyong entry, ang ating code sa ating round 2 is BJB space 645 and then your 6 number. Ay nako. Sabi ko na Barbie Ayan, shoutout muna tayo sa ating mga kabalisong. Ayan, shoutout kay Chris Anderson Malasiki. Ayan. Pa-shoutout Lodge. Diyan niya Patricia Peradilla. Nako. Ayan, shoutout sa aking meses. Na love ko. Kuya BJ, paano po pag nakatatlong digit? Ay, may price yan. Pag tatlong digit, pwede ka pa rin sumali sa ating round 3. Joke lang. Wala po eh. Kailangan po sakto kasi malaki na po yung price natin ngayon. Ayan, medyo humirap pero siyempre malay mo mamaya makachamba ka di daga sana. Mary J. Panopio, yan, pa-shoutout po sa mga taga Sirang Lupa. Ay, ilan kaya magagawa yung mga Sirang Lupang yan? Ay nako, ipasemento ko kaya yan. Nervival Pahilan. Ayan. Dapat makuha mo po lahat ng winning numbers, Sir Chris. Ayan, sabi ni Jerry Lorraine. Ayan, shoutout sa iyo, Jervinho. Salamat sa pag-share. Kay Charmaine Briones, salamat din. Ann Mendoza, maraming salamat sa pag-share. Nervival Pahilan. Sheila Liwag, Razi Martos, Ophel Matirak, Chris, Rosaline. Ayan, salamat po sa pag-share. Ang code natin ngayon is BJB space 645. Then your 6 numbers, huwag niyong kakalimutan. Ayan, dami ng entry. Kuya, paano pag nakatatlong digit? Ayun nga. Kailangan mong makuha yung ating 6-digit combination. May price po yan. Pwede ka pang sumali sa ating next round. Yan ang price mo. Yeah, come on. Sabi ko na Barbie. Jeremy Vino, Rasmartos, Banaba. BJB 645 20, 26, 05, 02, 17, 37. Saan mo ganun naman nakukuha yan? Siguro yan ay mga mansa rin ng ex mo, ano? Sus! Mga 20, 26, 0, 0, 5, 0. Na all. And meron na lang kayo natitirang 3 minuto para sa ating round 2. COVID in the house. House Addicts Group. Yeah. Yung siya, wag dini. Mamakita lang dito. Yan, shoutout sa aking Josawa. Kain na kayo. Ito nilagang pata ng baboy na may kadyos at pechay. Diyos ko po. Ano naman sarap na yan. Baka naman. Dumating na? Dumating na yung order ko. Yung okay, yung baby back ribs. Dumating na. Ayan. Sige, lagay mo na lang dyan. Ayan, dumating na yung aking order ng baby back ribs na siyempre, yun na. Papapakin ko lang yun. Parang ginawa ko bang dessert. Joke. Delikado. Alin ka delikado? Hello po, BJ, sa lahat. Ayan, Sir Rosalie Suarez de Guzman. Uy! Namiss ko yung si Rosalie Suarez de Guzman. Ang tagal natin hindi nakapag-comment dito, Siya, entry na. Joinery niya rin ang delikado. Wow! Biglang comment agad. 1, 8, 15, 28, 38, 40 ang kanyang winning combination. Yes naman, sir! Isang minuto nalalabi. 1 minute. COVID in the house. Sounds Addicts Group. Tingnan natin mag-mix. Malam pa. Hey, busy po kami sa module VJ. Summative test ng anak. Okay. Oo nga. Busy nga yung mga mamis. Patalinuhan ng mamis. Ang laban ngayon. Hello everyone, Sherwin Briones. Mga biday natin yan ng mga lula, baliw, Ay, sino ka may birthday ng 34? Wala naman 34 sa kalendaryo. Ay, 37 pala. Away. Saya ka, girl. Ayan, dahil alas 4:55 na ng hapon, cut-off na natin ito. At dahil cut-off na, nandito na lang si Par Rolly para bigay sa inyo maswerteng numero para sa ating round 2. Kaya Par Rolly, pasok na. Ayun na, namumula na si Par Rolly. Unang numero natin para sa ating round 2, ito na. $33. 30. Number 8. $14. Feeling 24.
24.
Wala, tagal mo magsalita pa rin, Rolly. Uno. At ayan po ating winning combination para sa ating round 2. Meron po tayong at 33, 38, 14, 24, and 1. That's our winning combination para sa ating round 2. At kung nakuha nyo po ang ating maswerteng numero para sa ating round 2, abay, screenshot nyo na yan at i-shade. At i-send sa ating page at Balisong Your Home Radio Batangas. Yes, naman at sa ating pagbabalik, ibobolayin ko na, bubuksan ko muna pala. Bubuksan ko muna ating round 3, kaya tutok lang at walang bibitiw. Dito pa rin yan sa Balisong Your Home Radio. Confirm ba ang saya?
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Experience a first-class neighborhood and live where everything is near for you. Danberville Subdivision, located at Palyokan East, Batangas City. With choices to match your lifestyle, Danberville Subdivision makes sure that homes are carefully crafted to make quality living. Danberville Subdivision is flood-free, has a sturdy soil foundation, has quick access to downtown with a commercial area located right outside the gate, adequate water supply, organized garbage collection system, and a lot more that will make your stay truly priceless. Surprise your loved one in a new home. Danberville Subdivision. Your home, your style. Visit Danberville Subdivision, Batangas City today at Palyokan East, Batangas City. You may call 0916-755-5344 and visit the official Facebook page at facebook.com/DanbervilleOfficial. RMA-LS Innovative Technologies Incorporated is RMA Pro Lights and Sounds with a complete line of features, the latest and the state-of-the-art equipment with innovative concepts, creative design, and flawless execution. Definitely, all you need is RMA. For all of your event needs, there is RMA. Visit RMA Warehouse at Salabandos, Ibaan, Batangas, or call 0939-937-4332 or 0905-834-9888. RMA Pro Lights and Sounds.
Mais, ayaw kitang mamiss. Masarap, matamis, favorite ng Philippines. Saan ka naroon, saan masusumpungan. Isa lang ang pupuntahan sa Tisay Corn Dealer lamang.
Bili na online, retail o wholesale. At para sa inyong negosyong mais, Tisay Corn Dealer ang hanapin sa Pastor Road, Kuta, Batangas City, near New Market.
Para sa lahat ng klase ng supply na mais, Tisay Corn Dealer.
As soon as I wake up, I go straight to the bathroom, be able to wash myself, wash my hands, wash my face. You know, I believe in the formula of charcoal soap. And what's good about it is that it can exfoliate your skin, and also the moisture can last you throughout the day. Why Beauty Derm? The fact that it meets the international standards and that it has redefined the meaning of beauty, I mean, that in itself is enough testament for me. I believe in the product and I use it, so why not beauty term?
Experience a first-class neighborhood and live where everything is near for you. Danberville Subdivision, located at Palyokan East, Batangas City, with choices to match your lifestyle. Danberville Subdivision makes sure that homes are carefully crafted to make quality living. Danberville Subdivision is flood-free, has a sturdy soil foundation, has quick access to downtown with a commercial area located right outside the gates, adequate water supply, organized garbage collection system, and a lot more that will make your stay truly priceless. Surprise your loved one in a new home. Danberville Subdivision. Your home, your style. Visit Danberville Subdivision, Batangas City today at Palyokan East, Batangas City. You may call 0916-755-5344 and visit the official Facebook page at facebook.com/DanbervilleOfficial.
Ano gang pagkakasarap, Lembes Lechon. Ang yempo na talagang katakam-takam. Ang sisig na pagkakalinamnam. At ang lechong manok na ang sarap. Meron pang chicken combo, chicken sisig, yempo sisig, at yempo combo. Kaya dito ka na sa Lembes Lechon.
Tikman Lembes Lechon with over 200 branches nationwide. NCR, North Luzon, South Luzon, and Cebu.
Dahil sa Lembes Lechon.
For franchise inquiry, call Valenzuela Main Office 0943-142-7802 and look for Mr. Daniel Garnase. For Batangas Office, call 0907-675-2447 or 0931-181-8505 and look for Mr. Rodel Aklan.
Magandang araw! Welcome to Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services.
Sa Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services, nag-o-offer kami ng aircon cleaning, check-up and repair, free and charging, complete system reprocess, free survey, complete installation, dismantling, and maintenance of air conditioning units. Para sa lahat po ng inyong air conditioning needs, tumawag sa Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services sa call numbers 043-773-8420, 043-702-3554 at 0933-5761-799. Ang amin pong opisina ay matatagpuan sa Andrea Building, P. Gomez Street, Batangas City.
Hello, I'm Catherine Camilon, your reigning Binibining Batangas Quarantine 2020. If you're looking for aircon and repair service, I highly recommend Kahilig Aircon Ref and Allied Services, Sales and Installation. They have aircon cleaning, aircon repair, ref and freezer repair. Just contact them at 0947-881-1656 located at Barangay Balagtas, Batangas City. Main office at 036-288-4399, Manok, Boracay, Malay, Aklan. And Calibo branch at 036-268-2933 or 443-6889 National Highway, Estancia, Calibo, Aklan.
Because at Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services, we cater all types of advertising materials. From small to large formats, we do it all. Why Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services? Because it's a one-stop printing and advertising shop for all your promotions, design, and marketing needs. Visit them now at Hilltop Kumintang Ibaba, Batangas City. You may contact them at 0905-710-1526 and like them on Facebook at Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services.
From the producer of the successful online singing battle, Balisong Singing Superstar 2020, here comes another exhilarating online event happening at Balisong Channel. Now, even bigger and better with a huge prize. Balisong Your Home Radio in full support with Balisong Channel welcomes 2021 with Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. A winner-takes-all online singing competition nationwide from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Calling all contenders and win 100,000 pesos cash. Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. Join now. Message us today for more details.
Recently, alam niyo ba na meron kami na-discover na celebrity destinations dito sa Batangas City?
We were amazed sa aming nalaman. Let's watch this!
Roger Cruz and Joe Berry from Onanay. Kuya Joko and Kuya Eric. Hello!
Sa Laksamana Dental Clinic pala sila nagpupunta.
Sa Piborgo Street, Batangas City, po iyan!
And not just celebrities. Dagsa din ang mga patients na nagpapadental procedure dito sa Laksamana Dental Clinic.
Dahil sa Laksamana Dental Clinic, VIP ka!
Parang celebrity.
This program is being brought to you by R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center. Get your eye checked at R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center na isa sa may complete optical laboratory services sa buong Batangas with computerized eye checkup equipment, eyeglasses and hearing aid parts and accessories, contact lenses, frames and audiogram. R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center is open from Monday to Saturday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. For inquiries and appointments, you may visit them in front of Novo Department Store, Gilmar Building, Evangelista Street, Batangas City with contact numbers 0917-624-6690 or 0956-408-0966.
From the producer of the successful online singing battle, Balisong Singing Superstar 2020, here comes another exhilarating online event happening at Balisong Channel. Now, even bigger and better with a huge prize. Balisong Your Home Radio in full support with Balisong Channel welcomes 2021 with Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. A winner-takes-all online singing competition nationwide from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Calling all contenders and win 100,000 pesos cash. Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. Join now. Message us today for more details.
Ito na ang Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Isang oras na punong-puno ng saya at papremyo. Huwag bibitiw dahil baka ikaw na ang susunod na maswerteng mananalo ng cash prize sa aming mga draws. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Sa confirmed ang panalo, confirmed ang saya. Balisong your home radio.
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Ayan, round 3 na. Lapil ka na. Sorry. At muli nagbabalik ang Balisong Jackpot mula sa surplus ng Balisong Your Home Radio Confirm ang saya. At dahil round 3 na tayo, paano nga balaroin natin round 3? Ito muna ating mechanic.
Round 3. Dito sa round 3, tatanggapin na ang mga entries mula 5:31pm hanggang 5:45pm. Handaan! Siguraduhin na may sharer badge na kayo para maging valid ang inyong entries. No sharer badge, no win! Ang round 3 ay kinabibilangan pa rin ng 6-digit combinations in order na may 1 to 49 numbers. Gamitan ang ating code BJB, which stands for Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Space 649. Bawal ang multiple different entries. Ang pinakaunang comment lang within the cut-off per round ang aming tatanggapin bilang final and official entry ninyo. Abangan din ang cut-off time bago mag-draw sa round na ito. Ang mga comment after each cut-off ay automatic, hindi na considered as entry. Importante rin ang pagtutok sa ating live video dahil kung sakali naman na kayo ay manalo, ipadala ang screenshots ng inyong comment at isend lamang sa aming page sa Balisong Your Home Radio Batangas upang aming ma-validate within the day dahil ang mga winning screenshots lamang na na-send within the day ang aming tatanggapin. Tumataginting na 20,000 ang mapapanalunan sa round na ito. Get your sharer badge by sharing this live video at mag-comment na!
At ayan, napakalinaw naman ang ating mechanics para sa ating round 3. Sa round 3, pwede kayo manalo ng up to 20,000 pesos. 20,000 pesos lang naman natin pwede mapanalunan dito sa ating round 3. Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Abay, mag-share na kayo ng inyong... i-share nyo na itong live stream natin at nang makakuha na kayo ng inyong share badge at para maging valid ang inyong entry. Yes, at bawal pa rin ang ating multiple entry. Yan, gaya ng sabi ko dati, bawal ang ating multiple entry. At yung unang comment nyo lang ang ating ibabalid. Yan, shoutout muna sa ating 8 million viewers kay Chris Anderson Malasike. 3314 lang akin, tapos kanina 2519. Ay, sayang naman. Jerry Vino. Yan. Charmaine Briones. Ann Mendoza. Uy, si Gian Zunom, wala pang share badge. Ma'am, wala pa po kayong share badge at hindi po 648. Kulang po ng isa. 649 po tayo sa ating round 3. Yan, salamat kay Rosalie Suarez de Guzman na nag-guide sa atin dito sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Jeren Vino. Opel Matera. Yan. Sige, share lang kayo ng share para magkaroon kayo na agad ng share badge. Gaya ni Gian Zunom Zeraus. Ang hirap naman ng iyong pangalan. Nakakatang twister. Sige, oras po natin alas 5:15 na ng hapon. Yes, naman dyan. At dahil alas 5 na 15 ng hapon, bigyan muna natin daan natin commercial break at sa ating pagbabalik ay bobolayin na natin ang ating round 3. Kaya tutok lang at walang bibitiw. Dito pa rin yan sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Swordlass ng Balisong, your home radio confirmed ang saya.
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Ano gang pagkakasarap, lembes lechon. Ang liempo na talagang katakam-takam. Ang sisig na pagkakalinamnam. At ang lechong manok na ang sarap. Meron pang chicken combo, chicken sisig, liempo sisig at liempo combo. Kaya dito ka na sa lembes lechon.
Tikman Lembes Lechon with over 200 branches nationwide. NCR, North Luzon, South Luzon, and
Dahil
Cebu.
sa lembes lechon.
For franchise inquiry, call Valenzuela Main Office 0943-142-7802 and look for Mr. Daniel Garnase. For Batangas Office, call 0907-675-2447 or 0931-181-8505 and look for Mr. Rodel Aklan.
Magandang araw! Welcome to Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services.
Sa Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services, nag-o-offer kami ng aircon cleaning, check-up and repair, free and charging, complete system reprocess, free survey, complete installation, dismantling, and maintenance of air conditioning units. Para sa lahat po ng inyong air conditioning needs, tumawag sa Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services sa phone numbers 043-773-8420, 043-702-3554 at 0933-5761-799. Ang amin pong opisina ay matatagpuan sa Andrea Building, Pigoni Street, Batangas City.
Hello po, I am Miss Maxine M. Batalao from Alangilan, Batangas City. Please support me on TV5's Born to be a Star and always watch and support Balisong, your home radio. Only here at Balisong Channel. Confirmed ang saya!
From the producer of the successful online singing battle, Balisong Singing Superstar 2020, here comes another exhilarating online event happening at Balisong Channel. Now, even bigger and better with a huge prize. Balisong, your home radio in full support with Balisong Channel, welcomes 2021 with Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. A winner-takes-all online singing competition nationwide from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Calling all contenders and win 100,000 pesos cash. Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. Join now. Message us today for more details.
Hello, I'm Catherine Camilon, your reigning Binibining Batangas Quarantine 2020. If you're looking for aircon and repair service, I highly recommend Kahilig Aircon Ref and Allied Services, Sales and Installation. They have aircon cleaning, aircon repair, ref and freezer repair. Just contact them at 0947-881-1656 located at Barangay Balagtas, Batangas City. Main office at 036-288-4399, Manok, Boracay, Malay, Aklan. And Kalibo branch at 036-268-2933 or 0918-443-6889, National Highway, Estancia, Kalibo, Aklan.
Ano gang pagkakasarap? Lembes lechon. Ang yempo na talagang katakam-takam. Ang sisig na pagkakalinamnam. At ang lechong manok na ang sarap. Meron pang chicken combo, chicken sisig, yempo sisig at yempo combo. Kaya dito ka na sa Lembes lechon.
Tikman Lembes Lechon with over 200 branches nationwide. NCR, North Luzon, South Luzon, and
Dahil
Cebu.
sa Lembes lechon.
For franchise inquiry, call Valenzuela Main Office 0943-142-7802 and look for Mr. Daniel Garnase. For Batangas Office, call 0907-675-2447 or 0931-181-8505 and look for Mr. Rodel Aklan.
As soon as I wake up, I go straight to the bathroom to be able to wash myself, wash my hands, wash my face. You know, I believe in the formula of charcoal soap. And what's good about it is that it can exfoliate your skin, and also the moisture can last you throughout the day. Why Beauty Derm? The fact that it meets the international standards and that it has redefined the meaning of beauty, I mean, that in itself is enough testament to me. I believe in the product and I use it, so why not Beauty Derm?
Heto na ang Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Isang oras na punong-puno ng saya at papremyo. Huwag bibitiw dahil baka ikaw na ang susunod na maswerteng mananalo ng cash prize sa aming mga draws. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Sa confirmed ang panalo, confirmed ang saya. Balisong your home radio.
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Yes, ayan, welcome back sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Surplus ng Balisong, your home radio confirmed ba ang saya. Oras po natin ng 5:23 na lang hapon at meron pa tayong 2 minuto para sa ating round 3. Sa pagkakatap ng ating round 3, kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Meron na ba nga, nakapag-comment na ba ang lahat? At mamaya mabola na natin ating round 3. Yes. Gian Zinom, Zeraus. Wala pa rin share badge. Madam. Ay, sir pala. Madam nga. Mali na din. Yan, malapit na tayong mag-cut up at nakapag-comment na ba ang lahat? Jer Lorena, yan, meron ng share badge si Gian Zunom Zeraus. Nilabsan ka na, madam. Daw sharer badge. Sabi ka na Barbie, ah. Yo, feeling DJ. Yes, 5:24. That's last 30 seconds mga kabalisong at babalayin na natin round 3. Pwede kayo manalo sa ating round 3 ng 20,000 pesos. San po share? Yan, okay na po. Nag-share na po ako madami na thanks po. Oh, okay na po madam. Valid na po ang inyong entry. Maraming salamat po sa pag-share ng ating live stream. Ayan, cut-off na tayo mga balisong. At dahil cut-off na tayo, nandito na si paring Rolly para ibigay sa atin ang masaswerteng numero para sa ating round 3. Kaya paring Rolly, pasok na. Unang numero natin dito. Eto na. $19 ang ating first number. Second number tayo. Number 6. Third number. Namumura na ba ang lahat or puro sala? Puro sala na lahat. 17. Sabi ni parang Rolly, 17. Number 3. Fifth number. Ayan. And down to our last number para sa ating round 3. Ito na. Number 12. At ayan po, nakabash po sa ating screen ang ating winning combination para sa ating round 3. Meron po tayong 19, 6, 17, 3, 26, and 12. That's a winning combination para sa ating round 3. At kung nakuha niyo po ang ating maswerteng numero para sa ating round 3, abay screenshot nyo na yan at isend sa ating page at Balisong Your Home Radio Batangas or B Channel. Yan, at dahil sa ating nalaman na natin mga winning combination para sa ating round 3, sa ating pagbabalik ay bubuksan ko na ang ating round 4 na pwede kayo manalo ng ating 50,000 pesos. Tumatanging din na 50,000 pesos lang naman yan. Sa ating pagbabalik, ayan. Kaya tudok lang at walang bibitiw. Dito pa rin yan sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Swerte Plus ng Balisong Your Home Radio Confirmed. Ang saya.
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Experience a first-class neighborhood and live where everything is near for you. Danberville Subdivision, located at Caloocan East, Batangas City, with choices to match your lifestyle. Danberville Subdivision makes sure that homes are carefully crafted to make quality living. Danberville Subdivision is flood-free, has a sturdy soil foundation, has quick access to downtown with a commercial area located right outside the gates, adequate water supply, organized garbage collection system, and a lot more that will make your stay truly priceless. Surprise your loved one in a new home. Danberville Subdivision. Your home, your style. Visit Danberville Subdivision, Batangas City today at Caloocan East, Batangas City. You may call 0916-755-5344 and visit the official Facebook page at facebook.com/DanbervilleOfficial. RMA-LS Innovative Technologies Incorporated is RMA Pro Lights and Sounds with a complete line of features, the latest and the state-of-the-art equipment with innovative concepts, creative design, and flawless execution. Definitely, all you need is RMA. For all of your event needs, there is RMA. Visit RMA Warehouse at Salabandos, Ibaan, Batangas, or call 0939-937-4332 or 0905-834-9888. RMA Pro Lights and Sounds.
mais, ayaw kitang mamiss. Masarap matamis, favorite ng Philippines. Saan ka naroon, saan masusumpungan. Isa lang ang pupuntahan sa Tisay Corn Dealer lamang.
Bili na online, retail o wholesale. At para sa inyong negosyong mais, Tisay Corn Dealer ang hanapin sa Pastor Road, Kuta, Batangas City, near New Market.
Para sa lahat ng klase ng supply na mais, Tisay Corn Dealer.
As soon as I wake up, I go straight to the bathroom to be able to wash myself, wash my hands, wash my face. I believe in the formula of charcoal soap. And what's good about it is that it can exfoliate your skin, and also the moisture can last you throughout the day. Why Beauty Derm? The fact that it meets the international standards and that it has redefined the meaning of beauty, that in itself is enough testament for me. I believe in the product and I use it, so why not Beauty Derm?
Experience a first-class neighborhood and live where everything is near for you. Danberville Subdivision, located at Palyokan East, Batangas City, with choices to match your lifestyle. Danberville Subdivision makes sure that homes are carefully crafted to make quality living. Danberville Subdivision is flood-free, has a sturdy soil foundation, has quick access to downtown with a commercial area located right outside the gates, adequate water supply, organized garbage collection system, and a lot more that will make your stay truly priceless. Surprise your loved one in a new home. Danberville Subdivision. Your home, your style. Visit Danberville Subdivision, Batangas City today at Palyokan East, Batangas City. You may call 0916-755-5344 and visit the official Facebook page at facebook.com/DanbervilleOfficial.
Ano gang pagkakasarap, lembes lechon. Ang liempo na talagang katakam-takam. Ang sisig na pagkakalinamnam. At ang lechong manok na ang sarap. Meron pang chicken combo, chicken sisig, liempo sisig at liempo combo. Kaya dito ka na sa lembes lechon.
Tikman Lembes Lechon with over 200 branches nationwide. NCR, North Luzon, South Luzon, and
Dahil sa lembes lechon.
For franchise inquiry, call Valenzuela Main Office 0943-142-7802 and look for Mr. Daniel Garnase. For Batangas Office, call 0907-675-2447 or 0931-181-8505 and look for Mr. Rodel Aklan.
Magandang araw! Welcome to Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services.
Sa Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services, nag-o-offer kami ng aircon cleaning, check-up and repair, free and charging, complete system process, free survey, complete installation, dismantling, and maintenance of air conditioning units. Para sa lahat po ng inyong air conditioning needs, tumawag sa Rickmar Air Conditioning and General Services sa call numbers 043-773-8420, 043-702-3554 at 0933-5761-799. Ang amin pong opisina ay matatagpuan sa Andrea Building, P. Gomez Street, Batangas City.
Hello, I'm Catherine Camilon, your reigning Binibining Batangas Quarantine 2020. If you're looking for aircon and repair service, I highly recommend Kahilig Aircon Ref and Allied Services, Sales and Installation. They have aircon cleaning, aircon repair, ref and freezer repair. Just contact them at 0947-881-1656 located at Barangay Balagtas, Batangas City. Main office at 036-288-4399 Manok, Boracay, Malay, Aklan. And Calibo branch at 036-268-2933 or 0918-443-6889 National Highway, Estancia, Calibo, Aklan.
Because at Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services, we cater all types of advertising materials. From small to large formats, we do it all. Why Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services? Because it's a one-stop printing and advertising shop for all your promotions, design, and marketing needs. Visit them now at Hilltop, Kumintang, Ibaba, Batangas City. You may contact them at 0905-710-1526 and like them on Facebook at Graphic Zone Printing and Advertising Services.
From the producer of the successful online singing battle, Balisong Singing Superstar 2020, here comes another exhilarating online event happening at Balisong Channel. Now, even bigger and better with a huge prize. Balisong Your Home Radio in full support with Balisong Channel welcomes 2021 with Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. A winner-takes-all online singing competition nationwide from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Calling all contenders and win 100,000 pesos cash. Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. Join now. Message us today for more details.
Recently, alam niyo ba na meron kami na-discover na celebrity destinations dito sa Batangas City?
We were amazed sa aming nalaman. Let's watch this!
Roger Cruz and Joe Berry from Onanay, Kuya Joko and Kuya Eric. Hello!
Sa Laksamana Dental Clinic pala sila nagpupunta.
Sa Piborgo Street, Batangas City, po iyan!
And not just celebrities. Dagsa din ang mga patients na nagpapadental procedure dito sa Laksamana Dental Clinic.
Dahil sa Laksamana Dental Clinic, VIP ka!
Parang celebrity.
This program is being brought to you by R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center. Get your eye checked at R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center na isa sa may complete optical laboratory services sa buong Batangas with computerized eye checkup equipment, eyeglasses and hearing aid parts and accessories, contact lenses, frames and audiogram. R.A. Clarin Vision and Hearing Aid Center is open from Monday to Saturday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. For inquiries and appointments, you may visit them in front of Novo Department Store, Gilmar Building, Evangelista Street, Batangas City with contact numbers 0917-624-6690 or 0956-408-0966.
From the producer of the successful online singing battle, Balisong Singing Superstar 2020, here comes another exhilarating online event happening at Balisong Channel. Now, even bigger and better with a huge prize. Balisong Your Home Radio in full support with Balisong Channel welcomes 2021 with Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. A winner-takes-all online singing competition nationwide from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Calling all contenders and win 100,000 pesos cash. Balisong Singing Superstar Philippines. Join now. Message us today for more details.
Heto na ang Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Isang oras na punong-puno ng saya at papremyo. Huwag bibitiw dahil baka ikaw na ang susunod na maswerteng mananalo ng cash prize sa aming mga draws. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Sa confirmed ang panalo, confirmed ang saya. Balisong your home radio.
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Round 4. Yes, round 4 na tayo mga balisong. At ito na, ang ating pinakahihintay at pinakahihintay na lahat. Ang ating mega jackpot round 4. Pero bago ang lahat, paano nga ba laruin ng ating round 4? Nandito na ating mechanics para sa ating round 4.
Round 4. Sa round 4, mga entries simula 5:46 PM hanggang 6 PM naman ang bobolahin pagkatapos ng cut-off. Tandaan, siguraduhin na may sharer badge na kayo para maging valid ang inyong entries. No sharer badge, no win! Pwede rin manalo sa round 4's 6-digit combinations in order na may 1 to 58 numbers. Gamitan ang ating code BJB, which stands for Balisong Jackpot Bonanza Space 658. Bawal ang multiple different entries. Ang pinakaunang comment lang within the cut-off per round ang aming tatanggapin bilang final and official entry ninyo. Abangan din ang cut-off time bago mag-draw sa round na ito. Ang mga comment after each cut-off ay automatic, hindi na considered as entry. Importante rin ang pagtutok sa ating live video dahil kung sakali naman na kayo ay manalo, ipadala ang screenshots ng inyong comment at isend lamang sa aming page sa Balisong Your Home Radio Batangas upang aming ma-validate within the day dahil ang mga winning screenshots lamang na na-send within the day ang aming tatanggapin. 50,000 pesos ang naghihintay sa inyo sa round na ito. Kaya, get your sharer badge by sharing this live video at mag-comment na!
At ayan, napakalinaw naman ang ating mechanics para sa ating round 4. Sa round 4, pwede kayong manalo ng 50,000 pesos. Wow! 50,000 pesos lang naman natin pwede mapalalunan dito sa ating round 4. Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Aba, share nyo itong live stream natin at na makakuha kayo ng share badge at maging valid ang inyong entry. Yun, kaunti na. Lalo tayo, baka may manalo na. Ayan. Sana naman may nanalo na. Kapit lang. Yes, laban lang sa 50K. Yan, 4 na lang. 4 na lang. Oras po natin ulit 5:44 na ng hapon. Gising-gising pa rin kayo mga kabalisong dyan. Exactly 5:50 ay bobolayin na natin ang ating round 4. Meron na lang tayo natitirang 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Hoping po. Yan, oh, hindi masamang mangarap, hindi masamang tawag doon. Kung baka sakali. Abay, mamaya sa pagbaka sakali mong yan, ikimanalo na ng 50,000 pesos. Malaking halaga yan. May ide-date mo na siya, Mister. Si Mrs. Si Jowa. Si girlfriend. Si boyfriend. Si kabet. Ay. Sorry. Pabala to ha, sa mananalo may Gcash ako. Ako din, may Gcash din ako. May Gcash tayong lahat. Bekenemen. Come on, ready? pretty much shut up. Bang, 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 bang. Yes, sige, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo dito. Sige, kahit tig 5K kayo. Yan ang maganda kay Precious Velasquez Marabelas. Napakabait. Aba, 50,000 yan, ano? 50,000 lang naman yan. Saan mo kayo makukuha? Saan mo kayo mapupulot? Pagtrabahoan mo yun dito sa Pinas ng 5 months? Ganun? Oo, 5 months. Aba, ay dito. Instant. Huhula lang kayo ng number. Kung sino present dito, share ko kapag ako nanalo. Aba, yan ang maganda kay Jerry Lorena. Napakabait naman talaga. Basta manalo lang ako. Ayan. Napakabait naman ang ating mga kabalisong dyan. Bukod sa lagi nang nandito, ay napakababait pa. Maraming salamat sa inyo sa pagtutok dito sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Swerte Plus ng Balisong, your home radio confirmed at saya. At bukas ulit tayo magsama-sama, ano? Sige. Tayo ay Monday to Friday, 4 to 6 p.m. Yes, huwag nyo kakalimutan yan. Jerry Lorena, yan laging nakaabang dito sa BJB Swerte Plus. Yan, laging una nagko-comment. Hindi man na una, padalawa, patatlo. Basta lagi siyang present. Si Prisha Isha Velasquez, yan, oo. Tapos si Jermbin yung mga kalagitnaan niya nasulpot. Hindi ko na nakikita yung iba, hindi na nagpupunta. Siguro busy sa module, yung iba, no? Module ang anak, module mismo niya. Sari-sari kasi nasali dito, matanda, bata, binata, dalaga. Ako naman po kapag nanalo, share ko na mga batid ko, pambili maintenance ng gamot ng biyenan ko. Uy! Lalo na yan si Rosalie Suarez, ligas mo na yan. Ang ating kabalisong din na lagi nakatutok dito sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza. Na hindi rin nawawala. Maraming salamat po. At tayo na nagagay. Yes, basta di lang busy. Yan. Mukha namang hindi ka nagiging busy pag BJB na eh. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Jerry Lorena. Ingat ka dyan palagi sa Taiwan. Mag-iingat ka dyan. At pagbalik mo ay bahala na Christian. Wala na, pagbalik mo dito sa Batangas. Ayan, meron na lang tayo natitirang 1 minute and 20 seconds para sa ating round 4. Bobolayin na natin. Wala na naman nagko-comment ng kanilang mga entry, ano? Cut off na natin ito. Ayan, cut off na tayo. At ito na. Nagpe-prepare na ako para ilabas ulit si Parang Rolly. Parang Rolly, ready ka na ba lumabas para sa kanila at bulahin ang ating maswerte numero para sa ating round 4? Ito na si Parang Rolly. Yeah. Naninilaw si Parang Rolly. May hebata. Ito na ang ating unang numero para sa ating round 4. Para Rolly, ikot. Ang unang numero. Second number tayo ni Pan Rolly. Third number. Seven. $45. 27 ulit. Shuffle natin dito. Biglang taas. 52. Down to our last number para sa ating round 4. Ito na. Number 9. At yan po nakikita nyo po sa screen ng ating winning combination para sa ating round 4. Meron po tayong 25, 32, 27, 45, 52, and 9. That's our winning combination para sa ating round 4. At kung nakuha nyo po ang masaswerteng numero natin para sa ating round 4, by screenshot nyo na yan at send sa ating page at Balisong Your Home Radio Batangas. At yan, at para malinaw ang ating round 1 to 4, let's do the recap. Yan, nakikita nyo naman po sa ating screen ang ating recap, mga Balisong. Yes naman. At isang hapon na naman ang ating pinagsamahan dito, mga Balisong. At paano nga ba ito? Paano mga Balisong, bukas na lang ulit tayo magsama-sama. Kita-kits at maraming salamat sa pagsama sa akin dito sa Balisong Jackpot mula sa Sword Class ng Balisong Your Home Radio Confirm Bansaya. Maraming salamat po at ingat po kayong lahat. At paalala lang po, magsuot ng face mask at face shield tuwing lalabas ng tahanan. Maraming salamat po mga Balisong sa susunod na araw ng bukas. Panatiling update dito sa Balisong Jackpot Bonanza at nang malay nyo, mamaya mauwi nyo na ang ating 50,000 pesos jackpot. Yan. Maraming salamat po at hanggang sa muli, keep safe everyone and God bless you all. Bye-bye! Thank you!
Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza, Balisong Jackpot Bonanza.
Broadcasting live, online, in Batangas City. This is Balisong Your Home Radio. The first online broadcast in Batangas. A proud member of the Philippine Online Media Association. Broadcasting live, online, in Batangas City. This is Balisong Your Home Radio. The first online broadcast in Batangas. A proud member of the Philippine Online Media Association.
Saan mang sulok ng mundo, magkasama pa rin.